All right, here we go. Day 2 of the NFL draft. Welcome into the Important Nonsense NFL draft special for 2021. I am Steve. I first, Mr. Neil Smith. Neil, how's it going this evening?
It's a beautiful, beautiful day. Perfect outside. Let's get this going again.
Nice. And we are joined by Macho Man Jack Kavanaugh. Jack, how is it going up there in Canada? He's clearly digging the Rashad Bateman. This is the fallout of Rashad Bateman to Baltimore.
Well, you know what they say, the cream always rises to the top. Oh, yeah, dig it. And I can absolutely dig it. The Rashad Bateman pick, the Jason Oweh pick, I absolutely love it, and I am rip-roaring, ready to go today. Let's go.
I love it. He throws in his own DJ music, too. It's perfect.
Is it going down? Is he yelling timber?
It's going down for real.
Nice. Yeah, nice.
No, sorry, copyright. Can't do
right.
that.
Yeah, no. Well,
that was
you cut yourself off pretty early. You're good. I think you're all
That
right.
was less than 3 seconds. You're fine.
I also think you have to hit some of the notes to.
Yeah,
call it a
you have to be in the ballpark of it. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what you call this, but
they might sue you actually for defamation rather than that's a different thing.
For ruining it for you.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit more likely.
So we are going into day 2. We have a bunch of interesting players still available on the board. Here is our current, according to ECR and our own Dr. Dynasty, Mr. John Chansey. These are the best fantasy relevant players still available on the board. So any of these names specifically jump out to either one of you guys? I will start with Jack.
Well, the easy one is Javonte Williams. Obviously, wherever he goes, and there's a couple places he could go immediately. Jets could use the second pick of the second round on him. The Falcons could take him early. Wherever he goes, there's a good chance he's an RB1 from the get-go. Outside of that, on the receiver side, very excited to see what happens with Terrace Marshall. There's rumors he's falling because of medical issues, medical worries kind of thing. And if he gets the right kind of quarterback, the right style of offense, then he could become a legit wide receiver 1 in the NFL.
Neil, how about yourself?
Oh, I mentioned it yesterday. Kenny Gainwell. Can't wait.
Woo!
Hopefully he finds a good landing spot. Very interested in that if he was to end up in a plus situation. And then on the other side of the ball, I'm actually interested in the man with the best name in this draft for my money, Amon-Ra St. Brown. It's a fantastic name for a fantastic player. He actually, I think, is coming in a little bit underrated for what he actually brings to the table. So I think because of that, he's going to fall. I think we will see him go before the end of the night. But if not, somebody's going to get a heck of a bargain on a quality football player.
What about you, Steve?
Other players not mentioned here, by the way, on Dr. Dynasty's board, at least. So this is based strictly, as you can see on the right-hand side, best available through the ECR. Dr. Dynasty still has Chuba Hubbard as his number 10 overall player. He's got him ranked up there as well. Also, Trey Sermon in his top 15. Jermar Jefferson is the one just outside the top 20 for both the ECR and for Dr. Dynasty. And then Amari Rodgers and Jalen Darden on the wide receiver side. For me, I'm most interested in Elijah Moore. Where's he going to land? It was him and Rashad Bateman that were my two guys coming into this. So to see Bateman go to Baltimore, which I'm still trying to convince myself is a good thing. Yeah. And now we have Elijah Moore and try to see what happens with that. I will tell you this as well, Jack, just because I didn't think to do it last night while we were live on the broadcast, but I did do it earlier today. And just going through and comparing the numbers in the model to last year's rookie class, of course, the numbers are going to be a little bit different because such a huge depth of guys, right? In that wide receiver class. But again, the number one guy in that wide receiver class was CeeDee Lamb, and he had a 10.99. And you may remember last night that even after going to Baltimore, I still graded Rashad Bateman at an 11.96. So I have
Yeah.
him graded higher than I had CeeDee Lamb last season. So he's going to be a guy that I'm all in on in rookie drafts
I
this
am
year.
glad. I am so glad to hear it. because,
Terrified. Terrified.
It's
with
terrifying,
Lamar.
but you have to remember too, like it's not a high volume passing offense, but who is he throwing to? He had Mark Andrews, who's legit tight end, and then Hollywood Brown, who's a wide receiver 3, wide receiver 2B at best. So Hollywood instantly becomes better because he can stretch the field. And then outside of him, it was Willie Snead, who we all know isn't an NFL player, Miles Boykin, who I think needs to convert to tight end to be a real NFL player. And that's it. So maybe with an actual receiver, they might see just a slight uptick in those pass attempts for Lamar Jackson, slight decrease in the rush attempts. And if that does happen, I expect most of them to go to Rashad Bateman because, like you said, talent wins out every time. Let's go.
And again, it's not that he isn't good enough to be a viable receiver in that offense. It's to your point. I was hoping he would go to a situation where he'd be guaranteed as the wide receiver 1, as the alpha, 130, 140 targets. And he's going to a situation where as the alpha wide receiver 1, he's going to get 80. And that's disappointing, to say the very least. But with those 80, maybe he's still a top 10, 15 guy if he just produces the yardage to come along with it.
Especially with the Ravens' tendency and Lamar Jackson's tendency to be very efficient in the touchdown column. Throws a lot more touchdown passes compared to what you'd expect from someone of his pass attempts, which Rashad Bateman, Stephon Diggs' clone, gets wide open in the end zone. It's pretty easy to throw to him when he's got a defender trailing 3-4 yards away.
Right. So those are the guys that we're going to be looking out for tonight for sure. Is there anyone that, I had on that list that you guys were specifically missing at all by chance, or no? I mean, we have plenty more than just those 8 that I listed there, but I know, like, I'm curious to see what happens with Josh Palmer. I don't think he actually ends up going tonight. He may be a guy that lingers around until early tomorrow, but
I'd be thrilled to see him go tonight because remember, Josh Palmer, Canadian, so we do love Josh Palmer on the Important Nonsense podcast. He gets an extra boost for that reason.
Automatically, yeah.
A couple other guys that could go today, could not. Anthony Schwartz from Auburn. He's an Olympic level sprinter, but that's all he is. He's not really a football player.
Raiders.
Raiders.
Yeah, there we go. Raiders 2nd round pick, would not be surprised at all. And another guy, his teammate Seth Williams at Auburn. He's kind of a bit more of a project. He's kind of a a 4th round guy. And then Nico Collins as well. He is kind of getting the reverse effect of Donovan Peoples-Jones. So last year he went in the 5th round, and now people realized, okay, that was a little bit too low for Donovan Peoples-Jones. Jim Harbaugh really held him back and screwed him up. Maybe Nico Collins goes earlier. Maybe he sneaks into the 3rd round because of that. Outside of that, Dwayne Eskridge, who I'm not the biggest fan of, but I could see going today.
I mean, he's a human highlight reel. He's another one that's a kick returner, punt returner, can do multiple things for you. He's a burner. He's one of those guys that when I was putting together our highlight packages, it was hard to find stuff to cut out. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that comes out on tape that makes him look fantastic. So he definitely passes the eye test. But again, you're coming from Western Michigan, when a lot of his tape is dominating NIU, it is what it is. So we'll see. But that'll be an interesting one. Also, by the way, Neil, from your what caused your slight brain aneurysm yesterday, I wanted to give you the slight update. Kadarius Toney, his ranking in the chart puts him right behind Denzel Mims and KJ Hamler from last season.
Okay.
And just
And they do the
slightly
same
ahead
thing.
of T. Higgins. Just slightly ahead.
And to interject too, Denzel Mims was he a 2nd or 3rd round pick? KJ Hamler. Yeah, KJ Hamler was a 2nd round pick. Kadarius Toney had 1st round draft capital, which it matters in the model, and still couldn't beat them out.
Yes.
Yep. I'm telling you, I know everybody is all over the Raiders for calling it the worst pick of the first round, and I can't necessarily disagree with that. But like I said yesterday, the one that I found most confusing was Kadarius Toney, where it's like,
Right.
what happened here?
Like-
I can't process this. I've had an evening to sleep on it too, and it's kind of like looking at the sun at this point. You don't look directly at it for too long because you'll go blind. I kind of just like glance past it. I will say this too, real quick. My personal favorite part of our broadcast last night was actually what you gentlemen were just discussing a moment ago with the with the Ravens, because I got to watch it happen in real time. It looked like someone walked into Steve's house and just farted right in his face, and Jack had this huge smile, this massive beaming smile. It was very fun to watch the just disparate reactions of what was happening in real time.
I mean, it's fairly accurate. So as we start to get underway here in the second round, you were already saying that it looks like we're going to have a couple of defensive guys at the top end here, Jack. They just hate letting us play our highlight packages, but rest assured, folks, we will get through them. We will see those tonight.
It does sound like Tyson Campbell, the other cornerback from Georgia who played opposite Eric Stokes, the Packers' first-round pick, is going to be going to the Jaguars, which makes sense. They do need help at corner. And like Eric Stokes, Tyson Campbell is a freak athlete. And then with the second pick, looking like Azeez Ojulari coming out of Georgia again, because as we know, with the Jets coming from San Francisco, Bob Saleh is going to be looking to run that 4-3 defensive line, have two premier edge rushers. He has one in Carl Lawson. That's his Nick Bosa type. Now, if he does take Azeez Ojulari, that now becomes his D Ford type on the opposite side. So, if that ends up being the case, the Jets have hit it out of the park. It hurts that they traded up for a guard, but at the same time, they've killed it with the players they're actually picking.
Right. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Last night we talked about what are we looking for in night one. So here we are in night two. We talked about the guys that we're most excited about. Are there any storylines, Neil, that you're specifically looking at in the second and third round?
Not so much into the storylines, as you know. Like
Right.
there's a couple interesting ones, I suppose, but no, not really too much in storylines. Really, what I'm looking for is kind of like fit to team is what I'm more interested for on day two, because this is when it really matters, because this is where people's futures will literally be decided. Because if they end up somewhere where they can't contribute, you know how this goes.
Right.
Everybody is expendable in the NFL. So no, not too much in storylines, but I'm really interested to see how it breaks out. I do like the Jacksonville going defense here. It makes sense. It makes the Etienne pick line up a little bit better because you splurged out on that and you still came away with a quality defender.
Jack, how about you? Do you have any big storylines or anything you're tracking for this evening?
Which and how many tight ends go tonight? So we all know that Pat Freiermuth, the Penn State guy, he's going to be a second round pick, probably to Jacksonville with I think the 44th overall pick. But he could go earlier. He's going to be a second round pick. But after him, it's Tommy Tremble and Brevin Jordan. Maybe they're third round picks, maybe they're fourth round picks, and then it really falls off a cliff after that. So it's going to be interesting to see how. Oh, sorry, I completely forgot about the tight end 3. Hunter Long from Boston College. Yeah. How could I forget about Hunter Long? Anyways, he could sneak into the second round, could be a third rounder. So how many of them get drafted on day 2 is going to be really important, because at day 3 tight ends, I don't care about. I'm sorry. Right. I'm not going to invest dynasty capital in you if you're a day 3 tight end. So which ones get drafted today?
Well, and to be fair, that's kind of day 3 players in general, right?
Right.
In general,
there's a lot of these guys up there, but like if you're even as a 4th round running back, like there's a chance they hit, and it's more often than some of the other positions, but
and it has to be
it's still
early
rare.
4th round too, like Joshua Kelly, who did get the chance last year and just squandered it.
I mean, we speak to that draft capital as well. Like a prime example is we were talking about it last night with Jacksonville. You had James Robinson, who had an unbelievable 1,000-yard season as a rookie, dominated most of your touches for that team, and yet they come out in the first round of the draft this year and take a running back to replace him. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see if we can get some of these big names off of our board here, because if not, they could be dead in the water.
Well, what storylines are you interested in, Steve? Is there anything that jumps off the page to you in terms of like just kind of narratives or storylines?
I mean, that's mainly it for me, is just tracking these players that we've been following, for fantasy purposes. Can they maintain high enough draft capital to be usable guys here in the coming week? And also what we haven't talked about is the second wave of quarterbacks.
I was just going to get to.
You got Kellen Mond, we have Davis Mills, we have Kyle Trask. There's still those three guys that are kind of, I don't think they're as good as the top five, but I think they're a step above everybody else behind them.
They're kind of the Drew Lock flavor, where they are a second round pick and they have the tools, and they deserve a chance, but you can't spend that pick. So my question to you then is, which of the three is your favorite?
Of them, it would be Mond, because of the mobility, his opportunity to get out of the pocket, his ability to get out of the pocket and move with the ball and throw on the run. That always excites me. Davis Mills can kind of do that, but definitely not as well. And Trask is a statue. He's the guy I'm least interested in. He just stands there and chucks it. He's basically a jugs machine with a jersey on. He does not move.
I'll agree with you there, but I will counter with the fact that Davis Mills lost a quarterback competition to KJ Costello, who will not be drafted at all because he stinks. And now Davis Mills is kind of, people are propping him up. So I'm worried about him, because it's like, this guy stinks and you couldn't beat him. So like, at least Kyle Trask, like the reason he couldn't start is because he was behind De'Aaron King in high school. So I get why he wasn't a high school starter, but that's just unforgivable.
Yeah, but again,
draft capital though will be the ultimate factor. It's just not a Davis Mills fan right here. I will be mad when
I get that. I'm not a Davis Mills fan either. I'm not even a huge Kellen Mond guy. I'm just saying that of the guys available, I'd rather have Mond because of his mobility. And at this point, in this day and age in the NFL, we talked about it last night. It's the Konami code quarterback. And if you cannot throw and run, if you can't do both, then there's no point, especially from a fantasy perspective.
We have the first pick in. It is who we expected. The Jaguars are who we thought they were. They did take Georgia cornerback Tyson Campbell. So continue as we were.
No, that was it. I mean,
that was it. Jacksonville having a nice little draft here.
Put a bow on it.
Yeah.
There's a good Duval in my ear as we're sitting here.
3 instant starters. Tyson Campbell will compete with C.J. Henderson, Shaquille Griffin, and Sidney Jones to kind of start in the 3 cornerback slots and the slot cornerback position.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's, again, when you're a team like Jacksonville in this position, you're this high in the draft because you have a lot of spots to fill.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff you're able to do. There's not really a pick you can make that I would say, well, that was something you didn't need to do.
You say that, but then the Raiders exist. So like, Jacksonville's at least in the ballpark of doing things that make sense. Like
the exact parallel I was going to give.
Fair point. Can't argue with that.
So pick 1 exactly as expected. Will we see pick 2 exactly as expected? Boy, the Jaguars and Jets are not good at keeping secrets, it sounds like.
Well, I think they might be better at it if there was some real incentive to try. But why? It doesn't matter. Who's going to stop you? No one can stop you. I think the line comes more in when you get into the middle of all of this towards the end as well, because you got to kind of play it closer to the vest. But if you're picking like in the first 3, what are you going to say to anybody?
If you are, it's the same thing with the top half of the draft, right? Like we already knew it was going to be Lawrence 1. So that's how Zach Wilson leaked, because we knew what the first pick was going to be. So at that point, the Jets were on the clock. They took Zach Wilson, and then the NFL basically for 3 weeks begged San Francisco, please don't tell anyone who your pick is, because your guys are ruining the draft for us.
We're trying to put on a show. Theater.
It is funny too. Reports after the fact, Kyle Shanahan, when he was interviewed about the 3rd overall pick, he's like, "Look, like I don't know where the Mac Jones rumor came from. Like we traded up, and this he admitted my smokescreen was I didn't go to the North Dakota State Pro Day. That was my smokescreen, and then what I think happened is Mac Jones just had the next pro day. And so they're like, oh, they want to trade up before people see Mac Jones at his pro day and he crushes it. That's the big brain move." And Kyle Shanahan's just like, no, like we didn't tell anyone. Like
we really hate Mac Jones.
Given the current state of how media coverage works, it literally wouldn't shock me if there wasn't even that much thought in it, Jack. And they literally just needed to write like some sort of article to get up there to get the spin cycle going, just on the pure reporting side, and they just pick a name. It could have been any. It could have been any
name out of a hat.
Yeah, just put a name on it. That piece was already pre-written. They just had to add the name in later that they wanted. That's basically my thought. And then the internet spin cycle picks it up.
And the Jets will stick at their pick. There was rumors that they were going to trade back, but they are going to take their player.
All right.
I love these graphics for the Jets. Missed playoffs for 10 straight seasons. That's so kind of you to just put that out there.
Oh, to New York. Question for you. Which New York team will be better this season?
I mean, it's got to be the Giants, right?
I would think, but the fact that that's even a legitimate question is what I was chuckling at there.
I don't think it is a legitimate question.
I think it's a legitimate question because of the Giants' defense. The Jets, by the end, it depends on how things shake out, but the Jets may be building a better D than the Giants.
Yeah, but the Jets are going to be starting a rookie quarterback on a rebuild, right? And the Giants.
Yeah, and I can't argue with that, but I'm also saying 6 games a year they're playing the NFC East. So, and they have the easiest schedule in the NFC East. So they're getting the number 4 of all the other NFC divisions.
Well, the Jets are selecting wide receiver Elijah Moore.
Interesting.
Jamison Crowder will definitely be cut or traded at this point. There was rumors that he can be cut for free for $10.4 million, I think is what they would save. So it's a lot of money that the Jets would save by getting rid of Jamison Crowder. And they could do so. Elijah Moore instantly steps into the slot, can move to the outside if you want him to. Becomes Zach Wilson's best friend right away, though.
It's very interesting.
That is very interesting.
Did not see that coming.
Yeah, finally, some real shakeup here.
One of the important things to remember about Elijah Moore, too, is he produced while playing with A.J. Brown, while playing with DK Metcalf,
right?
Who were both second-round picks. So to see him go in the second round, not a surprise at all. As you can see, his best player comp, Tyler Lockett, another second-round pick. So it makes sense, but would have been rightfully a first-round pick. I don't think you disagree with that at all, Steve.
No, absolutely. I think, again, Elijah Moore was right up there with me. He was my best available wide receiver coming into the evening. So very interesting that he lands with the Jets and the new QB. Again, we've seen this a couple of years now where you had last year Joe Burrow and T. Higgins. Mm-hmm. And now you've got the same deal here with you're putting Zach Wilson with Elijah Moore. You're giving him a BFF to come in at the same time and basically have a quarterback wide receiver duo on their rookie contracts together. It's not a terrible move. It's kind of surprising that they spent that money on Corey Davis in the offseason. Now they get Elijah Moore. They already had Denzel Mims on a second-round pick last season. So I feel like, I don't know, it's almost kills everybody else there, right? You already mentioned Crowder getting cut. To me, this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I would say Elijah Moore instantly steps into the Jamison Crowder role in the slot, which very well could be an instant 100-plus targets, which kind of it keeps Corey Davis in his rightful role as the wide receiver 2 on the outside, but really he's the 3rd in the pecking order. In terms of, like, it helps you long term. It's just interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Who will you be drafting sooner, Denzel Mims or Elijah Moore? And where does Elijah Moore fall in your model?
So definitely Elijah Moore. By putting the second round draft capital on him, Elijah Moore slips to a 9.21 rating. So you're looking at, let's see, quickly comparing to last year, that puts him just ahead of Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Very nice. Also, breaking news, the Broncos are now on the clock. They have traded up with the Atlanta Falcons. And there was a rumor last night that they almost traded back into the first round to get Najee Harris. Will be interesting to see if Javonte Williams is the pick.
It really wouldn't shock me. They've only got Melvin Gordon for so much longer, and they let Philip Lindsay go. They just,
Mike Boone to the moon? Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Thanos, what do you think? Yeah,
No.
50. He's given me a 50-50.
I'm thinking maybe it's 40 pick then for compensation here.
Ooh, what if they traded up for a QB? That would be.
If they traded up for Mond
They traded for Mond. I mean,
because they were told overnight you can't have Aaron Rodgers.
If John Elway was still calling the shots, so if John Elway truly is still calling the shots in Denver, this is a quarterback. Oh, and I was correct initially. The Broncos are selecting running back Javonte Williams, which I think kind of hurts him for year one.
Yes, for sure.
Yes.
Like I said, outside of the top two, it all depended on where they landed.
Mm-hmm.
So I think him landing here is a firm timeshare, and it hurts my ranking of Melvin Gordon.
Gordon plummets.
But it definitely does not help Javonte's stock at all.
And so before we get to the highlight package, just quickly, it was pick 35 and pick 219 is what the Broncos got from the Falcons. And the Falcons got in return pick 40, so they moved back 5 spots, and they also got pick 114, so they moved up 100 spots.
Sure.
Hit the highlights.
All right, let's see. Where is he? There he goes.
And it kind of makes sense, too. Like, if you look at him, his kind of elusiveness, it's reminiscent of an early Melvin Gordon, kind of what Denver wanted Melvin Gordon to be, the tackle breaking ability, the juice. And so in the short term, he can be kind of, Mike Renner compared him to a bigger Alvin Kamara, which kind of isn't very true because he actually weighs about 3 pounds less than Alvin Kamara does. But the point remains, he can be that pass catcher immediately. He can play that Alvin Kamara role immediately, and then down the road become the 3-down workhorse in Denver.
Noshawn Moreno is a pretty good comp. If we look at the graphic here, that's about right. And it's funny because former Bronco.
I was going to say, that's ironic.
Yeah. Javonte Williams, to me, though, excellent. In terms of like north-south running and also violent running style is also very accurate. He can get going running downhill very, very quickly. And when he gets to top speed, you're not going to catch him, but he can also explode through the hole. He can run you through. He can run through you, despite the fact that he only weighs 212 pounds. And yeah, this pretty much is. What do we think? Like total timeshare then for Melvin Gordon and Javonte Williams? Royce Freeman dead.
Royce Freeman dead. Mike
Royce
Boone
Freeman dead. I think this definitely hurts the stock of Melvin Gordon, like we mentioned. I don't know if it's a full on timeshare, but I think that Williams is probably your third down back.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what they're going to try. I think that's what they're going to at least start it with. I think that's how it'll get there.
Well, that's just disappointing. The reason they traded up was so the Dolphins didn't get him because they were going to take him. And instead, with the 36th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dolphins are selecting safety Javon Holland from Oregon, who also Canadian second-round pick from Canada. Let's go. Proud of Javon Holland.
All right, well, we can just skip right past that.
Good pick for the Dolphins. They make good picks all the time. They're good at drafting.
So we got back-to-back offensive players here. So what do you think is immediately the more impactful guy for fantasy purposes, and especially when we're talking about for our like rookie drafts coming up here?
Starting on Monday for some of us. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, we'll have to. I'd be curious what the model that you're working on over there says, but going with my gut just offhand, I'd say it's actually probably Elijah Moore, given what we've seen in that system, the Jets slot roles value actually is,
Mhm.
because it was actually very, very lucrative to own Jamison Crowder before he got hurt. So can't quite expect that ceiling, but the role itself has quite a bit of value because they're going to be running the same offensive system. So what do you think, Jack?
I think it will be so kind of two layers to this. For Dynasty, I'm drafting Javonte Williams first still because of the emphasis I put on having these running backs while they're still young. However, I think that Elijah Moore will produce more fantasy points in year one. And I think in the long term, he probably ends up producing more fantasy points overall because I think Elijah Moore is going to be like a 15-year veteran. However, because of your ability to get out on these running backs early, trade them for a lot of picks, that's kind of the way I tend to play. And so that's kind of my answer. In Dynasty, I'm drafting Javonte Williams, but it's for next year for that youth at running back. But I love Elijah Moore, and I think he's going to ball out in New York.
Yeah.
It's a good delineation there between Dynasty and redraft.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Steve?
I am going to lean more. Like I said, I feel like he's the more talented of the two. I understand wanting the running back. I just don't think that Javonte Williams is in the class that we've been talking about with the other guys. I think that there's more upside to Moore. He's the longer term play, especially in Dynasty. Short term, it may take him a little bit longer, like Jack is saying, in redraft, but I think certainly from a rookie draft perspective, I would favor Moore in this one. To answer your question about the model, like I said, last night, Travis Etienne and Najee Harris both graded in at about an 11.5. That's an elite level grade to come through. Javonte Williams comes in now at a 9.37. 2 clean points behind him. That's a huge drop off. It's a full point behind Cam Akers from last season, which again is another massive drop off. The nearest guy to him is he ranks right in around DeAndre Swift was last year.
Okay.
With the 37th overall pick in the 2021 NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles are selecting Alabama center Landon Dickerson. So I love that pick. And I loved the pick last night of Devontae Smith for Jalen Hurts. And this just, again, adds to Jalen Hurts' ceiling and floor. He'll instantly slot in at left guard, improve that offensive line. He'll take over at center down the road when Jason Kelce retires. But Jalen Hurts just gets another bump with this. Very excited.
Not buying that horrible clickbait article that's been making the rounds on the internet about how Jalen Hurts hasn't been named the starter. Not buying that one.
They're saying that no one is a starter at this point, and it's open competition at every position. And I believe in my heart of hearts, with my whole body, mind, and soul. And I am a good person to ask on this because I have a Joe Flacco jersey. Joe Flacco has no chance at beating out Jalen Hurts. I didn't buy the jersey. It was a gift from a friend, and I very appreciate that friend.
Sure. Way to throw in the disclaimer.
Yeah.
But I have a Flacco jersey. He's not beating Jalen Hurts. It's not a competition.
It's very interesting.
We saw Joe Flacco in Denver and then also with the Jets. So yeah, no, that's not a competition.
Yeah, no doubt about that whatsoever.
Yeah, it's not.
The New England Patriots have traded up with the Cincinnati Bengals and are now on the clock at number 38 overall.
Oh my, a lot of trades. All right.
Well, and we're zooming through this. This is nice.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah, normally we would be waiting around.
I'm not even for the benefit of those watching at home, I'm not even gonna bother with the ticker. Like I can't even there's no way I can edit that and keep up with it at the pace this is going. And it's giving you information you already have anyway. So
With the 38th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots are selecting Alabama defensive tackle Christian Barmore, who was my best player available, not in fantasy, obviously, because we don't care about defensive tackles. But
whoa. Don't tell me.
Hold on. Knee wall is bruised.
No. Knee will agree. No. Knee will agree with me. We do not care about defensive tackles.
No points there, even in IDP, huh?
Exactly. Unless you're forced to start a defensive tackle and not a defensive lineman, that is the only exception. However, very much a Patriots pick. He is the best defensive tackle in the class, and like Bill Belichick, he is always just building in the trenches. Great pick by the Patriots.
Well, yeah, they're gonna need a few more pieces though. But yeah, that is
they have a pretty strong defense actually.
So you let me know if they used pick 46 to trade up.
I will let you know what the compensation was
from the news desk over there.
Yeah,
live ahead of everybody.
We're gonna have to get him like a little button or something to make that noise. I mean, he can record into the button if he
so
wants.
He doesn't have to do it every time.
Blow his
Maybe he likes it.
He's gonna blow his voice out by the time we're done. Is what's gonna happen.
So last night I was pretty quick. I was following Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. Those were my two sources last night. Today I found out from the podfather Matt Kelly, listening to his stream this morning, that apparently Duvet Kleiman is the guy to listen to. D-O-V, pronounced Duvet, apparently, Duvey. But yeah, he is already picks ahead of everyone else. And so that means we are as well. Benefit to the audience.
Like it.
Get you out of here nice and early. You can go get some dinner. We'll wrap this bad boy up.
Enjoy your night. Yeah.
Yeah. Still hit the bars if you want. Like, yeah, you got plenty of options.
And so the compensation is pick 38 for the Bengals, and the Patriots give up pick 46, pick 122, and pick 139.
Okay.
Sounds like how you and I used to play Madden, Steve. All these, I don't need any of that. Just these late round picks. Just here, take it.
Pass.
I don't want any of it. I got the guy I wanted. We're good.
Now
I mean, my top available is still Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. So I don't know. Like, again, this is the guy we were talking about, top 15.
So
here
the last two trades, I've been waiting. Like, oh, okay, here it comes. Owusu-Koramoah. So we'll trade up to get it before somebody else gets a cheap art. Nope, not at all.
I mean, he's a legitimate linebacker. Maybe just size.
But like
injury history, I guess.
The weird thing about that is like he's the size that the NFL's heading to at linebacker. Yeah. Like that Darius Leonard, he plays 215 is what they're saying. Apparently even during season he can get down to like 207. So like someone's got to bite and they're going to get an instant starter. I don't know. The NFL is weird.
There's always somebody who takes a tumble like this every year. It's just unfortunate. This is how it's had to be.
Especially when you've got teams like the Raiders who are just like burning first round picks.
I don't need that. That's the guy I want. 2 rounds early. We're good.
I see on the TV broadcast that I now finally have up there, just now announcing the Eagles pick.
That's right.
We had 2 picks ago. So
that's right. Yeah. Like I said, we're going to get you out of here nice and early. we're going to be done.
So the Panthers are on the clock at 39 officially.
No, they are not.
Did they trade back?
Oh, no.
They traded back with the Bears.
What?
Oh, my.
The Bears are now on the clock at pick 39.
This has been the most interesting start to this that I can remember in years.
This has been the most interesting start to a Ryan Pace draft since forever.
Since the last one.
I would got to think
so
pick
good.
52 is part of that, so we'll see.
I'm going to guess it's for a receiver, and then they're going to get rid of Anthony Miller, which is what it sounds like. Rondale Moore and Justin Fields. Oh, gimme. Or Terrace Marshall is also fine. But Rondale Moore in the slot instead of Anthony Miller with
what would be a very Ryan Pace move? That's trade up Pat Freiermuth.
Mm-hmm.
Go just load up tight end.
Tight end is no, because he did so good last night that he's got to throw it all away. Like he did too good. He's like,
got to ruin it all. Yeah.
It's like when I used to say Jerry Jones was making the picks and they had to hide his cell phone.
No, Jerry, no.
No, Jerry, I haven't seen your cell phone.
All right,
I
so
don't know
we're
where
pick
that is.
39, and that is the Bears. Maybe, I mean, they could go lineman. Maybe they go Owusu Koramoah.
They might be.
I mean,
The Bears
lineman is
have-
what we've been waiting on.
The Bears have traded up for offensive tackle Tevin Jenkins, who should,
Yep.
by all rights, should have been
Yep.
a first-round pick.
100% makes sense. That's
That
what they
makes a
needed.
ton of sense. You needed to
They-
get another lineman out of this draft, and when you had to go quarterback, you got to do something to make sure you still get the lineman. It totally makes sense.
And
Absolutely.
you know what? I can at least do this. Here we go.
Ryan Pace is like
Don't
actually.
say I'm forgetting anything for you guys out there.
Ryan
Here we
Pace
go.
actually did something
Ooh.
productive 2
And
days
so the
ago.
full details are the Panthers send pick 39 and pick 151. The Bears give up pick 52, pick 83, and pick 204.
Okay.
So hefty haul, but when you're trying to save your job, it makes sense.
Well,
Right?
you won't be here for the repercussions of them not having draft picks. You'll already be gone. So what do you care?
Go ahead. What can you
Yeah.
repeat that for me one more time? I was typing that out. My bad.
Oh, so
What was the compensation there?
let me pull that back up.
I apologize. I've
Where
thrown
did
you
it
all
go?
off.
Okay, so Panthers send pick 39 and pick 151. Chicago sends pick 52, pick 83, and pick 204.
All right, so all of those are going to matter tonight. So you said 52,
And 83 for tonight.
and this is who was it that they traded with? It was Carolina, right?
Yeah.
So 52. Where is it? 83.
And then 204.
204 is it's a different one. Okay.
39 and 151 is what Chicago now has.
So unless they trade back in, that was their second and third round pick tonight for Chicago to move up and get the O lineman. But it's something they desperately needed, and now
Yep.
you're protecting your new shiny toy, right?
Yeah, he instantly slots in at right tackle, and it also upgrades the right guard position because right now they had Alex Bars starting for them, who's a former UDFA 2-3 years ago, which isn't ideal. Now they can kick Jermaine Nafetti, former Seahawks guard, who was playing right tackle because he had to. Now it just makes the whole offensive line better by shifting that down a peg.
Right, exactly.
Mhm.
And now the Bears actually have a pretty solid offensive line. They already had a good left guard, good center, solid left tackle. So Bears are cooking with gas now.
Right. Yeah. Remember when we were talking about the Russell Wilson rumors earlier this offseason, he said one of the main things that drew him to Chicago was the offensive line. So they've always been kind of weak on the tackles. They were in the negotiations for Orlando Brown from the Ravens, trying to make that trade. So, I mean, like I said, it makes sense. You trade up, you get a guy that had a first round grade to improve your offensive line and protect the guys that you got. It's a good move. The impulse decision, I think, would have been wide receiver. So
Yeah.
for them to get the offensive line and get the depth and help that they needed, I think was a smart call.
Yeah, you had to do that in the draft this year. I think it was you struck out on all your other trades. So
Mhm.
this had to happen. So if you can make it, if you have to move up and give up a third round pick to do it, might as well. The worst case outcome for that is you just saddled with Anthony Miller for one more year. And while nobody's happy about that, I mean, it's kind of a small price to pay for longer term stability for your offensive line. I'll deal with having a
Ye-
poor third receiver for one more season.
And when you think about it, you have to pay for these offensive tackles. Tevin Jenkins is, by all rights, a first-round pick. You get him in the second round. Unfortunately, you lose your third-round pick, but it's the price you pay for a first-round tackle. And now, with pick 40 overall in the NFL draft, the Falcons are selecting safety Richie Grant. So that is 2 safeties selected before consensus number 1 overall safety Trevon Moehrig. Nee will be surprised when he comes back to that. Falcons do get an upgrade at safety, which they need. They need upgrades all over the defense.
I was going to say, any defensive player, Jack, for the Falcons, any defensive player, it doesn't matter. You could just grab one.
Let's see. Where is he going here? You said he was a DB?
Safety, yeah, Richie Grant.
Safety. Not seeing him on the list.
He is from the University of Central Florida.
I feel like a bouncer. Sorry, you're not on the list.
And so it really
There he
needed to
is.
happen, though, because
He
as
was
things
number 3 on the big board for NFL.com.
he was a pretty popular, well-liked safety, like just kind of a.
I mean, of the safeties, he was behind Trayvon Moehrig
Yeah.
and Jamar Jefferson. So,
And the Falcons needed a safety. They have Daron Harmon, the former Patriots safety, Lions safety, and then Eric Harris from the Raiders, who is not a starting safety in the NFL. He's a special teamer, if that.
Actually, dreadful is the word that I would use for it, Jack. He's
Yeah. With the 41st overall pick, the Detroit Lions are going with the trenches again. Another kneecap biter. They select D tackle from the University of Washington, Levi Onwuzurike.
oh, okay.
okay.
Great
Okay.
pick. Just
It is a really good pick.
Well, you're in total
Which again
rebuild.
is surprising because that's Detroit. So
Yeah, I
why
know.
are they making good moves? I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Because Dan Campbell is in there doing pro wrestling speeches, even to the executives, to get them all fired up and caring about their job. That's my theory. But when you're in full rebuild, they're doing it the right way. You're going to build from the inside out, start in the trenches, and then get that all solidified. Figure out the rest of the fun pieces later. It's what's in the water over there? They're not normally this coherent year on year.
if you actually listen to what like the meaning behind Dan Campbell's crazy pro wrestling style press conferences, he makes sound points. Like they get the sound bites like a true alpha knows when it's time to concede. Like that's a crazy sound bite. But what he's saying is, I know when I'm wrong. If I'm the only guy in the room with an opinion and everyone else disagrees, I'm clearly wrong. So I'm going to default to the right people. And I think that's kind of what Detroit is trying to do as a whole. And so I'm very excited about that. Levi Onwuzurike comes in running a 4.93. Like that is absolutely ridiculous. And that's adjusted. At his official pro day, he ran a 4.88. Like that is ridiculous for a man that is 290 pounds. Like that.
Right.
How is what I want to know.
I don't know how. I wish I knew how.
It's a great question. Yeah. I've never even weighed 290 pounds, so I wouldn't even actually begin to know how to answer your question.
Well, it's not even about weighing 290 pounds. It's just about being able to run that fast for no apparent reason. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, when you think about it, the two Lions' first two picks, they're both trench players. They're both large men who move like small men. Like
Yeah.
Detroit building something strong.
Doing something good over there.
They've made two quality picks.
So again, just to keep in mind, at this time last night, we basically just found out Zach Wilson number 2.
Yeah. We're 48 minutes into the
At this point, 45 minutes in, we just heard the number 2, and now we know the first 9 picks of the second round. So a much better pace.
3 trades or 4
At
within
least
that
3.
too. Yeah.
Let's see what the Denver, the Pats, and Chicago all moved up. So 3.
Normally when there's a trade on night 1, that's a 15-minute process with 2 commercial breaks. And Todd McShay has to give his opinion. Yeah, and Jack on the TV on the actual broadcast, they're still talking about Atlanta.
Oh boy.
So we're gonna be out of here. We're clipping along.
We are moving along just swell.
In fact, what's the holdup? Where's the next pick? Let's go. Let's go. We had a lull there for a second. You gotta clip it along.
I found out what the holdup is. It's another trade. The Giants trade back number 42 to the Miami
Who
Dolphins.
says Gettleman doesn't know how to trade back?
No kidding.
Is he gonna throw this one in the toilet too in about 15 minutes?
Exactly.
Is that how it's gonna work?
Absolutely.
You said they traded back with Miami?
Yep. Miami
All right.
on the clock. The pick is in with the 40. Oh, no. There we go. The Miami Dolphins are getting some offensive tackle help for Tua Tagovailoa and Notre Dame offensive tackle Liam Eichenberg.
Yep.
Okay.
Super
Very
solid
popular.
pick.
Very
good
popular
call.
coming into this process.
These Notre Dame offensive linemen, like every year, they are just plug and play into the NFL. Quentin Nelson, Ronnie Stanley, Mike McGlinchey. The list just goes on and on. And really, the Dolphins needed it because, yeah, they did get it. They have receiving help for Tua now, but their offensive line was looking rough. Solidifies the right tackle position, should help them in the long term.
That really is the only thing in this Dolphins draft. It's like, how can we help Tua? That seems to be all they're trying to accomplish through this process.
Well, and that's what it has to be.
Right. You've made this huge investment into Tua, so you've got to protect it. You got to make it work.
The sad thing is this is exactly what the Broncos did with Drew Lock last year. They're like, we're going to give you no excuses to fail. We're going to give you everything you need. And then he failed, and then they gave him another chance.
Well, he not only did he fail, that's not being critical enough.
What are you talking about? They got Teddy.
Nice.
They're good.
Yeah, they're good.
They're set. What are you talking about?
But not only did he fail, Jack, you're being too kind. He failed and then also failed to wear a mask, which is like basic stuff. Got COVID and then forced them to play a game as a punishment assignment from the league with a wide receiver, the quarterback, and lost in the game. See, it's actually worse than what you're saying.
And so with that trade, the Giants get a pick number 50 overall and a third-round pick in 2022, which means in 2022 the Giants have 2 firsts, 2 thirds, and 2 fourths.
Ooh.
Who is this man, and what have they done with Dave?
Well, they're going to package all
Dave
those.
Gettleman is locked in a closet somewhere, and he is very angry about all these trade downs. What is happening? Where's the athlete?
They stole Dave Gettleman's cell phone and they've locked him in a closet and they're doing it from his cell phone. He left it unlocked. Push him in the closet. Get the chair. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna trade out of this mess.
Yeah. He didn't leave it unlocked. It was still locked. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4.
The problem is
the
one problem they did find though is he did escape last night. And that's how they got Kadarius Toney. He still did.
Yeah.
He made the pick ultimately.
He
but
just heard. They heard him when they were on the phone putting the pick in. They heard him shouting it from the closet. Tony, I want Kadarius Toney.
I was thinking it was either that or he finally figured out how to take the door off the hinges.
Yeah.
So they put the door back up, and then they instead of this time they locked him. They didn't lock him in a closet. They got one of those cardboard boxes with a hoagie, and then he went in for the hoagie, and they just pulled it down.
So who is next off the board? There's still some quality.
San Francisco's on the board.
Well, I was going to say, is San Francisco going to trade back?
Yes, they are. With the Las Vegas Raiders trade up to pick number 43.
So many trades.
The trades are flying.
Trade fest. This is the most trade-heavy draft I've ever watched. It's making it very hard to provide meaningful analysis before the picks happen because I don't know who's picking. It keeps happening.
Yeah, the Raiders are on the clock now. Who are they going to reach on for? It's amazing.
They had to move up and get Anthony Schwartz. They saw the speed, and they're like, "We got to get that guy in here."
It's going to be Kellen Mond. I'm calling it. That's not the pick, but I'm calling it. It's going to be Kellen Mond.
It's too chalk, Jack.
Four-year starter, Mississippi, or no? Did he go? Was he Mississippi State?
Texas A&M.
Oh no, they have the same color uniforms. I always get them mixed up. Never mind then, because
Texas A&M doesn't play in the Egg Bowl, Jack.
Yeah, Jonathan Abram went to Mississippi State. I was picturing them in the same kind of uniforms. Ignore me.
We're gonna see, because it could be Kellen Mond. I just think that's too chalk. I think they're gonna go something even nuttier and off the wall here. I'm preparing to.
It's a wide receiver. It's Terrace Marshall. It's Anthony Schwartz for the speed.
It's whoever the fastest wide receiver.
I'll give the Raiders this. It's not too bad of a trade. So the 49ers get give up pick number 43 and a 7th round pick. They move back to pick 48. So they move back 5 spots and they pick up a 4th rounder. So they move from the 7th to the 4th.
All right. Well, I mean, you only moved up 5 spots, so
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No,
But-
it's smart trade by the 49ers for sure. And Raiders smart not to give up a pick.
I was gonna say not too high of a price tag to do it. So we will
NFL source via text on the amount of trades going on tonight to Josina Anderson. Out of control.
not
We've
wrong.
noticed. Yeah. Jeez.
Nobody wants to pick where they're supposed to pick. Everybody change places.
Mm-hmm. Big run on offensive linemen.
Well, that's to be expected in this draft because you had a couple studs who all more or less went early, and then you had a glut of guys that are all probably NFL level players and starters at some point in their career, but they're all going to go like clustered.
And the Raiders have traded up to pick 43 to select safety from TCU, Trayvon Moehrig.
All right.
All right.
So a smart pick? That doesn't sound like the Raiders.
It's not fun.
Right.
It's not fun. And I'll tell you, I will say it is intelligent. They desperately needed a safety. And so it actually makes a lot of sense. You didn't really spend a whole lot to get up here and do this. And my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. I wanted the comedy. Actually intelligent picks? Get out of here.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that from Mike Mayock and John Gruden. They want nonsense.
You want nonsense. Here comes Jerry Jones.
Is he going to trade down and make it?
Hold my skull.
Like, what's going on? Like, yeah.
Hold my skull full of Johnny Walker Blue.
That's right. Human skull full of Johnny Walker Blue. What are we thinking for the Cowboys? Should they actually be making this pick? I'm thinking you just go defensive heavy here, right? Your offense is pretty solidified.
I think
running
this
out of
just solidifies what we have been talking about the entire time. When the Cowboys were on the clock at 12, we were talking about, is it going to be Collins or is it going to be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah? And here he still is on the board.
A player that a lot of people thought
round later.
A player that I was called an idiot because I didn't think the Raiders were going to take him in round 1. And then the Raiders pass on him again in round 2.
And trade up to pass on him.
I done get it. I done get it.
So I don't know.
What a time.
May you live in interesting times, right? I'm thinking we're going to see a defensive player here, though. One would have to believe that's what the Cowboys' needs are.
Well, I mean, maybe defensive player. It could be Quinn Miners from Wisconsin Whitewater, the center.
Mm-hmm. It's possible.
They got to replace their center who retired, so slight holes to fill. Like I said, they weren't spectacular last season. They were okay on the offensive line. It's not their biggest strength anymore. What do you got?
With pick 44 overall in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys are selecting cornerback Kelvin Joseph. And you have to think that this is like a pure, well, dang, we missed on both corners we wanted.
Right, in the first round. Yeah.
We have to take a corner now. And it's a reach on Kelvin Joseph, corner from Kentucky. Very much a reach, but they needed a corner.
Well, I don't know. It's a reach in terms of I think that Aaron Robinson from UCF is better.
Yeah.
And
like, Asante Samuel Jr. is the one that I'm personally burned up about.
Sure. But I think that even given that, when you're evaluating these guys, you knew this was the position you wanted. Think about it just like your regular fantasy draft, right? You're not going to be on the board for another 32 picks. Even though it's a slight reach, you take the guy that you want, that you evaluate as the best player at the position.
The one who fits your system the best also.
Right.
Like that's a system thing. So.
And also, I guess the Cowboys can't really draft Asante Samuel Jr. I don't think Asante Samuel Sr. would let that happen. So,
I mean, you say that. There's a place in this universe for anyone, Jack. I will say this: I was actually slightly surprised when the Eagles didn't a few picks ago when the Eagles didn't take him in the second round right off the go. I've been waiting for it the whole time. Like it's going to be Asante Samuel Jr. going right back to Philly.
So now the Jags back on the clock.
Allegedly.
So we've said
Right.
that yeah.
for the next 2 minutes until they trade it. Yeah.
Yeah. And on the real TV, the Raiders are still on the clock.
Right.
Two picks ago.
No, we've been maintaining a nice 2-pick edge.
Well,
Yeah.
we've had a good pace, but we haven't had an offensive player since Javonte Williams at pick 35.
Which
Yeah.
feels like
we're
two
due.
lifetimes ago.
Well, we had
We're
a
due.
couple offensive tackles, but no highlights for them either.
At the rate this is going, we're going to have one excellent extended montage at the end of this. That we'll use the 2-pick lead we've created.
That's right. It'll be extremely elongated too, because I'll mix in Jalen Darden a couple different times.
all the footage from the cutting room floor.
Yeah, exactly. It's like here's Jalen Darden, here's De'Ami Brown, and here's Jalen Darden.
And so Javonte Williams apparently was actually shocked that the Broncos drafted him. He apparently didn't really talk to the Broncos a whole lot during the draft process, but he's ready to get to Denver, ready to start.
Sounds like Broncos management.
I was going to say, that's their smoke
Yeah.
screen. We just won't talk to this guy at all.
We have no idea who this kid is, but everybody else seems to like him. They can't be wrong.
And so I think I do have one thing that we did gloss over now that we are back on Javonte Williams. Biggest winner so far not that in terms of rookies, veterans, it's got to be Myles Gaskin, right? Like the way things stand right now.
Yeah.
He is a massive winner.
100%. I mean, the next pick for Miami, because they traded up and out. It looks like Miami doesn't pick again tonight.
Yeah, Miami's done. Okay.
Yeah. Eichenberg was their last pick. So there you go.
Wow.
So they're out of the top 4. So now top 3. So now anyone they take would be a 4th round pick or later, which is basically the same draft capital you already had in Gaskin. And you've pretty much committed to him by not signing anyone in the offseason. Could you sign someone like Le'Veon Bell or Todd Gurley, who's just sitting out there on the waiver wire right now? Absolutely. Will they? I don't know. I kind of doubt it. And even if they do, I'm not really scared of it.
Well,
so it looks like Myles Gaskin looks like the big winner. You're right.
I was gonna say, you're really worried about it if they actually do go and pull the trigger on Le'Veon
Right.
Bell or Devontae Freeman or any of that stuff for on a 1 year kind of like, oh, come and help out type of deal, because that's what you'd be talking about. Doesn't
What do you got, Jack? You look smug over there.
Oh,
behind the
not
glasses.
smug, just annoyed actually. So the Raiders, the reason Trayvon Moehrig fell is because apparently he injured his back while he was training. So he wore tape at his workouts. Scouts noticed, and then apparently that's what caused him to fall, is because they saw him wearing tape on his back, even though he was getting his back checked out and evaluated. And they all know what his back injury would be.
Yeah.
At this point, they just were like, "Oh, he's wearing tape at his workouts."
Real
Down the
suspicious.
board. Oh,
Yeah. You can't take that guy.
I like
That just makes
indignation.
that just makes even less sense, because then why you're telling me that the only logical team in the NFL is the Raiders? Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's insane. Okay. And Jack's over here like, I could do your job better than you.
Some people, yes. Not everyone.
Not everyone, just some.
everyone.
Not a lot of
but
people.
Enough to where I could make my living.
And with the 45th overall pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars are selecting offensive tackle from Stanford, Walker Little. So Walker Little hasn't played I don't think he's played in the last 2 years, but he's very pro ready. Just very much a Leon Eichenberg type, where he's just technically sound. He's ready to step in day one if needed. But the good thing for the Jaguars is they don't need him to. The Jaguars kind of have an underrated offensive line. They have Cam Robinson at left tackle. He's on the franchise tag, so there's a good chance he's gone next year, and he's probably the tackle of the future, Walker Little. The rest of the offensive line, though, they're all above average starters: Andrew Norwell, left guard; center, Brandon Linder; AJ Cann at right guard; and Jawan Taylor at right tackle. So the Jaguars, say what you will about Travis Etienne, that being a weird pick. Jaguars are making some pretty good moves.
I still like the ETN pick, so it's me though. I know I'm on an island with that, but
It was, in terms of positional value, is what gets me wrong. I'm excited about it. I don't think you needed to do it when you had James Robinson, but at the same time, it's night and day, this UDFA versus one of the best running back prospects we've seen in a while.
Right.
Well, sorry, not in a while, just one of the top tier running back prospects that we've seen in the last couple of years. There's been a lot of top tier prospects at running back, but we just live in a time where a lot of good athletes at running back.
No, I agree with you, Jack. Overall, been pretty impressed with what we could argue about the merits of Travis Etienne at 25 all you want. It doesn't change my opinion of the overall draft.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, he's a great player.
Yeah, it's again, there's what they're doing, and then there's the Raiders. Well, actually, not can't even say there's what they're doing and the Giants.
there you go. That's the one.
That's the one. We'll do that.
I'm still curious to see what the Giants do with their traded back pick now. That's going to be.
Oh
really
yeah,
cool.
no, that's literally my most anticipated thing that we're coming up back around here on in a little bit. It's going to be great. Hopefully, we can start getting some more offensive.
So now we got Cincinnati on the clock with the Chargers on deck. Theoretically.
Yeah.
That's the theory.
Well, my TV says the Jaguars pick is in.
So the TV's catching up to you, Jack. You're slacking.
I blame Duvie Kleinman for slacking, and the Bengals do get some help for Joe Burrow. They are selecting offensive tackle out of Clemson, Jackson Carman, and so if he's good enough to protect Trevor Lawrence's blind side, he's good enough to protect Joe Burrow's blind side. More than likely, he does probably start at right guard because they do have bookend tackles. Jonah Williams, left tackle, right tackle in Riley Reif, who they signed. Reif's just a one-year deal, though, so likely 1 year at right guard, slides out to right tackle. The Bengals line at this point might be better than the Dolphins. It probably is.
I'm gonna say it's not...
I think they need another guard, but
there we go. Jackson Carman is listed as a guard.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think so. He's making that transition. That's why I couldn't find him.
Yeah,
which makes a lot more sense than getting another O tackle.
Yeah.
Not that you can really ever have too many, but
so now they have about like a good starter at left tackle in Jonah Williams, a good starter at right tackle in Riley Reif, we don't know about Jackson Carman, but a promising rookie at right guard, a solid center, and then in Trey Hopkins, and then a hole at left guard in Xavier Su'a-Filo still, but it's better.
You had to overhaul most of the O-line, right, over a 2-year project.
Yeah.
They've done just about all of it coming into the second year of that at this point. So they're pretty much on schedule at this point. So
yeah, and they drafted their swing tackle, backup tackle last year, Hakeem Adeniji. He's kind of that developmental guy that could take over at right tackle. So if they land a starting guard or a backup or a starting center to kick Trey Hopkins to guard, they're in really good shape. They need one more lineman to really complete that. And at that point, though, my prediction that I said about Joe Burrow, MVP by 2023 at the latest, looking real good because we have Jamar Chase. He is going to get over 120 targets. He's going to catch 80, 90, 100 balls this season. It's going to be fantastic. T. Higgins might, I guess we have Tampa Bay, but might be one of the best number 2s wide receivers in the NFL, T. Higgins. Right. And then you have Jarvis Landry in the slot with Tyler Boyd. So it's looking.
Don't you put that on Tyler Boyd? Can you knock that off?
What is wrong?
Wow, we lost Jack. Oh man,
there we go.
He reconnected. He's back. He is
it's a
back.
Shame.
Wow. Oh.
He had to go to the penalty box for a minute there for his slanderous behavior.
So you bring up a good point talking about those guys. I was having a discussion about this earlier.
One more guy. I'm so sorry because we are the #1 website for Drew Sample. So
That's true.
That's fair.
That's true.
Continue, Steve, but we had to acknowledge that.
Trending
we were
on
talking,
Google.
Or I was talking earlier today about that situation in Cincinnati. Somebody was asking, what do you feel about T. Higgins? Does the Jamar Chase kill T. Higgins effectively? And, I just brought up the numbers. When you look at last season, AJ Green had 104 targets. It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah.
Because he did nothing.
He didn't do anything with it.
He got 104 targets. And remember,
how much Joe Burrow threw the ball, right?
Well, especially in those Cleveland games. And I don't expect
we
that
talked
to
about
change.
too. Like Joe Burrow actually played 10 games. He had a decent sample size. And
Yeah.
remember, after T. Higgins made the trend, or after he started to pick up the playbook in week 4.
Yeah.
From week 4 to week 10, when Burrow got hurt, it was a 50-50 split in target share between Boyd and Higgins. So I think that they're going to end up being right neck and neck around 100 to 110 targets, with Chase up at 125, 130. Yeah. And they're all going to have enough volume to feast. But the one I want the least of is Tyler Boyd, because if they're all getting the exact same target share, roughly, then I want the guy who's going to get the most yardage. And that's Chase, followed by Higgins, followed by a good distance by Tyler Boyd.
And even in PPR,
he just catches the short 4-yard passes out of the slot.
Tyler Boyd will be a little more attractive in PPR, I suppose, because he'll
what do you got over there, Macho Man?
You should catch it. Yeah, what do you got?
Jason is going to cry with happiness. With the 47th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers are selecting cornerback Asante Samuel Jr.
Okay.
Yeah, they got him.
They got him.
I think Tom Telesco, the GM, is actually pretty good. I think Anthony Lynn is what the problem was in Los Angeles. Because, when you look at their first and now second-round picks the last couple of years, they've knocked it out of the park. Like Justin Herbert, phenomenal. Derwin James, phenomenal. Joey Bosa, phenomenal. Rashawn Slater, phenomenal. Like Asante Samuel, first-rounder in the second. Like Kenneth Murray, looking like a star, who I wasn't a fan of coming out, but I was proven wrong. I hate to say it, because it's probably going to bite me, because they're overtraining all their athletes. They're not stretching. They're not allowing them to drink water. You're only allowed to drink juice, whatever it is.
Well, part of it, Jack, you didn't mention it. Yeah, it's coaching, but it's also Dean Spanos owning the team and being notoriously cheap, and
it's something that's causing those injuries. Too
involved. Well, he's being cheap, and he's also too involved. They have one of the worst medical staffs in the entire league, mostly because Dean Spanos is cheap. That's the real reason. Like, I could tell the story again of how Dean Spanos hired a consultant to try and go and win that stadium project, and he butchered it so badly because his consultant made the mistake of saying to Jerry Jones, "There's more important things than just money, right, guys?" And then they showed them all out of the room and took that project to the other part of California, where he gets to now be a tenant because he butchered it so badly. So that's part of your problem. It's an ownership level issue and a coaching level issue with Anthony Lynn. It's a whole mess. GM and personnel is fine.
Welcome in, Chris.
Hello, Chris. Big fan of Chris Salazar. Very smart guy. Works for a pretty good company too.
Yeah. Liked it when he was in here twice on both accounts. So it really bolstered our number.
Putting the numbers up. We appreciate that. So do our sponsors.
I do have to agree with him, though. The Pats getting Christian Barmore and Mac Jones going. The New England rolling tide they're looking pretty good.
Right.
Roll tide.
Or Crimson Tide.
Yeah. No. The rolling tide.
The rolling tide, yeah.
Because Crimson Tide, that would be copyright infringement. Can't have that. Even for Bill Belichick.
I saw a very funny tweet last night. It was Bill Belichick calls Nick Saban. Mac Jones? Yes. Hangs up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably not far from the truth.
I could picture it in my head, actually. Yeah. It's
Well, they are like best friends too. They coached together in Cleveland. Like And I think that is why Cleveland has been so bad for so long. They were cursed after firing those two. Like, you had the two of the premier football geniuses of our generation, and you fired them because they weren't great, but it was purely I can't remember who the quarterback was, but the quarterback was benched because he sucked, but he was a legend in Cleveland, and so he drove them out of town, and but it sounds like Cleveland has finally overcome that curse.
You hope, but you never know.
Sorry, I'm just playing that joke out further in my head. Bill, who was that on the phone? You were on the phone for a really long time. Nick. Oh, how's Nick doing? Oh, it's great. Good.
So Philip Lindsay seems to think that the Javonte Williams pick is pretty funny. He tweeted 2 laughing faces after the pick was made.
Oh, geez,
yeah, I'm sure
I
he
wonder
feels
why.
great right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's loving life today. Like, bah!
I feel like he doesn't like Melvin Gordon. I feel like they weren't friends.
No.
Really?
Breaking news
Really?
to Jack Kavanaugh.
Like, yeah, he's not on the Christmas card list from Melvin Gordon.
Right. Yeah.
Nor is he on the Elway Christmas card list. He was, but he was removed after last year's little blow up they had. When he dared to ask someone for $5 extra when you actually break it down into like economies of scale. Get out of here. Go to Houston. Get out. $5.
So now we're waiting on pick 48, which because of the trade is San Francisco.
This will be interesting, actually. What's San Francisco going to do here? You got your quarterback.
If he'd been a little bigger, he'd have gone higher. Still think he's going to be a very good pro. That's from Mike Garafolo on Asante Samuel Jr. And that's just a tale as old as time. If he was a little bit bigger, if he was a little bit taller, he'd be a first-round pick. And it's like, well, that's how Russell Wilson falls to the third-round pick. So maybe stop. Maybe just stop being so obsessed with height and weight. I don't know.
Starting to sound like you got short man syndrome, Jack.
I am 6'2", so I do not.
You're my size.
I do not have short man syndrome. I am average, above average.
What a weird spiral this has gone into.
Canadian average, American tall. Let's call it.
Is that like the metric average, or is that regular American average?
Yeah.
Is that...
First of all, why are you doing that in feet? I thought you'd be doing that in meters.
No.
Centimeters or something. Like,
the height is the one thing we still do. I told you height and Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit is better than Celsius because it makes the summer sound warmer.
Yeah, the Europeans think we live on the sun. It's 90. How are you not dead? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, we all remember Capri Bibs.
We do. Try to forget.
So the real question is, you played against him. Did you win? Because then if you lost, it doesn't matter.
Did he posterize you at any point?
If you're the reason that Capri Bibs became a thing in the NFL, that's your fault. Just remember that.
Carry that with you forever.
Uh-huh. My college is solely responsible for EJ Manuel being the top 10 pick in the NFL. Because he destroyed him so bad in the Orange Bowl that they're like, he's got to be good. Look at him. Look at those numbers.
See what he did to the Huskies.
Okay.
By the way, I hope at some point tonight, one guy we didn't talk about, if at some point, hopefully, if we'll see it in the montage, if not, but if Jarrett Patterson goes, I made sure that his entire highlight reel is all against NIU. Because there's a lot of good ones in there.
Is that the one he had 6 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
There we go, Jack. The pick is in.
I know. I've been waiting. I feel bad for Jarrett Patterson because he's Devin Singletary. Like if he was faster, I would be all about Jarrett Patterson, but now instead he's Devin Singletary, and it makes me sad. So productive though. Second greatest high school football player he's ever seen. Were you the first, Chris?
Doesn't sound like it. If you read the rest of it, use context clues. He was never on the field with him at the same time. Like,
oh no, he was. They were both offense. Chris played offense.
Yeah, see, there you go.
That's one way to take it.
Duvet Kleideman letting us down on this pick. Goodell taking the podium.
No, we've lost all our headway here. We made such good time.
Why am I watching the ABC coverage? I gotta switch that. There we go.
And the 49ers select guard from Notre Dame, Aaron Banks. And as we've talked about, these Notre Dame offensive linemen, they're plug and play from day one. They're NFL ready. They're NFL starters. They are just a offensive line machine. It's them and it's Iowa. Michigan kind of is getting up there. They're producing a lot of quality offensive linemen, but it's just this machine that mass produces NFL offensive linemen, and you can't fault them. It's drafting an offensive lineman is like getting socks for Christmas. It doesn't get you really excited, but you know that it's great.
It's useful.
Well, as a kid, you hate it, but as an adult, you're kind of like, well, how did you know I needed socks? Like,
yeah,
I kind of needed socks. Like, it's really annoying, but I thank you. Like, and it does fit with the theme of the night. All the teams, for the most part, that went out and got quarterback are coming back around and taking
get in line
assets to protect the quarterback. It's not surprising. It's not sexy, but it's something that you got to do. Brian Hill. Brian Hill. Oh dear. And Jack, it's funny that you went through the laundry list of like the old lineman football factories. Yeah, because you got them. If you go back far enough in time, they used to all come from the SEC too. But the SEC still has some that churn out some decent.
Yeah, Bama.
Decent. But it used to be Tennessee back when that was a D1 program. Back when that was still D1, man, they used to turn out like 3 linemen a year. You could just recruit out of that Southeast pool.
Well, it picks in for Arizona already.
Wow.
Ooh.
Sprint to the podium.
Oh, if it's Rondale Moore with Kyler Murray.
Like that. Oh, full Kirk Cousins.
With the I called it. I was right. With the 49th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals are selecting Purdue wide receiver Rondale Moore. And so it was reported that they were very in on Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith or a receiver in the first round. And when those guys were all gone, Zaven Collins was the top guy remaining, but not surprised at all that they came back for a receiver in the second round. And Rondale Moore is just a freak. 4.37, 42.5-inch vertical. That's not humanly possible. The knock on him is he's 5'7". He's a little bit shorter, but so is Kyler Murray. So
Arizona has a type, Jack. They're not afraid of that. They're not afraid of you being 5'7".
Who's taller, Kyler or Rondale Moore?
I think Rondale.
But once we get this highlight package, you'll completely understand why Rondale Moore, because he is maybe the most electric player with the ball in his hands in the entire draft. And keep in mind, a lot of what he did was as a true freshman. He won the Paul Hornung Award as a freshman for the most versatile player in the country as a true freshman. And so people will say, oh, well, if Devontae Smith, if he went to Purdue, he would produce like that. Maybe, but we can't guarantee that. Like, you don't have athletes like Rondale Moore that are just built this way every day. He is Steve Smith incarnate. I'm so excited.
What do you think, Steve?
I mean, I like him. I like Rondale Moore. He's a good prospect. I think his biggest thing is he hasn't played a lot. I mean, you can see it there. Last year, he played just 3 games. He played 4 games in 2019. Jack mentioned it. A lot of his production is from his freshman season. So a lot of what we're seeing has been from a while ago. we're still wondering. He's got some rust. You know what I mean? He's got 7 games in the last 2 years, so it's going to be interesting to see how long it takes him to adjust. I think he could be one of these guys that's a late bloomer. Like the first 5, 6, 7 games of his career, he doesn't do much of anything. And then as soon as he clicks, he clicks.
And the thing for him, too, is the benefit, at least, is even if he does take some time to develop, you can instantly slot him in as a gadget player, run him on the reverses, the screens and stuff, just get the ball in his hands and let him make a play, and then let him work on refining the rest of his game. Because as a pure athlete, he's going to be the most athletic player on the field most of the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, Arizona is not afraid to take athletes and things like that. If you look at what their kind of profile is for wide receiver, they're looking for people that can be versatile. They're looking for guys that they can pitch it to if they need to. And they're really looking for next level kind of athletic things. And their whole receiver room is like that. So they're kind of just looking for one to hit in my mind. And they needed to kind of upgrade in a couple spots, just in the room in general. So that's why if you're looking for like fit, like I like to, Rondale Moore, I don't think would work in a lot of environments. You know what I mean? He wouldn't be he wouldn't work for certain teams, but him going to Arizona, this is one of the best landing spots he could have hoped to have landed in. This is about as good as it was going to ever get. So he's actually become a lot more interesting because of this in my mind.
And
wasn't really sold on it till now.
It officially kills Andy Isabella as well.
Yes,
it was a personal favorite of mine, the receiver drafted 2 years ago in the second round. But Rondale Moore is just a better draft pick than Andy Isabella. Better in there's no comparison whatsoever.
They were going to need to move on from Andy Isabella. I think over the 2 years with him there, they've kind of proven that that's not going to work. And it's time to. And
the problem with them is Andy Isabella is not a slot receiver. He's an outside receiver. He's a field stretcher like Brandon Cooks, but they wanted him to be that slot gadget type, and that was just never going to be him. That is Rondale Moore to the extreme. He is the definition of that player. He's like everything they wanted Andy Isabella to be, Rondale Moore is. And like, how do you defend that? Like, you get Rondale Moore coming on the jet sweep motion, Kyler Murray fakes pop pass, and then you've got DeAndre Hopkins on the outside, like just a little boop, and DeAndre Hopkins is going to catch it. And I'm not mentioning AJ Green because I don't care.
Yeah,
he's the new Larry Fitz. Yeah,
he's just the new Larry Fitz. Yeah.
I will say though, we can't be surprised because I remember Mitch Trubisky. There was always the narrative he can't throw left.
Right.
Kyler Murray won't be throwing right this year because DeAndre Hopkins only lines up at the left wide receiver. AJ Green's going to line up at the right receiver. And so when Kyler Murray doesn't throw to the right at all, we can't say, oh, he can't do it. We instead say, oh, it's AJ Green.
Yeah. That's not fair. AJ Green will have 2 good games, just like Larry Fitzgerald used to do. He'll have 2 usable fantasy games for you at some point. It's not something you actually want to roster.
Oh, boy. All right. So Dave Gettleman trades back and gets the player that we thought the Jets were going to take with the second pick in the second round. They select Georgia edge defender Azeez Ojulari.
Okay.
And so the main reason he fell is apparently there's a little bit of a knee issue that might need cleaned up at some point. Teams were worried about that, but he's the most pro-ready pass rusher immediately. He is a technically sound. He's undersized, but in terms of his pass rush moveset, his hands, he is the most NFL ready immediately. And so the Giants get an absolute steal and they need a pass rusher.
I was going to say, this makes actually too much sense given what we saw last night for the Giants. They actually did something that will actually improve a position of need on their team after trading down and amassing capital to do it. This all makes too much sense. They've got Gettleman locked back in the closet. That's what's going on here.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, it's a defensive lineman. Gettleman, he's good at drafting defensive linemen. He just does it too early.
That's fair.
But by the way, before we get too off of it, to put a bow on it, Rondale Moore, 8.41 in the model, lands right between Jalen Reagor and Henry Ruggs from last season.
Oh, I love that. And so now, of the 3, who do you prefer?
Of the 3 that have gone tonight?
No, out of Rondale Moore, Jalen Reagor, Henry Ruggs, those 3 that are lined up together.
Boy, that is a fantastic
That's
question.
a good one because it's all near the back end of your. You're talking about redraft, Jack, because it's going to be all near the back end of your redraft.
Well, because what I would say Rager. Like coming into the draft, I definitely would have said Rager, but they took Devonta Smith last night.
Right.
They took a first round wide receiver to essentially eliminate Rager. So at the same time, now you've got Moore who goes in a situation with DeAndre Hopkins. Neither one of them is in an alpha spot. Whereas who's the other guy with Ruggs in Vegas?
But on the other end of that is John Brown going to be starting over Ruggs because Ruggs isn't it.
I suppose.
Even if he was, is John Brown?
I'm saying I evaluate. Well,
Fair.
even that. I'm saying I evaluate all three of those guys about the same as of right now. And you look at the alpha receivers they're competing with are Devonta Smith, DeAndre Hopkins, and John Brown.
Yeah,
Which one of those is the least scary? And I'd say it's John Brown, and it's Ruggs as the best opportunity.
And I think that comes back to the correct answer is Darren Waller.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Darren
Waller. Exactly.
This is all being one long way of explaining. Darren Waller.
There it is.
Darren
You're not
Waller.
wrong.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh boy, love Darren Waller.
All right, we are on pick 51, correct?
Correct.
Waiting
Yes,
for
indeed.
Washington. All right, while we wait for Washington, let's do a little recap here. So we will look back at our first half of the second round recap. Our round recaps tonight are brought to you by our friends at Monkey Knife Fight. For a limited time, first-time depositors can use promo code NONSENSE, and Monkey Knife Fight will match you up to 100%, up to $100. Go to monkeyknifefight.com, promo code NONSENSE. So from the first half of the second round, gentlemen.
Sorry to
jumps out to you?
interrupt. We have pick number 51 overall to the Washington football team. They get their left tackle that we talked about them needing in Samuel Cosme from Texas.
Okay.
Continue, my friends.
Go ahead. That was it. What jumps out to you on this page? First round recap or first half recap of the second round.
So instantly, it's got to be Javonte Williams because of the mess it creates for 2021.
It does create a bit of a mess. I'm going to go with Elijah Moore as the one that jumps out the most, just because it's kind of signals, really sadly, probably the demise of Jamison Crowder, who will likely, to your point earlier, Jack, will likely be moved on from and will have to go find another place to go try and restart his career. But Elijah Moore, to me, is interesting. Is kind of like, even in redraft, is kind of possibly a late round flyer. You might not even need to draft him. He might actually be more like waiver and see how it goes. In a rookie draft situation, I could see him being kind of a later selection a little bit, and you could probably see him fall a little bit because he ended up going to the Jets. But I'll echo what I said before. We've seen that before. The system the Jets run, that slot receiver role actually does have value there. They do have to throw because they can't do much. So I think he actually could, once he gets his feet under him, he could actually be the one with the career long term that you want. What do you think, Steve? There's only two offensive options, so
Hey, he could talk about the linemen.
Well, I was gonna say he could play tiebreaker for us too. That's what I was thinking we would try and get there.
I mean, no, for me, it's Elijah Moore. We talked about it. He was one of my top-rated wide receivers coming in. I hated the landing spot for Bateman. I don't know if I've mentioned that. But
you'll mention it again on Twitter many times as we get to preseason.
But for me, Moore lands in a really good spot. Interesting with the rookie. That's the part of it that scares me, but that they're coming in together. They have a real good opportunity to gain some chemistry, especially early on. I think preseason is going to be very telling for what happens with Elijah Moore. But yeah, like I said, he grades out fairly well. I think he's going to end up being one of the sleeper picks you're going to be able to get in rookie drafts and redraft as well.
And so we do have a trade. The Carolina Panthers have traded back from pick 52. They give up pick 52 and their fourth round pick, pick 113. And Cleveland trades up, gives up pick 59, as well as their third round this year, pick 89.
So 59 and 89, you say?
59 and 89 from Cleveland for 52 and 113 from Carolina.
59, 89.
And that's something you'll notice a lot with Cleveland is even when they move up, they're not giving up picks. And that's one of the cardinal sins that general managers make is giving up a draft pick and not moving back in the draft. You'll see Bill Belichick do it all the time. You'll see the Ravens do it all the time. If they're moving up, it's for a pick swap, not just burning a pick that they no longer have. Because most good general managers anyways know they're not good at it. They're not good at picking players. Is that Randy Savage on the screen? Looks like me. How
Oh yeah, look at that. I just see it.
Oh, and the Browns are crushing it. Oh my word. They traded up to select the linebacker that everyone
been
thought
talking about this whole time.
that they were going to select in the first round, the player that me couldn't believe they passed on, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, and he is the perfect fit there because the Browns want to play one linebacker on the field at a time, and they want him to cover. JOK can do that to the nines.
It's a really fantastic trade. You didn't give up a pick to even do it, and you got what was, for my money at this point, probably the best overall player on the board. And he's a fit for what they're trying to do. When did Cleveland get good at things?
Right.
It's been a couple years. Look at that.
It's because they started trusting Jonah Hill. And for those who don't know, the guy in charge of not the guy in charge of the Browns, Paul DePodesta, he is the guy that was left over from the old Cleveland regime and with Sashi Brown. He's the only one that they kept in charge. He is actually the Jonah Hill character from Moneyball. They don't use his real name. He's now in Cleveland, and so he's the one that hired Kevin Stefanski, the one that hired Andrew Barry. He's kind of on the business side, but hired the right people. And so we can all thank Jonah Hill for how good the Cleveland Browns are. You love to see it. It is money, and I'm not talking Manziel.
Yeah, you can't do that in Cleveland. Not get tomatoes thrown at you.
No, I think it is
politely asked to leave.
It's a state crime in the state of Ohio.
Ohio to bring up Johnny Manziel.
To do the money sign, anyways. You can bring up Johnny Manziel, but only disparaging.
Only in a defamatory way. Yeah. Okay. Cleveland on their home turf with a couple of solid draft picks here.
They are really building that defense, but the one thing they do need, another wide receiver. Because we don't know about Odell. I think he'll be back, but
he'll probably be back, but in what condition?
Exactly, and
how long?
And he's also 28 years old at this point. Jarvis Landry, we know and love Jarvis Landry, but he is what he is. He's a wide receiver 2 at best. He's a slot guy. Yep. Rashard Higgins is fine as your wide receiver 3, but when you don't trust Odell as your wide receiver 1, you're one play away from Rashard Higgins being your wide receiver 1, and then that's a terrible situation.
Well, you remember Rashard Higgins was basically in danger of getting cut up until the last 4 or 5 games of last season when they finally kind of were like, look, we're going to you, man, and if you keep dropping it, you're going to be gone.
Yeah.
And then he actually managed to fix his head and turn it around, had a really nice down the stretch run throughout the season to where he actually made it onto the fantasy radar for the first time in a real way that actually mattered. But is that the kind of thing that you want to try and trust, to repeat again in 2021? It's kind of like a lottery ticket to me. We'll see how that ends up.
Browns, good on the city of Cleveland. They deserve this, honestly.
Right.
They have not.
I like how they're having a random guy announce Owusu-Koramoah.
It's because Goodell can't say it. He's tried.
I'm kind of annoyed that that guy on stage stole my gimmick.
Yeah, and then did it better because he had the better props. Yeah. Yeah, now you're gonna have to go get one of those jackets, those leather jackets with the fringe, like that guy has. That's not gonna be cheap.
I'm gonna have to go full Macho Man.
There's got to be a thrift store somewhere in Canada that'll have some of this stuff. I also like how they have this outside and people all have a mask somewhere on their face, but nobody's actually wearing it.
No one
correctly.
covering their mouth, yeah.
Nobody's actually covering their mouth. And if they are covering their mouth, they're not covering their nose. It's like, what's the point?
Yeah, again, that to me right now, that's the steal of the draft, right? Owusu Koromoa was a top 15 prospect, and here he is a pick 52 for
Some
Cleveland.
of value, return on
Right.
investment. Yeah, this is the best pick.
And you want to talk about what they've already done as well. In the draft, you got Newsome, the cornerback from Northwestern, in the first round, and now you move up for, like we've talked about, minimal to move up, and you're able to get another top 15 player. So, yeah, it's a pretty good run for them here so far.
Jason's upset that the Chargers didn't grab Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. And he's also upset that I didn't mention Donovan Peoples-Jones. Like, what do you want? I'm sorry I didn't bring up the fourth receiver in Cleveland who moves to the third receiver.
Yeah, sorry.
If and when Odell gets hurt. Like, that's the guy I'm trying to replace by drafting Terrace Marshall.
That's fair.
I can't really argue with you about that. It's not like Donovan Peoples-Jones is a bad football player per se. It's just,
with pick 53 overall in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans are selecting offensive tackle from North Dakota State, Dylan Radunz.
All right. Well, they did need the offensive tackle. They definitely need a wide receiver too, though. So
yeah,
I was kind of hoping that might be the Terrace Marshall spot.
Me as well. Still a great pick because Radunz is a phenomenal athlete. He gets kind of the knock because he's playing at North Dakota State small school.
But I believe he was still in the top 50 overall, right? I think he was one of the higher rated prospects in the entire draft still. So.
A lot of people had him going in the first round. He had that kind of buzz. So it's a phenomenal pick. It just they're still operating with Josh Reynolds as wide receiver too.
Yeah.
Which you love.
I don't love. I don't want him wide receiver 2. I want him wide receiver 3. I want him
in his sweet spot.
Yeah, that's where he
natural habitat.
Well, not as a co-wide receiver 3 with Van Jefferson, a true wide receiver 3, AJ Brown, Terrace Marshall, and him. Look, that's what we want.
I agree. The Titans needed a wide receiver. I would make the argument that they needed O-line help more than they needed any kind of wide receiver, given where we are in this process and what's still available to you.
I can't say you're wrong. Makes a lot of sense.
Because they were just ravaged by the offseason in terms of things they lost. They got a lot of holes to fill on a team that's trying to be a playoff team again.
So now we got the Colts up at 54.
They killed it last night. Let's see if they can repeat it right here. I got to believe they're sticking defense as well. Keep amassing cheap, young defensive talent, which they seem to be really good at. What does Thanos think, Jack? What are the Colts going to do here?
He's hoping for a left tackle because they desperately need one. However, not
late.
sure. Yeah,
right.
Pretty big run on offensive linemen.
Yeah, I think that's what all those trades were for. People are like, I'm not missing my lineman chance. Give me that.
I think you're left with Brady Christensen from BYU and then Spencer Brown from Northern Iowa, which is a big drop off. So
yeah, it kind of goes off a cliff here.
Hopefully it's Christensen. I think that should be the pick.
Is that like PFF grade? Is that what you're looking at?
No, that's my own personal.
I got you. Because NFL has Stone Forsythe as the top tackle available.
I have him alongside Spencer Brown in kind of that developmental range. I just have Spencer Brown slightly ahead because he is, in terms of relative athletic score from Kent Lee Platt, he is number 1. He is a 10.0. So,
oh, there we go. Resident Colt fan, Port Nonsense contributor Jordan McDonald. What up, Jordan?
Colts. Yeah, he is right. I had the Colts actually taking Dylan Redunds in round 1. Jordan is fuming. I'm kind of glad Jordan's not on the stream right now because the F-bombs that he would be dropping right now.
Wouldn't be usable. We'd have to cut the stream,
Yeah.
cut his mic. Yeah.
We'd be demonetized immediately. We'd be banned,
When did we
probably.
get monetized? When did that happen?
We have to get monetized first.
Yeah, you gotta get monetized first, Jack, before they can demonetize you. So at this point, I can say whatever I want. I'm gonna do the George Carlin 7 words you can't say on TV bit. Ready? Here we go.
Here it comes. All right, I just looked over. It looks like Indy's going with Pizza Hut. What are your thoughts?
Should have gone Papa John's. What a horrible
Oh,
oversight.
wow. Talk about a controversial pick.
Yeah,
They've
no
got
kidding. You
serious
should have
off
gone
the field
Domino's.
issues.
What the heck?
I was going to serious off the field issues, is put it kindly. He fell in the draft because of
A
it.
ton of red flags. Just can't.
What are you going, Jack? You going Domino's?
Oh, yeah, Domino's for sure. You can't cancel the uncancelable.
You can try.
They canceled him pretty good, man. The only thing they couldn't do was take. The only thing they couldn't do was take him off the pizza boxes because he owns the business.
He's just working on his vocabulary, you know?
There's the off the field issues right there.
Yeah, him and Jerry Falwell both just working on the vocabulary. Yeah, it's fine.
All right, Indy, let's go. Come on,
Yeah,
Chris
they're milking
Ballard.
it. The pick's been in
Yeah.
forever. Milking it now. Let's go.
Well, I think it's an issue now too with the NFL. Like they're getting this leaking too much.
We're getting too far into it too quickly. We're not running enough commercials. We got to slow down. Got to get this many commercial breaks.
Got to
in
make
during this
that
time.
dollar.
Yeah, I got to get paid. Okay. And I think Jack's source has been shut down by the FCC because he's operating some sort of like time travel ring where he's just not too far in the future, but just far enough in the future. Like,
He's using death crystals.
it's a second Rick and Morty reference. 2 days from
And
you.
Probably not the last. And we are back and live looking at the Indianapolis Colts fans in attendance.
They're gonna beat that to death. This is the biggest season ever. They're just gonna run that pun into the ground, aren't they?
Yep.
Considering we're already almost there. Yeah. Boy, I've lived in Cleveland for years. That's the nicest I've ever seen it look. That's got to be stock footage. But it's not raining. Anyone who's ever lived in Cleveland, I tell you, it should be raining right now. It was rained for a little while even last night when it was on camera.
So far tonight, we had Moore at 34 to the Jets, Williams at 35 to the Broncos, and then a lot of stuff we don't care about.
Mhm.
And then
Vamp for an hour and a half.
Right. And then Cliff Kingsbury and his beautiful hair saved us
Yep.
at 49.
And we
And
are
now
not,
we've had another slog of picks here.
and it's not getting better anytime soon because with pick 54 overall in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts are selecting defensive end Dayo Odeyanegbo.
You were so close.
I
You
was
had
going to
it.
say, you actually
You're
got
right there,
really,
buddy.
really far into that.
You did. I wish that's the guy that Cleveland had the random guy off the street talking about. That would have been great.
Good luck.
Here you go. Just remember, if you say it wrong, it doesn't count.
Yeah.
They
You
forfeit
get
the
literally
pick.
the person you named. We'll have to go find them. I don't know.
So yeah, Colts are going all in on that defense. Still don't have a left tackle.
That's what I've been saying, though. They need to keep amassing cheap young defensive talent because they've got some big contracts coming up in the next year and two. Jack, I know you know what I'm talking about. They have some decisions to make. Quentin Nelson's going
to guard in the NFL.
You can't let him go.
Nope.
For what he does for you, like you got to pay him. It's doesn't make any sense to let him go.
You have to pay the best guard in the league, the best guard money, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to sacrifice somewhere here as you get some of these contracts that stop being cheap. And I think that they're going to move on from some of their higher. The goal is to move on from some of their higher paid defensive guys, reload with young talent, and keep going because they still have a pretty young defense, and it was pretty good. So I can't say I hate the pick, at least the theory behind the pick.
Right.
Even though I agree with you that, yes, they could really use a left tackle in the worst way. But considering you're telling me that there's like 2 options left and they're all developmental projects.
With the 55th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers are selecting tight end Pat Freiermuth.
Hey, we're back.
Hey, why? Why did they do it? Why would they do this?
I'm so disappointed.
Why?
Got to replace Vance McDonald, man.
Oh.
He's gone.
Eric Ebron.
Sure it is. Oh, it's fantastic. Tied into the future.
Oh, hold on. We'll have a
running back
here.
and a tight end from the Steelers. A very, very Steelers draft.
It is so far. Well, I mean, I did like Pat Freiermuth until right there.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right, like the player, hate the situation.
That was the spot where it just murdered it for me, but that's all right.
They're giving him the Hunter Henry comp on NFL Network, and it makes complete sense. They call him Baby Gronk, and he's the same size as Gronk coming out, probably less athletic, doesn't have the same after-catch ability, same catch radius, but he can do the same things. He's an inline blocker, has the size, has everything you want out of a modern tight end, and he'll be good in real life. Just this has ruined him for fantasy.
Yeah, destroys any kind of fantasy.
He's going to fall into that really good football player in real life that we are not interested in for fantasy purposes category pretty quickly.
Yep.
We'll check back in on this in like 2-3 years, and we'll see what happens. That's unfortunately kind of how that goes. Certainly no value for 2021. Boy, this is just disappointing, isn't it, gentlemen? This
It's just letdown after letdown.
The hits. You know how they say the hits don't stop? For this, the hits never started. They just. I do like the Hunter Henry comp for him though, because he does do a lot of the same things really well in terms of catching the football and serviceable enough blocker.
I mean, yeah, physically he's more of a pass catcher than he is a blocker, which is why to me, I thought he made a lot of sense in a situation where he'd get volume, where he'd be able to get target percentage, and it's not even like it's a horrible passing offense. You know what I mean? We've talked about how Eric Ebron, has had some usability being there, getting target volume, but dropped him his prime is nobody that you actually want to rely on. Shout out to Jordan in the chat.
Yeah, there you go, Jordan.
But with Freiermuth there, I mean, realistically, even if he beats out Ebron, which shouldn't be difficult, then you're talking about Juju still, who came back. You're talking about Chase Claypool. You're talking about Deontay Johnson. There's just so many mouths to feed in that offense that he's at best the fourth guy. Yeah. It's really disheartening.
Before, even without Ebron, when it was just before Ebron, when it was just Vance McDonald.
Yeah. It's
the same problem. He's fourth in the pecking order. And so you'll have some games where he's going to actually have some value, and then he just completely disappears. You just can't count on it because you don't know when it's going to happen. And thinking long term, what I don't care for is the idea that we just don't know who the quarterback's going to be, right? We got Ben Roethlisberger for this year. Maybe you got like one more year after that, and then what? You can't tell me that it's going to be Mason Rudolph and anybody's going to feel good about that.
No,
like that's not going to be.
I mean, I could tell you that it's Mason Rudolph.
Sure,
but the qualifier that you have to feel good about it is the part that gets you. So
Yep. So if that's going to be the case, then Fryermuth for this year, no. And then for
Well,
Dynasty,
again, this goes back to what we were talking about kind of before with Pitts. Is it's a very rare occasion that a rookie tight end actually pans out. So if you're
Nearly
taking a tight end in a rookie draft anyway, you're taking them for long term.
Mhm.
You're taking them for down the line. So at least for this, Fryermuth was a guy I had circled for. Maybe he's a 3rd round pick that could produce for me in year 2 or 3, but now I find that very unlikely.
Yeah, so even for that's what I was building to. Even for Dynasty,
Yeah.
like realistically speaking, kind of out on this now.
Even for
Maybe-
Dynasty,
yeah.
I'm done.
Maybe if I had like
Sorry,
a 4th
Pat.
round, if I had like
I know
a 4th round,
he's
pick in
probably
Dynasty-
excited about it to stay close to home, but
Sure, I'm sure he loves it. I'm sure he's having a great day. Plus, you get to play on a winning team with a history of success with Mike Tomlin. Like, sure, that's
Right.
fine. That all sounds great.
the drill
Uh,
instructor.
Yeah, cut your eyelids off, which is disingenuous that you still have eyelids when you say that to people. But yeah, no, even for Dynasty now, like maybe a 4th round pick depending on like there'd have to be a really special set of circumstances.
Right.
But like maybe you could get I'd spend a 4th round pick on it on like a 1-year not a 1-year contract, like a minimum contract type of deal to have him for a couple of years to see if he pans out.
Sure, right.
This totally kills it for me. You'd have to have some deep benches to even want to do that at this point. It's pretty different.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, like Jack was just talking about before, when you put it in the model using the same thing, same compensation, all of that, Pat Fryermuth comes in at 6.59. Guys in that same area, OJ Howard. So
Okay.
again, not super great, but Gerald
We all
Everett.
love the potential.
Yeah, Gerald Everett,
Yeah.
Zach Ertz, Rob
Okay.
Gronkowski, Hunter
Mhm.
Henry, Benjamin Watson,
Yeah,
Jeremy
there we go.
Stevens.
There you go.
Yeah.
So,
So
it's the same thing, but again, it's just we talk about it all the time: talent over opportunity. He has the talent. That's not the question. The problem is he's 4th in the pecking order.
Yeah.
So, how much opportunity can he
best.
possibly get?
That's
What's
what we were
his
just talking
ceiling?
about, Jack, while you just step away there for a moment. He's 4th in the pecking order at best on a 2-year developmental project. So even for Dynasty, for Steve.
And I meant, you know what, and that's true too. Brings up a good point there, Mr. Macho Man. I mentioned the 3 wide receivers, and he beats out Ebron, right? I didn't even mention Najee Harris.
Yeah.
So maybe 5th in the pecking
Yeah.
order.
Oh,
I mean,
with
I don't know.
With the 56th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks are selecting wide receiver from Western Michigan, Dwayne Eskridge.
They did it.
Wow.
I was been waiting for this. They did it. You knew somebody was going to do this on day
Yeah.
2, Jack. You knew somebody was going to do it.
Yeah, and it works with what Seattle wants to do. He fits in like field stretcher alongside Tyler Lockett,
Well, kick
alongside
returner
DK
too.
Metcalf.
I was talking
returner.
about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like he's very much the next evolution of Tyler Lockett in that system, which is what before him Doug Baldwin was. They always have that guy and then that up and coming guy.
And they needed to do something long term, the eventual replacement for Tyler Lockett, but the immediate replacement to David Moore.
Exactly. And so level of competition.
The kick return. This is what
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Yep.
When I was cycling through all this footage of Dwayne Eskridge, it's so hard to find stuff to cut because there's just so much in the highlight reel to love about this kid. Like, look at the move out of the break. There he goes, super speed, and then he shakes off the guy at the goal line. Like, he can do so much with the ball in his hands. You just throw it to him and let him go. It's
Yeah.
very interesting that he would slot in Seattle. So now he probably he's the slot guy, right?
Yes,
Like,
that's what I was
he's-
saying. The immediate replacement to David Moore. He will.
Yeah,
slot
it'll
in
be
for this
him
year.
and Lockett will be rotating in and out, kind of like you'll have
Yeah.
Metcalf posted up on the outside, and then depending on the form or on the set, the play, whatever, it'll be him and Lockett rotating in and out, doing that kind of the heavy lifting, I suppose.
Mhm. And what to your point, Steve? What I like most about Dwayne Eskridge on tape is that he's kind of an angle breaker. So he's very good at finding that angle the defense can't cover, and then he will just outrun everybody to the point, and then he is gone.
He
So all you
came
gotta
in
do is hit him
faster
stride.
than expected too. Came in with a 4.40 at his pro day, adjusted 4.45, which is not what I expected. I was thinking more Deontay Johnson 4.5 ish.
Yeah. The one knock, I guess, on this whole thing for fantasy purposes being, Seattle not necessarily the highest volume passing offense. So
Right.
Considering they just fired their offensive coordinator for passing too much.
there you go.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
what I'm alluding to.
Well, I mean, and like I said, when we talk about the dual use guys, we're looking at like specialty leagues as well, where you incorporate special teams, where your punt yards, kick, all-purpose yards. That's where Dwayne Eskridge is going to have his bread and butter, is when you have those specialty type situations. Let's see, putting him in the model with that draft capital, 7.01. So he lands just ahead of Chase Claypool, right behind Antonio Gandy Golden from last season.
Okay.
Makes
We
sense.
all know what Chase Claypool was able to do.
Yeah.
Antonio
But
Gandy
again,
Golden,
different
not so much.
situation. But
Yeah, different
still.
situation.
No, and
No, I
he's-
like it
he's-
quite a bit for what Seattle needs and
Yeah.
for what they needed to replace and the long-term health of the franchise. This is a quality pick in my eyes. Less excited
Yeah.
about it for fantasy, unfortunately.
Right.
He very much steps in as like the Deontay Johnson of Seattle immediately, where he will be a starting receiver right off the hop. He'll work his way in, and if he can produce with it, then he'll get more and more targets, like we saw with Deontay Johnson in year 2. It'll just depend on how much he endears himself to Russ.
Right. So now we're on the Rams for the first time in this draft.
Rumor
So-
is they're looking at a center, and ew. Oh, with pick 57 overall, the Los Angeles Rams are selecting 149-pound wide receiver Tutu Atwell
They're
Wow.
doing it.
of Louisville.
They're doing it. Oh my goodness.
Oh
doing it.
my! And so that recently,
do it.
Tutu did get up to 160 pounds. He filmed himself on an electronic scale. I don't know how accurate we can believe that video to be, but like, what an awful pick, especially when you just drafted Van Jefferson to do the same thing last year, and you already have
Josh
money.
Yeah, Chuck.
You have money invested in Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods. So, like, where does he fit when you don't have a great offensive line, when you have a defense that's going to be worse than it was last year? It's a very much an LA Rams pick.
Oh.
Oh, boy. He is just so small.
And he's small to the point that I worry about it because he's technically fast enough to outrun a lot of these guys, but is he going to be fast enough to never get a hand put on him at all? Because
No.
that's really all it should take is just kind of one paw and just shove him down.
Yeah, like he's fast, but he is 4.39 pro day, which means he's an adjusted 4.44, which is fast, but not elite level fast. That's Justin Jefferson fast, which is like a fast receiver, but not a Deshaun Jackson level 4.3. So it's just
And once again, we've seen the player comp come in perfectly twice now tonight.
Yep.
First, no
Yeah.
Sean Moreno to Denver.
Yep.
And now Tavon Austin to the Rams.
Tavon
So-
Austin is a great comp for what Tutu Atwell does and projects.
It is. Also,
Very accurate.
I don't know if there's any truth to this, but I have been told that in Madden, you cannot create a player as small as Tutu Atwell. So,
Well, they'll have to get that corrected now.
yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
It's in the game, as we know, Steve.
no.
Wow. This is-
Reminds me of Trindon Holiday, who I think was the smallest NFL player to this point. And now you've got Tutu Atwell, who checked in at 149 pounds. That's not NFL size.
Right.
It's just
No.
not. They're giving him Jakeem Grant comparisons on the TV, but Jakeem Grant's a lot bigger than Tutu Atwell.
I was going to say 5'9", I think is being generous to be
Yeah.
perfectly blunt about it. And yeah, so can somebody who's 5'9", maybe a hair under, and roughly about 150 pounds, can somebody like that actually survive in the NFL? The car crash that you will inevitably take,
Right.
one would think, would be the end of that.
And he doesn't have like a good vertical either. 33 inches. That's incredibly average. And like for a player that small, we're looking at Rondale Moore. He has a 42.5-inch vertical. So Rondale Moore is jumping over almost 10 inches more than Tutu Atwell. that's what you need to do when you're that small. You need to be that type of freak, and Tutu isn't.
Well,
Right.
NFL Network's comparing him to Hollywood Brown, and I kind of get that too, to a certain extent.
Hollywood's got 25
Hollywood-
or
I was going to say Hollywood's 25 pounds at least heavier
Yeah.
than Tutu Atwell is. So
I think
There's
that.
Hollywood
Hollywood was 166 when he checked in. I think he's up to 170 something now. So yeah.
so it could be possible, and I don't want to be too negative about it, but yeah, no, I'm not to Jack's level of disgust, but I definitely have an eyebrow raised about this because I think Jack's about ready to start writing Sean McVay letters here in a minute. Like, dear sir,
I have said, I'm on record saying I will never forgive Daniel Jeremiah for having him as a first round player.
Yeah.
This is disgusting. Anyways, the pick is in with pick 58 overall. The Kansas City Chiefs are selecting linebacker Nick Bolton from Missouri, which
okay,
is a good pick. Nick Bolton is just like the solid second round linebacker that you need. It's not a great, doesn't feel great, but you need that.
And we didn't get a chance to talk about Kansas City at all either. This is their first time on the clock, and they're another one that definitely needs an upgrade in the wide receiver room. So I was kind of thinking that this may be a spot where we'd see one of these guys go like like Terrace Marshall. I mean, to fit in there, or I'm blanking right now.
Yeah, because as it stands,
Who's the other one?
it's Tyreek Hill, it's Byron Pringle, and it's Nicole Hardman, and it's Demarcus Robinson.
and that's all you got.
Right.
Like, you need another receiver. Who are you hoping for or thinking of?
Oh no.
Diami Brown?
Yeah, Deami Brown, Josh
Yeah.
Palmer,
There's a couple,
those
frankly,
type of guys. Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
Tutu Atwell.
Not Tutu.
I could have seen it, though, because he's just McCole Hardman, but
That's what I mean. It
Slower.
would fit the profile of what the Chiefs do.
Right.
That's why it would be less confusing than watching what just happened immediately prior. And Steve, I'm curious because I know you're probably still keening into the model, but where does
Tutu Atwell is not even in the model. He doesn't
okay.
fit. So there you go. Knew you were going to ask me that, so I looked and I was like, no, I don't have enough information on him. It's invalid results.
Jeez. I can't get over that. Anyways, the next picks are the Panthers, the Saints, the Bills, the Packers, the Chiefs, and the Buccaneers if no trades are made.
So, Steve, it sounded like you were pretty much in alignment with everybody else in the room on Tutu Atwell and just kind of being confused by it. Not something that I think any of us are interested in for fantasy purposes, really at any level.
No.
I will never, ever roster Tutu Atwell. I promise you that. He is too small. No.
It
Too
doesn't
small.
Again, you'd have to go. I would have to think he'd be in a perfect situation
Mhm.
in order for him to be usable at any level. I'm talking rounds 1 through 4 in a rookie draft.
Mhm.
He'd have to fall into a perfect scenario, and I can't even think of what that would be.
Yeah. Well,
It's
even
not
the one-
LA.
Well, even
Yeah.
the one that, well, I mean, if they're going to use him as like what they had Tavon Austin doing, where they were just like basically using him as like a running back that you split out wide, you could
Right.
try that, but he's not really big enough for that because at some point he's going to get whacked.
even
and that's
then,
going to be the end of that story.
I understand that it was Jared Goff, and now it's transitioning to Matthew Stafford. But
Mhm.
I mean, 2 years ago, Brandon Cooks was the third wide receiver on that team and was in the mid 40s in PPR.
Yeah.
Last year, it was Josh Reynolds, was outside the top 60.
Top 60.
You have Robert Woods and Cooper Kupp. It's very top heavy. With Gerald Everett gone, all of your red zone work is now going to Tyler Higbee. You've got Cam Akers coming into the second year. He's going to be your pass catcher out of the backfield. I don't see a slot receiver able to be fantasy usable in even the deepest of leagues on a weekly basis.
Well,
so
and
unless
even
something
then-
happens
even
to
then,
one of the
wouldn't it be
top end
Van
guys,
Jefferson?
right?
Like, wouldn't it still be Van Jefferson at that point? So at what level could this ever help anyone for fantasy purposes? And
Yeah.
it is not quite the level of befuddlement that I was at last night with Dave Gettleman, but it's on the page.
It's close.
No, I think this is a worse pick than him because the Rams don't. The Rams have, the Rams have other needs, and
Yeah, they have real problems.
yeah, and they don't have enough picks to
Well, unlike the Giants, the Rams are actually theoretically a playoff team, or at least borderline of it. You needed to do something to shore up your weaknesses. Do you want to keep doing that? And they wasted a second-round pick. You're like,
Like I put together that highlight package, Jack, like we had talked about offline, and I put it together thinking, well, this is one of the ones we'll never use. This is one of the ones that just will go by the wayside and no one will ever see. So I really don't care about it. And here we are in the second round, and he goes to LA. Amazing.
Some teams.
So now we're waiting on Carolina
Yep.
to make their pick,
Yeah.
as
we're
you
clipping
mentioned,
through the
with
back
the
half of the
Saints
second round.
immediately behind them. So from a fantasy perspective, I think Carolina probably continues to go defense here. I
That's
think
how
they're more than likely set on obviously running back and wide receiver. The only thing that maybe they do is this could be potential spot for Kellen Mond.
Oh,
I don't know.
the pick is in with pick 59 overall in the 2021 NFL draft. The Panthers are reuniting Joe Brady with wide receiver from LSU, Terrace
Wow.
Marshall.
Okay.
That
We
is
talked
cool.
yesterday about who's going to help DJ Moore.
That's a great pick. That is
In
how
the slot, right?
so what Joe Brady, yeah, it'll be the slot. So the way the Joe Brady offense kind of works is he has the Jamar Chase role on the outside, which is DJ Moore. That's what he's built for. And then there's the Robbie Anderson role, which is the 2 years ago, that's the role that Terrace Marshall played on the outside opposite, where it's not as important. That's where Robbie Anderson plays. And then the slot is the Justin Jefferson role, and that's the role that Terrace Marshall moved into this past year at LSU when he's not competing with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
So yeah, instantly Terrace Marshall moves into the slot. But no matter what, all three of these guys can play all three wide receiver positions. It really raises the floor and the ceiling of Sam Darnold, and I hate to say that. I'm not a Sam Darnold fan at all, but like this, if you're going to make Sam Darnold a successful NFL quarterback, a fantasy relevant NFL quarterback, this is how you do it. So yeah, he can't do the same gadget stuff that Curtis Samuel could do. He's not going to be running out of the backfield. He's a little bit too tall and gangly for that, but as a route runner, as a receiver, probably better than Curtis Samuel off the hop. So, yeah, love this move.
It's very interesting. And again, when you look at that, it's a good comp. Sidney Rice, what they're able to do there. I believe I can get you the actual numbers there. I think that graphic is wrong. There's no way it's that high. Let's see.
People forget too how good Sidney Rice was. When
I was
he
going to
in
say,
the NFL.
yeah, Sidney Rice was a solid contributor for.
If it weren't for injuries, he would have played another 5-6 years too. He retired young.
Yeah, Terrace Marshall for Dr. Dynasty, 12th overall, wide receiver 5. In the ECR, 13 overall, wide receiver 6 is the actual number there. So that graphic is slightly off. But, I mean, again, putting him in the slot, like you said, Curtis Samuel, that role, it was able to be successful last season. He should be able to transition and know the offense pretty well off the jump. So,
and you know what the funniest part is the Packers missed out.
Yeah.
Terrace Marshall would have been the perfect pick for the Packers, but nope.
Right. So 7.63 puts him just a hair ahead of Jalen Waddle, T. Higgins, Antonio Gandy Golden, just right behind Kadarius Toney.
And who would you rather have in 2021? Kadarius Toney or Terrace Marshall? I'm going Terrace Marshall.
If I'm playing in PPR.
Yeah.
I'm going Terrace Marshall in 2021. I'm going Terrace Marshall in Dynasty. Terrace Marshall is my wide receiver 4, and I have him in the same tier. It's Devontae Smith at 2, Rashad Bateman at 3, and Terrace Marshall at 4. And I don't care how you order them within that tier. That's how I have it, but I'm not going to argue with any of those guys.
Right.
Put Terrace Marshall, wide receiver 2, Rashad Bateman, number 2, wide receiver 2. I'm thrilled with all of that.
So for me, Terrace Marshall, and by the way, too, just want to clarify. Part of what the issue is for the model with Jalen Waddle, because I have gotten that question. The pre-draft ranking, the post-draft ranking is all based on whatever the pre-draft ranking was and then factoring in draft capital. The pre-draft ranking factors in the player profiler dominator rating, which is all about the stats you put up on your team, how much of the target share and everything you're getting on the team. So when you're Waddle and you're playing with Devonta Smith and you're hurt some of the time.
And then you only play 3 games too.
Yeah,
And you're playing.
It hurts your stock substantially. So that's why he's coming in ranked so low compared to where others might typically have him.
Terrace Marshall will have that same problem too. He only played 7 games this past year. And in the year before, he was playing with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. So he wasn't completely dominant. However, what we saw from him this year, he did score 10 touchdowns in those 7 games. I am just a big fan of all these LSU receivers. I love them. But anyways, moving on from that, with the 60th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints are selecting linebacker Pete Werner out of Ohio State. And Werner is that, who was it? Levante David that the Saints traded for and then tore his Achilles. He is that replacement 1-for-1, just the athletic roamer sideline to sideline. Guy who can rush the passer a little bit, can do whatever you need him to. So, very Saints pick. Last year, they drafted Zach Baum, linebacker, similar type of guy, more of a pass rusher. Kind of weird taking back-to-back linebackers in the second round when you've got Demario Davis, too, and other needs like receiver. But trust in
the Saints. You throw all logic out the window here.
Trust in Sean Payton, I guess. I don't, but
Well, we've had a nice little run of wide receivers here, and I thought that might happen when Kansas City was on the board as well, and they're the only team that didn't go wide receiver. So
they'll be back up soon, though, so they could.
Yeah, there's still guys out there, so maybe that's why they took Bolton.
I was going to say, you still got a handful of wide receivers that I think will be ready to contribute depending on landing spot here.
Oh, and Ian Rappaport, putting out exactly what I had said. The Saints were pondering a reunion with Quan Alexander, depending on how the recovery from the Achilles went. This may change their plans with that. And it should, because you shouldn't be paying a linebacker over $10 million to come back from an Achilles tear.
Right.
You shouldn't do that. It's like Marlon Mack getting the vet minimum. That's what you pay guys coming back from an Achilles tear.
Yeah. So now we got Buffalo on the clock, Green Bay on deck.
Buffalo
would really love to see Green Bay get a wide receiver and do something smart, but that doesn't seem like
that doesn't feel like it's going to happen.
All right, so what is Green Bay going to do? What would piss Aaron Rodgers off the most?
Defensive tackle.
I was going to say D tackle, linebacker, punter. Sure. Yeah. If you're looking for extremes, quarterback, Kellen Mond.
Yeah. What do you need if you're the Packers? Well, obviously you need a punter.
I would say fullback, but they drafted that last year, and he didn't play any games. He played like 3, maybe. Josiah DeGuara, what a pick. A fullback, a running back, and a quarterback. Wow. What do you guys think about Boston Scott, this year? Boston College, former Boston College running back, A.J. Dillon is where that went. What do you guys think about A.J. Dillon this year?
I think he's basically,
Jamal Williams.
I was going to say he's going to be basically Jamal Williams, except not as good of a pass catcher.
Yeah. He is.
Which has some level of value, but it's not something you have to spend a lot to acquire.
It's
more than anything, it's the handcuff.
It's the Alexander Madison tier, like that we always talk about.
Your Latavius Murray, historically, I know that's not necessarily a thing anymore. For your
Alvin Kamara. It still is. He's still the handcuff for Alvin Kamara. Shockingly enough, he didn't get cut.
Right.
Oh, that's right.
He survived.
Didn't get cut. Yeah, he somehow managed to survive the purge.
I had written that in already that they were looking for one, and no, he he survived somehow. Out of all of the salary cap moves that they needed to do, they didn't cut the 38-year-old running back.
To be fair, they do really like him, and he has bailed them out a couple times in his time there when things go wrong. He's not devoid of talent like some of the other handcuffs that just get opportunities. He's not an amazing running back, but he's got.
So as we await Buffalo, we are joined now by our defensive guru, Mr. Nee Wallace Bruce. He's back
welcome back
for day 2.
Welcome back.
Sir.
I'm charged up and ready to go, guys.
All right, perfect. We can catch you up here fairly quickly. Let's see, I'll get rid of that bump for you right there. So here we go. This was the first half of the second round here. A lot of defense. A lot of guys on the board there. If you've had a chance to look this over at all, does anything pop off the board to you from this in just the first half of the second round?
Yeah, straight off the bat, it's Trayvon Moehrig and Richie Grant, because Atlanta and Vegas Raiders, they both need help in the secondary. Grant, I thought, was the best safety in the class, believe it or not. A lot of people think it's Moehrig, but I think it's Grant. And Grant is going to slot in straight away from week 1. He's replacing Keanu Neal. I know that Ricardo Allen's still there, if I'm not mistaken. But they need help stopping the run and also with the deep pass. So look for him to be an IDP threat in your rookie drafts. And also Moehrig, he goes to Las Vegas. Again, another team that can be thrown on, and they need a little bit of help. So he plays more of that center fielder role at free safety, but I think he can also do a job close to the line of scrimmage as well. So yeah, 2 names to look out for an IDP drafts going forward.
The pick is in, and with the 61st overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills are making a strength even stronger after selecting an edge rusher in the first round. They double down, take Wake Forest defensive end Carlos Basham.
Okay.
Boogie Basham to Buffalo. What you think about that, Neil?
Look, like we saw last night with their pick, they're looking to shore up the defensive line once again. They have some young blood in terms of Ed Oliver, but at the same time, they're also aging a little bit with one end of the line in terms of Phillips. He's coming to the end of the line, literally, in terms of his career. They need to shore it up with some young talent, and Basham is definitely a guy, as his name suggests, who will bash him. So he'll be making hits. He'll be getting after the quarterback, and yeah, it's a good pick for Buffalo.
Yeah, they have a lot of depth now. So Jerry Hughes and Mario Addison as the starters with, like you said, the 1 year left on their deals. And then backing them up is AJ Epinesa, who was a second-round pick last year, Gregory Rousseau, who was a first-round pick this year, and then Boogie Basham, who was a second-round pick this year. So Buffalo, and how does that play out for – I know you're a big Tremaine Edmonds fan and a big Matt Milano fan. Does that make them even better then?
You'd like to think so. Especially Edmonds, because with the added attention off the edge, he can almost ghost in, I guess, if there's a team that's a bit lazy in terms of the middle defense. So, middle blocking, like Tremaine Edmonds could push through and get a sack here and there in addition to his usual tackles. I think Milano, we'll see. They could well put one of those guys in his spot, but I think Milano is pretty safe for now. AJ Klein's still there as well, but I think Terrell Edmonds is still very much the anchor of that defense.
With the pick 62 overall in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers selected an offensive player, but not a receiver.
The lineman.
Yeah.
Center from Ohio State, Josh Myers. And so they did need a center. They did lose Corey Linsley to the Chargers this offseason, but it's just not a receiver, and they still need one. Right. And they still had a decent offensive line, so I don't know. When you look at their offensive line now, I guess they did need a center. They had Jake Hansen, who's not really an NFL offensive lineman. But we'll see. It's like socks, like we said.
Right.
Just pick his socks for Christmas.
So, Jack, do you think this is an endorsement of them trying to establish the run next year?
Yeah, probably, John. Like, remember, we all have to remember that LaFleur does come from the Kyle Shanahan system. Like you pointed out last night, the Packers lost to the 49ers, so they decided to go all in on the 49ers, and then they lost to the Buccaneers in the playoffs, and they decide, well, we have to fix that problem and draft a cornerback first round. So now they draft a center, copying what the 49ers have in Alex Mack, their new star center. So, yeah, it very much seems like a Shanahan knockoff.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. You can't deny they needed a center, but I don't.
Right.
He's definitely not the best center on the board right now. You
Right.
do have Quinn Miners, that center from Wisconsin Whitewater.
Right.
You also have Creed Humphrey, the most athletic center in terms of relative athletic score ever. So it's interesting that they go with the Ohio State guy. And speak of the devil, the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 63 overall are selecting center Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma.
Okay.
All right, not a wide receiver there either, huh?
No,
All right.
they are protecting Patrick Mahomes. They have made so many investments in this offensive line.
Well, they've turned over the offensive line for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now they've got left tackle Orlando Brown, who they just traded for. Left guard Joe Thuney, who they just made the highest paid guard in the NFL. Center Austin Blythe, who they brought in from the Rams. He likely heads to the bench now in favor of Creed Humphrey. Right guard, they have Kyle Long, who just came out of retirement, the former Bears All-Pro. And then the right tackle, it's Mike Remmers, who played left tackle in the Super Bowl and was terrible, but he is more of a right tackle, competing with Lucas Niang. So maybe with this, it kicks Austin Blythe to right guard, battling with Laurent Duvernay-Tardif if he comes back, and then Kyle Long goes to right tackle. But either way, Kansas City has a lot to work with on the offensive line. Even if guys get hurt now, Mahomes isn't going to be running for his life.
Well,
Yeah.
he will be running for his life, but that's because it's his choice.
Right. Jesus, too. Yeah.
He'll be running for
By
his
design.
pleasure, not for his life.
Okay.
Right.
Back-to-back centers. What do you know?
There we go. They made up for those wild picks they made yesterday. Sorry, Green Bay and New Orleans.
Right.
Two wild picks.
He is still reeling from that New Orleans pick at the end of the first round. Couldn't do it. Just couldn't take. He woke up at 4 a.m. like New Orleans. Just couldn't
Cold
sweat.
Cold sweats.
Yep. Soaking wet.
Yeah, Taysom Hill's their quarterback. I had a bad dream last night. Bad.
Whoa, what a nightmare.
Yep. Can we talk about the Detroit pick just for a second? I know they picked Onwuzurike, the defensive tackle. They picked him with pick 41 at the start of the round.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in an IDP league where you have to start a defensive tackle, I would be looking at him as someone just to stash away, because defensive tackle is a pretty hard position to fill, as in with a productive player. But I think with the holes that Detroit have had in recent years at the defensive line, they're starting to fill it slowly. They brought in Aquara last year. I think Onwuzurike is a guy that can step up and could be getting some meaningful snaps throughout the season.
I like it. I like the take.
Well, you weren't here, Nee, but that's actually something Jack brought up. He's like, well, we'll have to wait for Nee to get here. But he's like, he can explain better than I can. The defensive tackle is frequently a dead position, even within IDP.
Yeah,
Right.
So that's
I
what
said
you
no one cares about defensive tackles. They yelled at me and said, Nee's going to be offended. I said, no, he's not, because Nee prefers to play in leagues that you start a defensive lineman, not an individual defensive tackle.
I wouldn't go that far, Jack. I will say
Wow.
That's why we're yelling at you.
Way to just
That's
put
why we're
words
yelling
in his
on
mouth,
air.
Jack.
my preference, Jack, is for someone who is designated as a defensive tackle who actually plays defensive end. A little cheat code that we have
Gotcha.
in IDP. There we go.
Well, with the final pick of the second round, the Buccaneers go quarterback, selecting Florida Gators quarterback Kyle Trask.
Woof.
Hey, I mean, talk about statues. That's Kyle Trask. That's Tom Brady. And what Kyle Trask did well, he is a wobbly point guard. And with that, I mean, he is not going to throw clean passes. His receivers are going to have to adjust to him. Kyle Pitts made him look really good adjusting to his passes. But with the Buccaneers, he has that with Mike Evans, with Chris Godwin, with Antonio Brown, with Rob Gronkowski. He has the guys to make up for his wobbly ducks that he's throwing. Because the unfortunate reality is,
look, I feel like the Buccaneers knew they had to pay for whoever they drafted to travel to the facility, and they just took whatever guy was closest. That's-
because let's be honest, look at like Kyle Trask has the arm strength.
look at that
late
Jugs machine go.
Late career Peyton Manning. Right
Just
there.
load it in,
Yeah.
and then
Oh, Steve had to go find one where he actually had some lateral movement
And you
there.
see there, Kyle Pitts still has to come back to the ball even though he's wide open. Well, that one dropped it in the bucket. Nice play there. Good job, Kyle Trask.
This is as far as he moves,
there's
folks.
another
The
reason.
pocket. He just takes
Kyle Trask is partly the reason that we're talking about Kadarius Toney. So I blame him as well for that. just put it all on him.
Mhm.
Oh my.
So, in terms of dynasty, in terms of fantasy, zero relevancy this year.
None whatsoever.
He will not start, even if Tom Brady gets hurt. I imagine Ryan Griffin will
Be the
be the
Ryan
starter.
Griffin.
I was going to
show.
say, there. Yeah, Ryan Griffin will slot in.
Exactly. And so zero relevance. And then in terms of dynasty, I don't care about because Tom Brady is signed for 2 more years. So I
So
think
wait,
he's playing those 2 years. So
4th round pick in dynasty rookie draft, maybe.
I don't
if you
even
really
no,
wanted to.
someone's
What's the
going to
point?
cut him though.
Yeah, what's the point? Like,
You
I would
just-
just not even waste my pick.
The cost of clogging up your roster with
Yeah.
that spot, unless you have a really deep taxi squad, maybe. But even then, I'm not drafting him. I'm signing him as a free agent.
Yeah, 2 years from now when somebody cuts him because they need the roster spot. Yeah,
Exactly.
because
in
there's
terms
no
of-
point.
In terms of real career, this is the best spot possible for Kyle Trask because he
For
needs
him, yeah.
he
Yes.
needs a couple years to develop to the NFL level. But in terms of fantasy, no, not at all. Not even if there is a fire.
Yeah, from what I was saying before, anyone on my QB model, 13 or above is great. 15 above is elite. 10 to 13 is okay, kind of a coin flip situation. Anything under 10, there have been 67 quarterbacks that landed under 10. Dak Prescott is the only one who's had a top 24 season, let alone top 12. So Kyle Trask comes in at a 6.84. There's
Nice.
0% chance that
Nice.
he has any kind of fantasy relevance now or in the near future. He comes in literally in line with Jacob Eason.
Oh, the
So-
legend of Jacob Eason that everybody
go.
couldn't stop talking about.
So with the Buccaneers drafting Kyle Trask, there are now rumors circulating that Tom Brady will retire to host Jeopardy.
Oh yeah,
What? Are
is Tom
they
Brady
gonna-
starting those rumors?
Yeah. Giselle,
No,
Giselle's
it's-
doing it.
who was
I,
it?
I think. Are they going to trade Aaron Rodgers to Family Feud or something? What's going on with him?
Wheel of Fortune.
There we go. Wheel of Fortune.
Well, this has just been underwhelming. We finally got a quarterback and an offensive player, and it's Kyle Trask, and it doesn't matter for any
Mhm.
fantasy football format.
Yeah, it's
3
Kyle.
years.
It's Kyle Trask for a team he may never take a snap for.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, and there
Well,
you
no,
have
do you
it.
count- do you
There
count
is
the-
the second round. Woo!
Mm-hmm. There we go. I must say, just on the second round, sorry, just a quick hit on the second round. I do like the picks of Nick Bolton and Pete Werner by Kansas City and New Orleans, respectively. So Kansas City have always had a weak interior linebacking core. I know they drafted Willie Gay last year, but still, it's still a motley crew. So I think that Bolton can slot in straight away if they give him a chance. And Werner I think he's the heir apparent to Demario Davis, who's 32 or 33. I was pretty high on him when he was at Ohio State, and I think he's got a good chance to make noise in New Orleans.
Well, now I have a question for you, Nee. What do you think about the 65th overall pick, the first pick of the third round, the Jaguars selecting safety Andre Cisco from Syracuse?
Okay, all right. I mean, I thought they were going to take a safety in the previous round, but they've done it in the third round. They're having a pretty good draft this year. I'm not going to lie. Cisco moves around the field pretty well. He's a guy that can hit. It'll be interesting to see how he fits in. They did trade away Ronnie Harrison last season, so they did bring in Rayshon Jenkins, but he was more of a rotational guy. I feel like with Cisco, if he can show himself in training camp, he could have that starting job in the first month of the season. Definitely worth a stash in your rookie drafts.
So Duvie Kleiman just had a tweet, and I don't know if it was a mistake or not because it was a quote tweet of the Jaguars, but another QB goes, this time to the Vikings. Kellen Mond might replace Kirk Cousins one day. And so we do need to verify this from a second source, but Kellen Mond might be the future in Minnesota.
I would like that.
I would enjoy that as well. That would be very entertaining.
That would be a very smart move by the Minnesota Vikings, who absolutely knocked it out of the park again with their first round pick. They traded back, added 2 third-rounders, and then picked the guy that they were going to pick anyways, and the guy that the Jets should have picked with their trade up. Just traded up, gave up 2 third-round picks to draft a guard instead of the left tackle that the Vikings ended up getting.
Yep.
Oh, as we know, we're ahead of
No. Duvie Kleiman lied. He was wrong. Instead, it is the Texans that finally make a pick with the 67th overall pick. They are selecting QB Davis Mills.
What happened to
67.
pick 66?
What happened to pick 66?
Yeah.
That might have been the Vikings with Mond then. Duvie's getting weird with his tweets. The way they're going, back-to-back QB picks in 3 out of the past 4. Yep. So, yeah, he's saying Davis Mills and Kellen Mond back-to-back to the Vikings and Texans. Allegedly.
Very interesting.
Allegedly.
Okay.
The way he's quote tweeting these is making me unsure, but that sounds pretty official that he's stating back-to-back.
All right, so let's start with this one then. We will theoretically go with Kellen Mond going to Minnesota.
Yeah.
And start from there.
Kellen Mond very well may have the strongest arm in this class.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just everything else with his game hasn't been super consistent, not super accurate. Very much a project, but a project that the Vikings can take their time on because they have Kirk Cousins for the next year or two. Four-year starter at Texas A&M too, which is always a good thing for quarterbacks to be a 4-year starter in the SEC. Just never had really spectacular numbers.
Right. So, I mean, it like I said, very interesting pick. Kellen Mond to me was the best quarterback available of the next 3 that we had talked about here. If he is the heir apparent to Kirk Cousins, I certainly like it. He's got some mobility. Again, he can throw the ball extremely well. He's got the strong arm, like Jack mentioned. So I don't know. Yeah, it's just, can he fit into the system in Minnesota, and how quickly can he be ready? Like when we get to the preseason, are we going to be able to see a decent amount of Kellen Mond so that maybe in 2022 we're talking about him as a sleeper guy in the mid QB2 range
with a nice rushing floor? Because to your point, one of the nice things about Kellen Mond is he is pretty mobile for a guy who's 6'3", 200+ pounds. he can get outside the pocket. You saw it on the highlights there as well. There's a couple boot actions. He should be able to do all the things Kirk Cousins can do, just at roughly the same, give it a year or two, roughly the same efficiency level, but he's just a little bit more. He kind of actually feels like young Kirk Cousins, back when Kirk Cousins used to run around a little bit more for a couple of the injuries. So it's a pretty logical pick here. And to Jack's point, I do think this is a good project. If you're going to take on projects, which is where we're at in the draft, this is a project worth taking on.
Jack, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm completely with you there, and especially because we have to remember it's no longer Gary Kubiak as the offensive coordinator, and instead it is his son Clint Kubiak who is the offensive coordinator now, who runs the Kyle Shanahan boot action system, like we talked about. And the nice thing for Mond is even when if and when he does take over the starting job, the system will help him to adjust. The play action really helps these young quarterbacks adjust. And so absolutely Kellen Mond ahead of Kyle Trask in Dynasty. Like it's not even a close conversation.
Right.
Given these landing spots, yeah.
Agree with that. And again, Kellen Mond, to that point, 8.68. Given that, because again, third round.
Yep.
High, outside of Russell Wilson, you just don't get hits outside of the first round, really.
And so it's the top 5 up here.
Mm-hmm.
It's Kellen Mond here.
Mm-hmm.
And then it is down here, Kyle Trask and Davis Mills. So why don't we go ahead and get into Davis Mills?
So do you have confirmation now?
We have confirmation on that yet?
Yeah, we do have confirmation on Davis Mills.
So the Texans finally get to make a pick in this draft. And with the first pick that they make, they take a quarterback, a not good quarterback, who apparently is going to be the Deshaun replacement at some point, to sit behind Tyrod. So we will. I don't even know what to make of that. But
the quarterback that earlier in the show, all three of us took shots at and said he's the one we're least interested in. We were all in agreement.
No, Trask is the one I was least interested.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Good correction.
I do like this in the sense that the Texans are doing like the full rebuild. And so if Davis Mills ends up starting, he is either going to break out or he's going to stink and get you the first overall pick. And so that's the best case scenario,
right?
Yeah.
That's the best case scenario for the Texans, is either be good enough to have an actual starting quarterback in Davis Mills and replace Tyrod Taylor, or be bad enough to get the first overall pick. And another point to make too, he did go to Stanford. He's clearly an intelligent human being.
Well, and he's got experience in the pro style system. So you'll have some of that to lean on.
But again, like when you think about the system that you've built and put in place now for Deshaun, the guy that you bring in potentially to hold the place for him until he decides he wants to stay is Tyrod Taylor, which fits into that same system. And you're going to make the argument all offseason that Deshaun's not on the block and you have no interest in trading him, and you've had no draft capital this whole time and a million holes to fill. And with the first pick you have in the draft, you take a quarterback. What is that signaling to the rest of your franchise and your fan base other than he's gone?
Yeah.
Like they are planning for life after Deshaun Watson. So
we have 2 picks back to back. And so the NFL stream, Doovie is back on his groove. He's pumping out the takes. The FCC has unbanned him, and so we have 2 picks. First of all, we have the Falcons. They are selecting Michigan offensive lineman Jalen Mayfield, and he will instantly step in and be that left guard. We talked about earlier the Notre Dame offensive lineman, how it's a factory. This is kind of the same thing with Michigan. Not as good, but you have guys like Michael Onwenu, who's just an instant starter, steps in there for the Patriots at right tackle. And then 69th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. Nice. The Cincinnati Bengals are selecting pass rusher Joseph Asai from Texas, who fantastic pick, I think.
All right.
Because they needed another edge rusher. Am I wrong, Neil? Or Nee?
No, you're right, because they let Carl Lawson go. They let Carlos Dunlap leave, or they traded him away, if I'm not mistaken, last year. It was looking a little bit threadbare because they had Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendrickson, but they could do with some help off the edge, and I like it. They brought in Larry Ogunjobi off free agency from Cleveland. They're building something nice on that defensive line. Osai, yeah, I like Osai. I think that's someone you could look at. We're going to wait and see. It might take some time for him to get snaps in the early weeks, but someone to look out for sure.
He's kind of the perfect third edge rusher to rotate in there early in Cincinnati and hopefully develop down the line. And with the 70th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Panthers are selecting offensive linemen from BYU. I imagine he's slotting in at left tackle right away, Brady Christensen. And the Panthers needed help on that offensive line. They have issues all over.
We've been waiting for Brady Christensen to go, too, for a while now.
Yeah.
Wait, so you said the Panthers at 70? Because I have the Eagles, so there must have been a trade.
There is a trade, and I was just about to get to that. The Eagles gave up pick 70. The Panthers gave up pick 73 and a sixth-round pick, 191.
Okay.
They moved up 3 spots.
And gave up a sixth, which is very Panthers based on what we're seeing. They're all over the place in their moves. But I mean, to be fair, there is not the offensive lineman left that they could afford to wait. I get they kind of had to trade up, but. Sam Darnold gets some help, gets some protection, helps Terrace Marshall because now Sam Darnold will actually have time to throw deep to him. Helps all around, but
whether or not Sam Darnold can actually get the ball anywhere near him, he will have time to, in fact, attempt the pass.
I hope, anyways, that Robbie Anderson isn't watching, because if he heard you say that, he would start crying in flashbacks.
He would also agree with me.
Yeah, no, it's flashbacks all the time. So you were right. And now the Giants trade for the Broncos spot, so it couldn't last forever. Dave Gettleman had to trade.
He's got to Gettleman. Gettleman's going to Gettleman. Yeah.
So they moved up to 71.
Yep.
Probably giving up 76 to do it. But
I would imagine so.
All right. While we wait for pick 71 to come through, let's look at the back half of the second round. Once again, just as a reminder, all of our draft recaps this evening are brought to you by our good friends over at Monkey Knife Fight. Be sure to use promo code NONSENSE, and they will match up to $100 at 100% of your deposit. So, Nee, you kind of mentioned already what jumps out to you here defensively off the screen. Neil, what's popping to you here in this second half of the second round?
Well, there's a couple interesting options on this one. I think we would agree that Tutu Atwell was probably the most baffling and worst choice that he could have made. But I think I'm gonna go. It's kind of a coin flip between Rondale Moore and Dwayne Eskridge, to be honest. And I'm gonna give the slight edge to Rondale Moore, just based on the idea that, man, that was like the best landing spot he could have found, and I think he's actually going to see the field because they need it. They need another kind of angle breaker out of the slot to try and replace Andy Isabella, as we talked through before. He's actually, and it's a much higher volume passing offense than Seattle is. So I think from the offensive side of the ball, that's the one that is probably the most relevant for fantasy purposes, and he will be somebody that will be drafted in your rookie drafts that you're prepping for starting next week. So I'm going to go with Rondale Moore for me.
Jack, how about you?
Well, for starters, with pick 71 overall in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Giants have traded up to select cornerback from UCF, Aaron Robinson, who we talked about a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we did talk about it a little bit.
So very solid pick, and at a position of value and a position that's always a need in the NFL. You can't have too many good cornerbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on this knee before we get back into the end of the second round?
No, not really. I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head there. The Giants have James Bradbury and Adoree Jackson. Bradbury has followed Gettleman up from Carolina. Jackson came across from the Titans. They've also got Logan Ryan at free safety. Yeah, this secondary is pretty good. They're building, and they're building something nice on defense nowadays.
Now to get back to my original point, I wanted to say it is Terrace Marshall.
I knew it.
How could it not be?
I know.
Arguably the wide receiver 2, and he falls to pick 59 overall. It's not as egregious as the DK Metcalf fall, but it is a pretty damn bad fall. Terrace Marshall should not have fallen this far, and now Sam Darnold gets to benefit. And I don't know if he is going to take advantage of that benefit, but it at least makes him better. It makes the Panthers offense better, and it helps out if and when Sam Darnold flames out next year or this year. It makes whoever they draft even better. And so the one problem I have with this is they could have drafted Justin Fields and paired Justin Fields with Terrace Marshall, with DJ Moore, with Robbie Anderson, and it just would have been immaculate. However, as things stand, pretty great, especially for the Panthers, who
we talked about it briefly yesterday too. That now that you brought it up, this morning they did exercise the 5th-year option on Sam Darnold's contract for next year, because the first round they were going to let the board fall to him, and then it fell to him, and they did. Nah, we're good.
Sam Darnold 5th-year option.
Yeah, good enough.
What do you think, Steve? What jumps off the page to you here?
I talked about it a couple of times. The thing that jumped out to me more than anything was Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. So just a guy who we had as top 15 prospect in the entire draft falls to Cleveland at 52 for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, but Cleveland reaps the benefits. They get 2 top 25 players, and they had only 2 picks in the top 52. They didn't need 2 top 20 picks to do it. So I feel like they're coming out of this like bandits. Unbelievable pick for them. I think even from an IDP perspective, he's going to have an immediate impact on that defense. And from a fantasy perspective in general, I think Rondale Moore, just anybody in that offense, playmakers in general, can put up decent numbers. So I think he puts himself in a decent position where he instantly probably becomes the second best wide receiver on that team, because it's between him and Christian Kirk. And I think at this point, I'd give the edge to Moore. We've seen enough of Kirk at this point to know he's kind of just a guy.
Still can't lick those drop problems that he's had for his entire career. And we are all out on AJ Green, as we mentioned several times throughout the course of this broadcast. Before we completely...
sorry.
Go.
The Detroit Lions, with the 72nd overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, have selected another defensive tackle, this time Alim McNeill from from NC State, North Carolina State. And so they're going all in on rebuilding the trenches. It's what the Saints did for years. They have a 4-deep rotation at D tackles. They all get playing time. Same on the ends. So they're implementing the same thing. They are building through the trenches. And it's really what Detroit needs, because they're so bad. You may as well draft the lineman now, secure that, and then get the skill positions once you're not getting them killed anymore. Thoughts, Nee?
Yeah, look, I agree with that. I mean, when Patricia was running things, it was a bit of a hodgepodge in terms of who got the snaps. Running is he kind of like just made it up as he went along by looks of things. He was trying to apply that Patriots way and just start your best players. And I hope that that's what they do in Detroit this season.
Yeah, I've mentioned this before, but you know how I knew Matt Patricia was a fraud? He's got a pencil behind his ear, but his play sheet is laminated.
Yes.
The devil's in the details.
Yep. He was paying attention to the wrong details, that's for sure.
What are you talking about? I can take this pencil and just beat the screen. I'll go full Patricia on you right now, just in the middle of this.
So Alim McNeill, 6'1", 317 pounds, ran a 5 flat 40 at his pro day, so 5.05 translated to that, adjusted. Just 2 athletic freaks in the middle of that defensive line. Their offensive tackle, athletic freak. Just Lots of large men who move like small men.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned it, Jack. We talked about it earlier too. Rebuild through the trenches. Do it the slower, less sexy way, but you can set yourself up for a nice run when you've got a lot of nice young core in the trenches. You don't have to pay those guys a ton of money. You can set yourself up for success.
Yeah, and I know Michael Brockes is on the roster as well, but Nick Williams is a free agent at the end of the season as well. So you feel like you said, Neil, this is like bringing in the young, cheaper guys to offset the older guys who are costing a little bit more.
All those older guys are going to be playing somewhere else in like a year or two anyway, too, because they're going to turn the whole thing over.
Yep.
Why not?
Just fill it with knee biters. And with the
table.
With the 73rd overall pick, we're going with back-to-back defensive tackles. This time, the Philadelphia Eagles are selecting defensive tackle Milton Williams out of Louisiana Tech. And so Williams, I said Aleem McNeil and Levi Onwuzurike were freaks. Milton Williams blows them out of the water. The man ran an adjusted 4.72, so that was a 4.68 initially, which is just ridiculous, and then jumped 38.5 inches. That shouldn't be possible. 6'3", 284 pounds, just the prototypical Philadelphia defensive lineman pick. Nee, what do you think?
Yeah, look, it's been an interesting defensive line because this is a team that, as you know, won the Super Bowl 4 or 5 years ago, but they've been underwhelming on defense. And Fletcher Cox is there, but aside from that, it's a little bit. They've been found wanting in the middle. So to get an interior guy like this, this guy could be productive in IDP potentially. Another guy to look out for.
Yeah, Philadelphia just loves drafting defensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
How two things Howie Roseman does: draft defensive linemen and usually bad receivers or overrated receivers.
Yeah.
This time, he made the right decision. The Dolphins made the wrong decision when they drafted Jalen Waddle ahead of Devontae Smith. But this time, Howie benefits, even if he traded up to do it, which still don't totally agree with. But hey.
So now we got Washington on the clock. We have Washington on the clock at 74. However, TV broadcast has the Giants on the clock at 71. So
yeah.
All right.
TV has Aaron Robinson coming off the board right now, which we had several minutes ago.
Yep.
What a crazy third round this has been, with quarterbacks especially.
It's nothing on that second round, though, with all the trades.
That is true.
That was bizarre.
We started out hot and heavy.
Yeah, so just help me out with that. Just catch me up, because I saw a lot of trades happening on the tracker on my phone, and I was just wondering what's going on here.
Yeah.
O-linemen everywhere.
Right.
Huge run on offensive linemen and people trading up to make sure they got it before the cupboard was completely bare.
And now with the 74th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team are selecting cornerback from Minnesota, Benjamin St-Juste.
All right.
Okay.
Very Ron Rivera pick.
Right.
Yep.
Going with linebacker, cornerback, and left tackle.
Mm-hmm. And so, fellas, do we think Washington are favorite to win the division now?
I think they were favored before, but I mean, their strength was defense, and they've gone through this draft and made the defense stronger. So I don't see how they wouldn't be favored at this point. I mean, it's a weak division. Anybody could theoretically come in and do it. The Cowboys, with Dak healthy and turning the defense around quickly, would definitely give them a run for their money. But I'm always going to lean towards the defense. I think Fitzmagic will be good enough to get them back to a division title there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it depends on Dak, like you said. If Dak is full go right away, like he's going to play week 1. If he's Dak week 1, then I think the Cowboys will come out with it because Dak is just so much better than Fitzmagic. But
Right.
if not, then yeah, it's Washington. The Eagles are out of it. The Giants are out of it.
Yeah, Giants I give bottom, all the way at the bottom. Eagles have at least some theoretical chance because it's a weak division and they should be a little bit more dynamic on the offensive side of the ball. Defense is probably still going to be an issue for them. Similar story with Dallas. They're probably either 1A or 1B, depending on the relative health of the team, but their defense is still going to be very poor. So you're really counting on Dak to carry you all the way through. And weirdly enough, the opposite side of that is Washington. The defense is really, really strong. They've made it even better, to Steve's point, and all they have to do is get something competent out of their offense. Just get anything. And Ryan Fitzpatrick has shown time and time again that given the opportunity, he can do that for you. Is it going to be sexy and is it going to be clean? No, it's going to be chaos, utter chaos with him running around for his life and then hucking the ball down the field. But as long as he can keep it in the positives, they to me would likely be the favorite just because they're so far and away the best defensive team in that division.
And to that point, you want to talk about running around and hucking it. Taylor Heineke. That's the perfect backup for Fitzmagic because he's going to do the exact same thing. He's going to run around. He's going to try and make plays. And we saw it work in the NFC playoffs. So Washington really could be – they could make a run. If things click, can you imagine the Super Bowl celebration for Ryan Fitzpatrick winning the Super Bowl? Just imagine.
Oh my God. It's like when Ovechkin finally won a Stanley Cup and he was drunk on camera for like a solid week. You talking something like that? It was just, yeah, okay. And Brett Hull shows up and sings Gloria. Sure.
And with the 75th overall pick, the Dallas Cowboys are going to continue to attack their defense, selecting defensive tackle Osa Odighizuwa from UCLA.
Okay. Yeah, so they're giving Dan Quinn some weapons to, I guess, build back that defense. They need help all over, all the lines. I know they drafted Neville Gallimore last year, but yeah, Tristan Hill's iffy to start the year. They've got the edge is nice because they have DeMarcus Lawrence and Randy Gregory. They also drafted Bradley Anae last year, but the interior of that defensive line needs a bit of beef. So this is a solid signing for sure.
My favorite thing was last year when the Carolina Panthers 2 years ago, their defensive line was terrible and they got run all over the place. And the Cowboys are like, well, why don't we sign their defensive tackles? Will that work? and then Gerald McCoy didn't even make the season and Dontari Poe got cut because it was terrible. It's like, huh.
Yeah.
So signing the players from the bad teams doesn't work.
No, don't do that.
But at least they're learning from it.
Well, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah,
Maybe.
theoretically.
Yeah. And they really do love those undersized defensive tackles. Osa Odighizuwa, 282 pounds at 6'1", a smaller side for a DT. Didn't run a 40, but he did have a 10-foot broad jump and a 31.5-inch vertical. So solid athlete in the interior as well.
Yep.
By the way, we appreciate everybody joining us here today. And if you've been watching us exclusively and you haven't been following along on NFL Network or ESPN, and even those here in the chat, you may have missed from the Rams pick when they cut to the house in Malibu with Sean Dermott. The Goodell portrait in the background, I thought was a nice touch in the Rams draft house. I thought that was a classy move by him there. So,
is he about to get fined or something?
Typically, that's the case, right? When that happens. right.
They
So
said they were going to a draft mansion, and that looks like a draft basement.
it's a draft beach house, is what it is.
Hmm.
So now, because of the trade for them to move up and get Robinson at 76, we have Denver on the clock right now.
Okay.
Broncos thinking defense here, probably.
One would believe, but given
That's what they have been trying to do. So
it's if there's anything left at offensive line, there's a real chance they'll scoop it up.
Mhm.
They need O-line. They could really use a D lineman as well. So if they're looking at defense, you can either side of the ball on the line. It would be surprising to me if they went back to the well on either linebacker or anything secondary related, because they're pretty good there. So it's Nee, would you agree? Defensive tackle, if there's anything there, offensive lineman, if there's anything there.
Yeah, I would think so. I think they're pretty solid on other parts of the defense.
Yeah.
The offense, as we know, is quite stacked nowadays. So yeah, why not improve the trenches a little bit, especially in that division that they're in. They got Kansas City to deal with, the Chargers,
The Chargers,
strong
yeah.
now,
Mhm.
and then the other team.
And the Raiders give them fits. So normally you discount the Raiders, but the Raiders specifically give the Broncos trouble. So it's an interesting situation they're in. They are desperate to try and find anyone or anything that can get them to 10 wins, because they still believe they can go to the playoffs and compete. And I would poo-poo that idea because their quarterback play is too bad. But with the defense they're amassing, they're going to try and go all 2015 on you. And it's like, we know our offense is bad. It doesn't matter. Look at this defense. Have you seen it? Have you seen this defense? Look at this defense.
yeah.
Like, that's what they're going to try and do. And they're just going to hope Teddy Bridgewater can be as good as lame duck Peyton Manning that year. Just be a little better than that and see if we can cobble together a 10-win season, try and get a wild card backdoor in here. So I'd actually be surprised if it wasn't a lineman of some variety.
So you're saying the Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl from 7th seed, right? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm not. I think it's more likely the Chargers finally keep everybody healthy for 17 games now and actually manage to get into the playoffs. I'm sure the nerd will love to hear that.
Yeah.
No, I think it's still Kansas City's division, and then anybody who gets a wild card.
Oh, never mind.
There.
Looks like New Orleans jumped up to 76.
Okay, there you go.
Oh.
See,
And pick 98 and 105 going back to Denver.
okay.
That has to be a wide receiver, surely. Wide receiver or maybe a quarterback, perhaps.
Well, they've been flirting with corners this whole time, so I don't know.
The Saints have had one of the more puzzling drafts, obviously, as we know.
Yep.
Still waiting on that analysis, Steve. Whenever you can get that down. Still waiting on that from yesterday, my friend. Whenever you got time. Well, if you can do it without swearing.
I don't know, man. I can't promise that.
It's a tough one, right?
Yeah.
When you eliminate the profanities from it, it does up the degree of difficulty of what we're doing here.
Yeah. That pick was.
This also was an option we didn't talk about for the Broncos, but because the linemen's kind of been picked through on both sides, O-line, D-line. That's really what they need. So trading back does make a certain amount of sense here. And let's just see what we can do.
And so with that trade back, the Saints go 3 for 3 on defense. They select cornerback from Stanford, Paulson Adebo. And so Paulson Adebo 2 years ago was a CB1 type of name. Fell out of favor this past year. And so in that trade up, the Saints give up pick 98 and pick 105.
Yeah, I got that marked down here. So basically, so remember, the whole reason that we only have 95 picks in the third round tonight is because the Saints lost their third round pick for breaking the COVID protocols. They, however, had 2 compensatory picks in the third round, and they traded both of them to get this pick from Denver and move into the third round that they were kicked out of. So there you go.
There we go.
All checks out.
Standard
Saints maneuvering. Yeah.
Classic New Orleans, the home of Bountygate. But this cornerback selection makes sense because when you look at the contract situation, that infamous contract situation down there in the Bayou, you've got 3 free agents who are cornerbacks next season: Patrick Robinson, Marshawn Lattimore, and PJ Williams. Now, CJ Gardner-Johnson is on the opposite side of Marshawn Lattimore, but he sometimes plays safety, sometimes slots in at free safety, and two, I don't know, he's more of an antagonist than a shutdown corner. So to get someone to help him out on the other side, take away some attention, then that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it very much helps Chauncey Gardner-Johnson as well be that enforcer, and then you have the two lockdown corners on the outside, the prototypical build. So New Orleans is really I think they think they're still a Super Bowl contender.
Right.
I think they don't.
They think the window is still open.
I
don't
agree with that,
expect.
Jack.
They
No,
don't
yeah, they
expect
think
a
that.
drop off with Jameis.
Well, again, because they're that arrogant that they think Taysom Hill can just take them right back to the playoffs, and it's like, okay, I can't actually tell them they're wrong.
Oh,
about that.
Steve, you're gonna love this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
With the 70. Oh, so sorry. Nope. Never mind. Back on track. With pick 77 overall in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers are selecting wide receiver from Tennessee, Josh
the
Palmer.
Josh Palmer show. I love it.
Perfect.
I do love it.
The perfect replacement down the road for Mike Williams. That is beautiful. I said
That
it
is
earlier.
amazing. The
Tom
nerd just got
Telesco.
the second best wide receiver there.
I'm
Tom
amazed he went on
Telesco.
day 2. I figured he'd be a day 3 guy.
I was worried. Yeah, I was worried he wouldn't come through today. So
Yeah, I figured he'd be tomorrow. I figured we wouldn't even cover it. Wow, we get to actually do the coverage.
I think what helps him is he's one of the few bigger receivers that tested out well in the postseason. So 6'1", 210 pounds, ran a 4.51 at his pro day, 4.56 adjusted, 10'4" broad jump. Like, he is just a physical specimen from Canada. So like a lot of us who played high school football in Canada, we don't have the same kind of infrastructure that American high schools have. We don't have the same off-season that American high schools have. And so Josh Palmer's football playing experience is going to be very limited compared to other receivers in this draft. But look at those highlights. Look at the physicality. He has all the tools, much like Chase Claypool. If he can find a team, or if he can harness those tools, he can be a wide receiver 1.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, Palmer is a guy that I had highly rated compared to everybody else. So, I mean, like I said, the big body, the playmaking ability, the highlight reel in general, he's a guy that I think can put up big numbers and be a productive guy, even in his first year here. I mean, really, who's he competing with other than Keenan Allen for targets and target share on that roster?
Well, it's still Mike Williams, but at the same
Like
point,
I said, who's he competing with?
I was about to
that's not
say.
nice from Mike Williams.
This is Mike Williams last year with the team anyways. I'm
I
assuming.
think
You
that's
didn't have
the
to say
real
with the
reason.
team. You didn't need the qualifier
Wow.
with the team.
Hey, he's going to get the Corey Davis contract next offseason.
Oh,
I was
right,
going to
'cause
say,
he's
you're
gonna blow
forgetting
up
that
this year.
like the Jets don't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the Jets aren't a football team. Yeah, okay.
And so then Josh Palmer will step in for Mike Williams and be perfect. Great pick.
I do absolutely love that pick.
Yeah, I think.
But am I wrong that he immediately becomes the number 2? You really think it's Mike Williams?
Yeah, a third round pick as raw as Josh Palmer isn't going to immediately replace Mike Williams. He needs to develop a little bit more before he's ready to do that.
I was going to say, Josh Palmer was like the one bright spot on the most recent run of Tennessee teams, which are all just sadness and pain. And so now he's gone, so it's even more sadness and pain. But I agree with what Jack's saying. I think he needs a year to kind of like really learn the speed of the game at the NFL level. But it's the perfect Mike Williams replacement. They'll move on from Mike Williams. They're never going to pay Mike Williams.
And
what he's
then
gonna
in year
command to
2,
stick
he's
around.
better than Mike Williams ever was.
Exactly. So I think it's not a 2021 thing that I'm really excited about for him. It's more 2022 and beyond when he will take over that job and he'll be the guy.
I still
I'm
like.
just saying, in a straight up heat, I don't like. He's better than Jalen Guyton.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Oh,
I
sure,
still do
sure,
like him for
sure.
2021.
He's a bare minimum the third best guy, and now Hunter
Yeah.
Henry is gone too. He's
Yeah.
a big
Mhm.
body that can have massive red zone upside to go with Keenan Allen. I feel like there's a legit possibility he's the second starter on the outside with Mike Williams and Keenan Allen, and he's just rotating in and out.
Yeah,
Okay. Could be the death of Jalen Guyton. That is a valid angle.
that
right
is
there.
what I think it is.
Could be a valid angle there for sure.
And with the 78th
that.
overall pick, the Minnesota Vikings are going linebacker from North Carolina, Chaz Surratt.
Okay.
I like it. I like it. This is someone that
You like it, Surratt?
I want you to. I like Surratt. I like it. Yep, I like it, Surratt. I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to write that name down if you're in IDP or you're joining an IDP league. Write it down because the Vikings are thin. They're thin at the middle linebacker position. I know Eric Kendricks is the guy right now, but if he goes, they also drafted Troy Dye last year, but he hasn't. He's been rotational. If something happens to Kendricks, he can't go. Opportunities there. There's a lot of just the guy kind of players around Kendricks. So I think Surratt can definitely carve out a niche here. You look at the future for Minnesota as well. Again, they're building something on the offense, but they're also trying to keep the defense balanced as well. So I'm liking what they're doing up there. I feel like this is a team that, in my opinion, they're going to get back to the playoffs, and they might be one to watch out for.
And they just redid Anthony Barr's contract too, so he only
Mhm.
has 1 year left on his deal. I think we mentioned that last night. So
Mhm.
And now we've got back-to-back picks by the Raiders. So this is all kinds of crazy here.
Oh,
no.
goodness gracious.
Here comes the nonsense
Yeah,
train.
this is where
We're here for, guys. This is it.
oh no.
So they're gonna
The
Oh,
fastest
no.
wide receiver still available.
Yeah,
Oh,
fast.
it's Anthony Schwartz. It's
It's
gonna
still
be
Anthony Schwartz. Has to be, right?
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, Jason's
gonna-
asking questions. Is he
Is he
faster
fast?
than Guyton?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably
no.
probably not straight line
not.
speed,
No.
but he's probably a better
No,
deep threat.
Guyton is faster, but he's smaller.
Hmm.
Palmer is a big body. He's going to essentially take over that Hunter Henry red zone target.
Middle of the field and then red
Mhm.
zone targets when they get down
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
This murders your Donald Parham. So just go
Oh,
ahead.
Jason, no.
Donald Parham was already dead when they signed Jared Cook. That killed
Don't
him.
tell that to the nerd though.
He doesn't want to
we
hear it
thought that was
anyway.
the
I don't think
tight
he'll
end
listen
one
to you
anyway.
anyway.
I love Donald Parham, but as soon as they signed Jared Cook, it's like, yeah, he's a blocker.
I've got Jared Cook as a flyer this year,
Mhm.
but I'm really hoping that Josh Palmer kills that too. That would be great. 2 birds with 1 stone. That would be fantastic.
Bring up 2 roster spots for you right there with 1 move. Just
All right, and give me a moment to look up this school.
say
Yeah,
Oakland's sprinted
All right.
to the thing here.
the Las
Oakland.
Vegas
Las Vegas.
Raiders with
Yeah,
pick
no.
79
They have to earn it,
overall.
remember?
Yeah,
in
no,
the
I,
20 have selected edge defender from Buffalo, Malcolm Kuntz.
Okay.
Koonce. It's interesting that they're going with a.
He's
group of
definitely a
5,
player.
a group of 5 edge defender from Buffalo. I don't think we got any athletic measurables from him. Maybe I just forgot to write him down. But 6'2", 249 pounds, edge defender from a group of 5. I don't know.
I'm
I
not
don't know,
seeing him
'cause-
listed on edge. Maybe he's on DE in here.
Yeah,
They've made a number of picks in the upper rounds in recent years, and they also brought in Yannick Ngakoue in free agency. They got Solomon Thomas as well. I know he's interior, but sometimes he plays out on the edge if there's injuries. Did they need to get another edge defender? Honestly, they drafted Max Crosby, Cleveland Farrell in successive years, and now they've got this guy. I don't know. I feel like there's other needs that could have been filled with this pick.
But it's the Raiders' knee. It's the we've covered it. It's the Raiders. They're not going to do anything that makes any sense.
And they're all we didn't even mention they're still overpaying Carl Nassib too. Just like they are 5 deep at defensive end for guys that need playing time now.
Is one of them going to, block on the offensive line or something? What's going on?
I think we would all agree you need probably 4 defensive ends, right? Like maybe you could get by with 3, something like that. You could have 2 that start and rotate 1 around. Sure, you're at 5. Like what? What's the point?
Why?
What's the point of that?
Well, maybe on day 3, but why a 3rd round pick?
Mhm.
Why that's the issue is why are you spending the capital on it unless you just don't believe in the guys you have?
And their linebacking core is not great. Nick Kwiatkowski is the guy, and I know they got Corey Littleton last year, but it's still lacking, if you ask me. I'm pretty sure they're going to have Jonathan Abrams they're going to put him from safety into linebacker as well. That team will get run on if they're not careful.
So now we're waiting on the 2nd pick from the Raiders, and that'll finish out the first half of round 3.
Leave it to the Raiders to sprint that first pick in and then just make us wait on the second one.
I don't know. They probably submitted them both at the same time, but the NFL is like, I got to treat it like anything else. I got to have a commercial break. Got to have.
Well, no, because this isn't even from NFL. This is like from. He's getting the information from.
Well, that's right. We're still using your inside source over there.
That's what I don't get. It's like
blockade.
Would you not like take as much time with your first pick, like to nail down who you're taking with your second one, and just I don't know. It's like in euchre when you've got both trump like with like both jacks, you just put them down together because you know you've got 2 points.
Go to the euchre reference 3.5 hours in. Wow. This is a niche audience we are appealing to right now.
Euchre and Rick and Morty.
The Rick and Morty euchre players.
As niche as euchre, okay?
No, the Rick and Morty euchre players who are 3.5 hours into a live stream with us. That is the brand that Jack is aiming towards.
It's literally not even a person.
It's me.
And
I'm not watching because I'm in it.
For himself when he's watching it back later, and he could be like,
nailed it. That analogy that no one understood.
You got it, buddy. He's winking at himself under those sunglasses. You can't see it.
That's why I wore the sunglasses. And the pick is in. The Raiders have selected linebacker Divine Diablo.
It's a fabulous name.
I don't know where he went to school.
No, that's just classic Raiders. Well, they drafted it based on the name. He sounds like a Madden creative player.
Right.
Yeah, this is the first player that I have.
Not a real name.
Once again, I don't have him listed.
Apparently he went to Virginia Tech.
Okay.
I believe he spent time at safety, so I don't know if they're going to try and convert him to linebacker. But anyway, I think as a linebacker,
I just searched the prospect database on NFL.com and came up with nothing. So
nice.
That tells you everything you need to know about the Raiders.
We're full Raiders.
Classic
Al
Raiders.
Davis is back. We're the full Raiders mode. Taking players no one's ever heard of. Even
we're getting nothing from mock draftable either.
Oh my god.
I found him on.
Sorry, go ahead.
I found him on 247 Sports.
So it's high school scouting you had to go back to.
Yeah. It's the Raiders.
He's not on Player Profiler either. He's nowhere. Who is this guy?
We've reached peak Raiders, folks. Peak Raiders has happened. Al Davis.
There he is. Okay, I got him. He's listed as a safety on NFL.com. It's Deablo. I was spelling it Diablo like Spanish devil.
Yeah.
So this is a good point, actually, for our IDP audience and those looking to get into IDP, because as I think we've covered before, we're seeing more safeties playing linebacker, right? So that's going to become more of a thing this season coming up. And if someone like Diablo is on your fantasy platform as a safety, but the Raiders put him as a linebacker on game day, perfect. You want your safeties that can play linebacker, guys like Jeremy Chin, Jamal Adams, who plays a lot at the line of scrimmage, guys like that. They're going to get more tackles. They're going to have more pass rush potential. If the Raiders don't be the Raiders and they use this guy properly and they get him involved in the middle, it could be a nice pick.
This feels exactly like their pick of Tanner Muse last year out of Clemson, the linebacker safety hybrid. That's just, he's a special teamer at the end of the day. Anyway, sorry, enough laughing at the Raiders, because we have an actual useful pick and an actual highlight package to show, because the Miami Dolphins with the 81st overall pick have selected tight end Hunter Long from Boston College.
Oh, you got my hopes up for Hunter Long. Wow.
Yeah, I know. I was all expecting something neat.
We just had to talk about Divine Diablo. So
yeah, but that was
we had to
but
find
that was
Divine
comical.
Diablo.
Okay, that was enjoyable for the audience because nobody has ever heard of it.
Yeah.
And it's
we all
peak rating.
learned something today, Jack.
Yeah, this is just meh. Take that, Mike Gesicki. That's
well, and that's the thing is Mike Gesicki's a free agent at the end of the year, so he's gone. The Dolphins aren't paying him. They know what Mike Gesicki is. And Hunter Long is better. Just needs time to develop. I believe he was the most targeted and had the most receptions out of any tight end in the class. He played more games than Kyle Pitts did, obviously, in different conferences, but big fan of Hunter Long.
I mean, well, the comp here is Stumpy, so.
Yep.
Have to remember, though, that these are Jason Witten comp. This is a Jason Witten comp from back in the day, not.
Yeah, not Stumpy.
Not Stumpy.
Yeah,
pre-Stumpy.
Pre-Stumpy, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like Jason Witten's not running a 4.76 anymore.
Well, I was going to say, for those who are new to our audience, what we're referring to is we refer to Jason Witten as Stumpy because he, for the longest time, was just running down the field on his broken and bloody stumps because he can't run anymore. And so Hunter Long will be young Jason Witten, who had some athleticism and was an actual really solid blocker, and he could do both. He could run routes and he could block.
Dan Marino is in the Dolphins draft room, and why does he look excited about this pick?
But like you said, he does like prototypical size. He is the inline blocker that Mike Gesicki could never be. 6'5", 254 pounds, 4.76, so he has the speed. And Mike Gesicki can now just be kind of the big slot tight end that he's meant to be. Hunter Long can do all the dirty work.
And Hunter Long, when asked to, can catch passes. We saw it on the tape. He is a perfectly serviceable pass catcher. Is he going to, blow you away? Not necessarily, but if you put it in his catch radius, he'll bring it out for you. And they need a backup guy like that because Gesicki also, in addition to not being able to block worth a lick, not the most consistent guy. A lot of drops, a lot of concentration issues, a lot of things like that. Hence, to Jack's point, why he's probably not going to get paid by Miami to stick around.
And important to note, too, he's coming out of Boston College, which doesn't pass the ball, which is what we saw with A.J. Dillon last year, which is why we have all the question marks about A.J. Dillon.
Steve, is do it better for you than the Steelers selection from a little bit earlier? How do you feel about that?
Well, Hunter Long, again, the problem with Freiermuth was never his talent. It was always just landing spot.
Right.
So now with Hunter Long, he lands in a favorable situation. You know my disdain for Mike Gesicki. And they seem to be hell-bent on getting some weapons for Tua. They got him offensive line help. They got him wide receiver. They've got him Hunter Long. So now I'm wondering how much does he actually impact? Again, it's year one tight end, right? So he's going to do nothing this season. He's going to come back next year, potentially being the guy. with not paying Gesicki to stick around. He rates in at a 5.51 in my post-draft model. So historically speaking, obviously that rates is the lowest of everybody because he's got the lowest draft capital just from specifically this year. But if we look at overall, 5.51, where'd it go? There it is. Sorry.
It's okay. I have something to get you a little bit more excited, though, than Hunter Long. With the 82nd overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team are selecting wide receiver Dyami Brown.
Oh,
Dyami Brown is a good one. All right.
Okay.
So we'll get to that in a second.
they needed another wideout. Okay.
They needed another wideout, too. This lets Curtis Samuel go into the slot, be that gadget type. Oh,
That's exactly
Yeah.
It was
right.
Gandy Golden, so it has not been a good night for the nerd.
No, the nerd's taking a beating tonight.
By the way, to finish that thought, James Casey, Ed Dixon, Josh Oliver, Alex Smith, I guess Mark Andrews. So outside of that, it's basically just a bunch of guys at tight end for Hunter Long. That's the same area he falls into there. But I mean, let's talk about Dyami Brown. This is one of the guys that got me excited in the pre-draft process. So to be able to see what he's going to do now in an opportunity where he could potentially thrive, like you're saying, be the number 2 from the get-go to Scary Terry, putting Curtis Samuel in the slot, all of a sudden Fitzmagic has a lot of weapons to play with in Washington.
and it's perfectly matched with Fitzmagic's style. His willingness to throw it deep is what Dyami Brown does really well. Came in a little bit smaller and a little bit slower than we expected. 6 foot, but only 189 pounds.
I was really hoping someone would pick Dyami too, because this is my favorite player picture of all of them. Just the set Miami, the sad Oregon Duck in the background.
That's so good.
Oh God, it's amazing.
Yeah.
The peace sign. Or he might just be doing 2.
Back-to-back 1,000-yard receiving seasons as well. Came in with a 4.50 adjusted, so that 4.45 at his pro day. So a little bit slower and a little bit smaller than we were hoping for, but still like the perfect guy to be. He's the perfect guy to play opposite Terry McLaurin, the perfect third-round pick, which is what Terry McLaurin was. Like this, just everything about this comes together to be like immaculate. Like this is a perfect pick for the Washington football team. I love this.
And again, it speaks to Dyami's talent as well.
Mm-hmm.
Putting him into the model, he is a 3rd round pick at pick 82 overall, and he tests out with literally the exact same grade as Kadarius Toney, who was taken at number 20 overall. So that tells you everything you need to know when draft capital plays such a large role in the model, that for him to grade out is the same as the number 20 overall pick.
Yeah. Oh, that is incredible.
Oh,
Something less incredible, but at least we do still get to show another highlight package, is the fact that the Carolina Panthers, with the 83rd overall pick, are selecting tight end from Notre Dame, Tommy Tremble.
Oh.
The best blocking tight end in the
I was going to
class,
say,
for sure.
prepare to be underwhelmed. If you thought you were underwhelmed by the Hunter Long draft pick,
That's right. Yeah.
get ready for this montage.
Do you
Let
like
me tell you.
blocking?
And so the interesting thing, though, is you wouldn't know it based on the film, but he's a little bit faster than Hunter Long. Came in with a 4.70 adjusted instead of the 4.76 from Hunter Long. A little bit better broad jump or vertical jump as well, 36.5 inches. So Tommy Tremble, really great athlete and smaller than you'd expect based on his blocking. 6'3", but only 241 pounds. So he's the size of a move tight end, but he's plays like a inline tight end. So it's going to be very interesting how it shakes out. I think initially it's going to be Tommy Tremble doing a lot of the dirty work, a lot of the blocking, while Dan Arnold, the former wide receiver, catches all the passes. So in terms of fantasy, not going to help us for 2 or 3 years.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Not really something you're interested in this year's dynasty rookie draft or anything like that. You can easily find him on the waiver wire at some point if you're really interested.
Mhm.
Don't need any of that from Tommy Tremble. I will defer to Nee if he wants to talk about the relationship of how he thinks Dan. I know he's our resident Dan Arnold expert. So happy to have you talk about Dan Arnold and the relationship with Tommy Tremble and how you think that's going to play out in Carolina.
It's Dan Arnold all the way, but his name's Tommy Tremble. His name is Tremble. That's all you need to know. His name's Tremble. It's Dan Arnold all the way. Enough.
It is interesting to note, though, that Notre Dame, back-to-back years with the day 2 tight end. First off, we have Cole Kmet, round 2 last year.
Right.
Now we get Tommy Tremble.
Mhm.
So Notre Dame is becoming the mediocre tight end factory.
Well, tight ends and offensive line, right?
Yeah.
It's all blocking all the time.
It's true. It's all the inline tight end, too.
That's how their system works over there.
They get the inline tight end, and then they get the field stretcher X, and sometimes he's good, like Chase Claypool. Sometimes he's terrible, like Miles Boykin.
Mm-hmm.
And they have another one this year too. I don't think I can't remember his name. I have to look him up in my sheet. He's not good either, though. It's Ben Skowronek. It's his name. 6'3", 220 pounds. Same size as Chase Claypool and Miles Boykin, but more on the Miles Boykin terrible side.
That's fantastic analysis. I like that.
Miles Boykin should move to tight end and be the next great Notre Dame tight end.
Wide receiver converted to tight end
Wide receiver
for
converted to
fantasy
tight end.
purposes.
Yeah,
I
fantasy
learned that from
purposes.
Yes.
Wallace Bruce.
Yeah,
We
we
like
got a
him.
guy talks about that periodically.
We got a guy.
We got a guy for
I
that.
know a guy who's
I
really
know a
into
guy.
it. Yeah.
And with the 84th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys are going defense again, this time with defensive end Chauncey Golston. I have heard of him, but I don't know a lot about him. Nee?
I've got to co-sign that, Jack. I've heard him. I don't know a lot about him, but considering the fact that Dallas did let Alden Smith go, there is a bit of a gap now. They still have DeMarcus Lawrence. They drafted Bradley Anae last year, but as we discussed this before, I think Neil brought it up. Having 3 or 4 defensive ends is solid, and bringing a guy like this is quite helpful to, I guess, shore up that position for the next year or so. Interesting to see where he fits in, whether he's just a rotational guy or whether they see him as a future starter. But yeah, Dallas is definitely trying to work on that defense for the next season going forward.
When I found him now, and he is definitely like a Dallas Cowboys type defensive end, 6'4", 269 pounds. So they love those big defensive ends. That's why they got Taco Charlton over TJ Watt, which was a mistake, but it's just their bread and butter at defensive end. They want those big guys. Runs a 4.88 adjusted. It's 36-inch vertical, so he's a pretty solid athlete, but we'll see. It's a very Dallas Cowboys pick, and they do need the help on defense. But more interesting, the Green Bay Packers have traded up to Tennessee
At 85.
And they select wide receiver Amari Rogers from Clemson.
Wow.
Of all the wide receivers to trade up
to do
for,
that you finally take a wide receiver for the first time in
the wide receiver that at the Senior Bowl they had playing running back and taking reps at running back, because there was the talk that maybe he's going to convert to RB and be James White, which makes sense. That is what the Packers are looking for. They need, what is his name? Number 32, the running back that they had run jet sweep motion and never gave the ball to.
I know the guy you're talking about.
It doesn't matter, but yeah, he's gonna run jet motion and not get the ball. Oh,
hey fellas, we get the Rogers connection once again.
Sure.
Assuming Aaron Rodgers hangs on.
Yeah,
the A-Rod connection.
This is the most underwhelming. You finally break your streak and not taking wide receivers, and this is the way you go about doing it. This is the most underwhelming thing possible.
Yeah, comes in at wide receiver 18 from me. 5'9", 212 pounds. Runs a 4.57 adjusted 4.52 at his pro day. Only a 33-inch vertical, which that isn't great at his size. 10.5-inch broad jump is fine, but when it comes down to the relative athletic score, ends up being a 5.37, which is on the poor side. So it feels like they want him to be Randall Cobb, but he's not as good as Randall Cobb ever was.
Randall
he
Cobb
comes in
still
at
the
wide
league.
receiver
Randall Cobb's
8
still better.
for Dr. Dynasty, wide receiver 20 for PFF, wide receiver 12 for the Fantasy Pros ECR. He's okay.
Who he is very, and I hate to do the helmet scouting, but he is very much Hunter Renfrow.
Mhm.
He is okay. He is an okay slot receiver.
I don't know. I think Hunter Renfrow is a much more unorthodox and also better route runner.
And Hunter Renfrow was never as productive as Amari Rodgers. At least he has a 1,000-yard season. But I think that speaks more to the lack of weapons Trevor Lawrence had than anything else. Because I think Hunter Renfrow very well could have put up 1,000 yards with Clemson this past season because it was not great.
In the model, just so you know, putting him in, Amari Rodgers fits right in with Michael Pittman, Brian Edwards, Tyler Johnson, Darnell Mooney.
Okay.
Same general area. An okay guy. I mean, he's got Aaron Rodgers throwing him the ball.
That's the thing.
You like that for at least 1 year.
Hmm.
One would believe.
The Packers simply refused to not have A. Rodgers around going forward.
Yes, they were going to be certain that they were going to hold on to A. Rodgers no matter what happened.
So
Jack, I had the same first thought you did about just we got to get a Randall Cobb, and it's like, well, that's a guy. He looks a lot like Randall Cobb. They'll have him do that, and it's like, but he doesn't really profile to be a Randall.
He's Randall
Cobb.
Cobb. Nope, don't want to hear it. He's
and
Randall.
then just I feel like he's doing it right. Like that's what I feel like I'm watching. No, he's Randall Cobb. No,
Randall Cobb's a lot more like athletic, dynamic. Like he does all these things
better route runner. Like way more polished player, even coming into the league. Like,
do you know the Minnesota pick? It says it's in on the screen. Typically, you're way ahead. So,
not yet.
Oh, what was the compensation, by the way, for that? I'm assuming it's the 92nd pick. They just moved up a few. But
Packers trade their 3rd and 4th round pick to move up to number 83.
So that would be pick 92.
Yeah.
And that was, who was it they traded with?
Where did it go? Tennessee, the 85.
Titans, that's right.
Great. To pick 83.
Tennessee, who I thought was going to just pick a receiver there as well. And
Right.
they're trading down again.
They're like, you want who? Okay. You can
sure. There you go. Yeah, I'll
it's
take
all
that.
yours. Here you go.
Need
We'll
real
get a
quick
better
before
receiver
Minnesota
in
get
9 pick.
What do you think about Amari Rodgers?
I don't think about Amari Rodgers.
He doesn't.
I think he's going to be a decent 3rd round pick in your rookie drafts. That he's going to go in the 2nd round because people acknowledge the name, and that's pretty much it.
He's McCole Hardman from a couple years ago.
Yeah, I think Steve hit it on the head there.
Okay.
It doesn't really set the world on fire for me.
I don't was the best in now.
I don't.
That's really does sum it up.
I can't stress enough. He was being tried out at running back. He was getting carries at the Senior Bowl because NFL teams weren't convinced he's a receiver.
I'd say Jalen Darden because but I just don't know draft capital. That's going to be the big thing holding back Jalen Darden. But for sure, Amon-Ra St. Brown,
yes,
Seth Williams. I would take either one of those guys who are currently still on the board ahead of Amari Rodgers. Anthony Schwartz, maybe. But for him, he's all speed. That's kind of his whole thing. But yeah, I feel like there were better options from a fantasy even Tylan Wallace. There were better options from a fantasy perspective and overall wide receiver perspective. And I think that the comp to Lynn Bowden is perfect. Yeah. It's a guy that I don't know what the hell he's going to do. He's a talent. He's talented athletically, but he's a jack of all trades. He's not really good at anything. He's just okay at everything.
Also takes snaps at running back.
Yeah.
Officially listed at one
He's
point.
going to
as
be
running
Ty
back slash
Montgomery
wide receiver.
more than
Yeah.
he is going to be Devontae Adams.
There you go.
Tyler Irvin,
Yeah.
that's the running back I was thinking of.
Tyler,
He is
okay.
Tyler Irvin. He's going to line up in the slot. He's going to do jet motion, and then they're going to hand it off to Aaron Jones. And that's what he's going to come on the field to do. I think the better move, my player that I would pivot to as the prototypical slot receiver is Shi Smith, who's going to go in the 4th or 5th round from South Carolina.
Yeah.
That's way better value and something I'm much more interested in. But Amari Rodgers is now just going to be pushed way up draft boards because of the Aaron Rodgers connection.
Because of Aaron Rodgers and because they know the name Amari Rodgers. That's going to be it.
It is Mecole Hardman syndrome.
Yeah, he's going to get way overdrafted.
All right. Before we get too far away from it, let's look back. We will do a round recap here for the first half of round number 3. Nee, we will start with you. Who jumps off the page to you there? Picks 65 to 80.
Look, in IDP, for me it's Surratt. I'm liking that move. It's even the McNeil selection potentially. I mean, Onwu Zarike is probably the main guy there, but yeah, Osai at the Bengals as well. I even on the offensive side, I like Kellen Mond in Dynasty. I think that's a nice pick. I think once Kirk Cousins moves on, Kellen Mond could be the guy. What about you, Steve?
For me personally, I think that the quarterback situation that happened there with Minnesota and then Houston is really telling to what they feel about the guys they have in place there. But again, like I said, I feel like the guy that pops off the page to me is Josh Palmer at 77, going to the Chargers as potentially the number 2, the future number 1 on that team. It's low investment with a 3rd round pick, but I feel like he's got the talent to eventually develop into one of those guys that we'll be talking about in a few years of how did they let him slide to the 3rd round. Neil, what jumps out to you off of that page there?
I knew you were going to talk about Palmer, so we won't won't even rehash that. The single biggest thing is actually it's I guess technically both quarterbacks, but specifically Mond, because Mond is the one who I think he's got an actual real legitimate shot to be the Kirk Cousins replacement, whereas Mills is like he's kind of just a guy. Even if he is theoretically the Deshaun replacement, we won't know for a while still, but. Mond could actually be your starter in as little as about a year. So that's the one that I think is the name to know. And I think he actually has the higher ceiling of any of the names offensively on this list. I think he could really be the Kirk Cousins heir apparent, actually get the job, win it at some point here in about a year, maybe year and a half, and actually be a meaningful NFL contributor. He got done a big favor with that landing spot. It's a great landing spot for him.
All right, so we've got a couple things coming in here. We already know on the screen we see at 86 overall, Minnesota Vikings select Wyatt Davis, the guard from Ohio State. Instantly could be the starting left guard or could take time to work him in. That's good enough. Good news for Dalvin Cook. What's bigger news, this one isn't. 87th overall, Steelers select offensive line Kendrick Green from Tennessee. He is a freak athlete, one of the most athletic guards in not combine, but pre-draft history. But my reaction comes from 88th overall. The 49ers traded up with the Rams and are selecting running back from Ohio State, Trey Sermon, which is just chef's kiss.
Wow.
Trey Sermon was super questionable because he is not he's not going to fit in every system. He's kind of a slasher. He doesn't have the long breakaway speed, but he is a one-cut runner. Give him that zone attack that the 49ers run. Let him pick a hole and just cut up field, and he is hard to bring down. Oh, baby. That zone read with Trey Sermon and Trey Lance.
Wow, that's pretty good. Look,
very interesting.
That's a good choice.
As a 49ers fan, I'm happy. I think that's another option for Shanahan to, get his hands around and mold into his image. As a fantasy player, though, we need to talk about Jeff Wilson and Mr. Mostert. What does this mean for those
Right.
guys? Are they done now or what?
Well, I think we're going right back to where we always are with the
Yeah, the
Shanahan
committee.
system. The car wash. They always have 4 guys to this point, and I think Mostert gets first crack. We'll see how it goes with the injuries. Jeff Wilson is on a 1-year prove-it deal. We'll also see about that. But let's look at Sermon. Let's look at Sermon here on some highlights real quick before we get into that all the way.
Yeah.
Mm.
The knock on him is that he has never been fully committed to either. Oklahoma didn't do it back when he was there. He was in a committee with Kennedy Brooks and another player. And then he comes to Ohio State, and he initially starts out as the backup to Master Teague, which neither of those things are great. However, Teague gets hurt. Trey Sermon learns the system and then goes on a tear through the college football playoffs, is a big part of Ohio State making the national championship. And so he can be that bell cow that you need, and he can be a 3-down back as well. He has the prototypical size to do it all, coming in at just a very large 6 foot, 215 pounds, runs a 4.36, but 37-inch broad jump. That is like an incredible explosiveness test. He has that ability to put his foot in the ground and cut upfield, which is what you need in San Francisco. I can't stress how good of a pick this was. Perfect fit.
I think that you summed it up perfectly, Jack, when you said that he was in Oklahoma in a committee. They wouldn't commit to him. He left to get more touches in Ohio State, and he goes to a committee, and now he gets drafted in the NFL into a committee. I think that is, he's a committee back. He landed in the perfect committee in the NFL. He's going to get enough touches to be fantasy relevant. Is he going to ever be a top 10 or even top 20 guy? I don't know about that.
Probably not.
But I will tell you from my model perspective, he rates right in at the Zach Moss, Keyshawn Vaughn territory from last year. He's going to have that kind of late upside.
I like that a lot.
That, again, like you said, given the full workload, could he become a workhorse back? Sure. But he's now in a situation for at least 4 years where he definitely will not be a workhorse unless a series of unfortunate events happen that lead to a massive string of injuries.
Which has happened before to this exact team.
Fair enough.
You can't say it's not possible, especially when you're
Yes.
talking about Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson, who are not the picture of health here. But in order of pecking order, it's Mostert, Wilson is still the 1-2 punch. And then there'll be a slew of other guys behind it now, including Sermon.
Well,
Jeff
I mean,
Wilson's
now for
one.
me, I would still have Mostert 1, but Sermon 2.
Okay. Well, I'm doing PPR, and so Jeff Wilson for me, because I think he's going to catch more passes immediately.
So
The question with Wilson is, can he actually manage to play more than 4 games without getting hurt?
Right.
got another
Guys,
highlight package coming, boys, because the
Now, speaking
the Panthers have traded back. The Texans trade up to pick 89. They give up. So Carolina gives up 89. Houston gives up their 4th round pick 109, their 5th round pick 158, and a 2022 4th round pick to select wide receiver from Michigan, Nico Collins.
Oh,
No fan either.
Neil,
To be fair, he is
so Steve and I are both making the same face, basically. That is.
he is a day 1 starter at
Steve's
the
a Texans
very
fan.
least. He's going to walk in and be a starter, and that's not necessarily a
No, all this is saying that this gives us a great opportunity to go back for 1 second and talk about very briefly the Davis Mills selection, right? Because what is that? Like I said, what is that signal to your franchise, to your fan base, to everybody that Deshaun is gone?
Yeah.
That you are moving on, that we are going in a different direction. And not only does Davis Mills not matter for fantasy purposes, but that means that at least in the short term, Tyrod Taylor is the starting quarterback for the Houston Texans this season. If you weren't already terrified of owning a Houston Texan offensive player, you should be now. And now we add Nico Collins to the mix, who is essentially going to take over that Will Fuller role and is basically the same thing. He's going to give you the same boomer bust mentality. And I feel like I could be horribly wrong, but I feel like he's going to have the same type of made of glass issues that Will Fuller has had that have plagued his career to this point.
To be fair, though, the good news is he slots in at that role, which would have been occupied otherwise by Dante Moncrief. So at the very least, it stops us from watching more Dante Moncrief, which is, I think, a good thing. It's the lesser of the evils, you know? So I don't like Nico Collins as much as Donovan Peoples-Jones. I think they're both kind of more of a fourth-round pick, but it's very much that style of pick. Highly recruited, big physical receiver, good athlete, and just, was it Jim Harbaugh that ruined him, or is he just not that good? We will see. In other news, though, the Minnesota Vikings are drafting pass rusher defensive end from the University of Pittsburgh, Patrick Jones.
Oh, I like this a lot. I was big on Patrick Jones. I did a write-up on him on ImportantNonsense.com in this draft season, and I think this is a guy who's going to be very, very good for the Vikings. We don't know whether Danielle Hunter is going to come back. He had a neck injury last year that ruled him out, and as we saw with other players in the league, that could be it once you get a neck injury. We'll see. Hopefully he comes back for his sake and for Vikings fans' sake, but with this pick, Patrick Jones is a safe pick. He's a guy that racked up the numbers at Pittsburgh University, and I think he can slot in and make some noise early on for the Vikings.
And that's like a common thing for the Vikings. They're always just drafting. Maybe he doesn't help immediately, but he becomes the third, fourth defensive end and eventually works his way up. The Minnesota Vikings do a great job at like drafting and developing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
More excited about Patrick Jones than Nico Collins, it sounds like, is the consensus.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Nobody had too many nice things to say about Nico.
Again, Nico is okay.
Moncrief.
He's an okay player, but
yeah,
I'm worried about some of these guys that sat out last season. They have a full year of rust. It already takes time for you to adjust to the NFL. So now you have a whole other year of just getting back into football shape, then getting ready to play in the NFL at the next level. And now you've got Brandon Cooks there. Mm-hmm. Now you add Nico Collins. You still have Randall Cobb that you're paying for at least this season. You've remade that offense, and it's all around Tyrod Taylor, who we were all terrified about going into last season with LA and how we downgraded everyone in LA to the point that we were the furthest out on most of those guys, assuming Herbert wouldn't start most of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not touching any Texans. Not even. I hate it because I like Brandon Cooks if he had any other quarterback.
Yeah.
Any other quarterback.
Yeah, and you've got a logjam at running back now too, to where it's like,
and
do you
then,
really want any
and
of
again,
that price tag?
So in the model, I put it in for Nico Collins. 6.28 is literally the exact same score given to Amari Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
But Nico Collins is a guy that you're going to get in the fourth round of a rookie draft, and Amari Rodgers is going to go in the second because of where he landed. And I don't want either one of them, but that's going to be the price difference based on name and location.
Well, at least Nico Collins is going at a reasonable point, whereas Amari Rodgers is going. He's like, it's hurting you to spend a second round pick.
Right.
Second round picks are for upside.
Mm-hmm. Second round picks, Jack, are for things you intend to use at some point.
Yeah.
That's probably going to be starting for you at some point on your team on a long enough timeline within Dynasty, right? Like fourth round is all lottery tickets and who cares. Second round is like, no, I probably need that. For example, I got T. Higgins and Brandon Ayuk in Dynasty drafts in the second round last year. Those are things that you can use.
Yeah.
I don't have either of these guys on that trajectory to be the next Higgins or Ayuk.
Yeah, and like when you compare him athletically too, like Nico Collins is bigger, 6'4", 215 versus 5'9", 212. Nico Collins is faster. He runs a 4.5 compared to a 4.57 from Amari Rodgers. And he jumps way higher, 37.5 inches compared to 33. Like, there's no Amari Rogers is just okay. At least you have the physical upside with Nico Collins. And it's just, I don't like, and now the Browns are selecting wide receiver Anthony Schwartz at 91.
Okay.
Well,
not the guy I wanted to see, but that's all right.
He will be what they wanted Antonio Callaway to be. And the field stretcher, in terms of fantasy, I don't love it. But in terms of real football, it helps you. They needed that field stretcher. They needed that Jalen Guyton, where even if you don't throw it to him, you have to respect it. They needed that, and so I get it. But it in terms of fantasy, it's very, very underwhelming.
Hey, Myles Garrett is walking on the stage. I didn't know they made a suit that big.
Look
custom made.
Those arms are ready to burst through that suit.
Right? Barely
it's painted
contain
on.
He might set the sack record opposite Jadeveon Clowney. Yeah, let's see Anthony Schwartz. And to be fair, Schwartz was held back by how terrible Bo Nix is. Bo Nix is not a SEC level quarterback. Bo Nix stinks, and so he was held back by that. But to the opposite end, Anthony Schwartz is just speed. He has no other tricks in his bag. He doesn't have the size to break tackles. He will run really fast right by you, but if you touch him, if you lay a finger on him, he's going down.
It's not my favorite choice for Cleveland here. This is actually what I think is probably their worst draft pick, but that's a really high bar in this case. It's a really high bar, but to Jack's point, they do need a field stretcher, and they need somebody to replace Anthony Callaway, who, for fantasy, though, this is all just not relevant.
Exactly.
There's no reason to. This is not a dynasty thing. This is not a redraft thing. It's just really not a thing.
And again, this is where the player comps come in so perfectly, because I cannot wait for Anthony Schwartz to have a relevant season in 4 years. That's going to be great when he has a relevant season in 4 years. But until then, no thank you. I am good on being out on Anthony Schwartz. And I think we can comfortably move on from that. There have been some guys that I feel like have been looked over so far that we're going to have to mix for Heisman.
Oh no, I am ill.
Chris, keep going. That's the funniest thing I've heard in like 2 hours. Keep going. You're gonna make Jack throw up on camera, and I'm gonna
say no and say Nix to Bo Nix. Like he is terrible.
Bo Nix for Heisman. Oh my god.
Oh, I know that. The one time I tweeted about it too. I got all these Auburn fans tweeting me that, it's the Gus Malzahn system. That's why he wasn't so good. It's like, okay, no, he's still terrible. It doesn't matter if he's just throwing goes and screens. He was terrible at it. And he still didn't. Yeah. Looks like we've got a linebacker off the board. Duvie Kleinman, you're falling behind, good sir. But the Tennessee Titans are selecting linebacker Monty Rice from Georgia, which is not what they really need. They have some bigger holes than linebacker.
I would agree with that, Jack. I do feel like linebacker is a position where they're reasonably solid. It is worth noting that they do have a club option on Rashaan Evans for the end of this season coming up. So maybe there's that. And Harold Landry is a free agent. So perhaps they're looking to go cheaper and younger. And that's why they're going with someone like Mr. Rice.
Interesting.
Still can't believe they haven't figured out some way to get wide receiver help yet. I guess they're
that's what I need.
That out.
Right.
Like, I don't know. This is it's a fine pick. Like,
I was gonna say, Monty Rice is a fine player.
And the Titans are back on the board at 100, so they're 8 picks away from being up again. And we talked about we still have a couple of decent guys out there. So
Monty Rice is a perfectly fine football player. So I can see
he will play significant snaps for you in his rookie contract, and he will be solid while doing it.
Yeah, because as I said, Evans, Landry, and also Jayon Brown are also entering free agency in the next season. So this might be a case of
Oh, okay. I
yeah,
didn't
get
realize
someone.
that.
Yeah.
Now you know.
Myles Garrett is obviously on the He-Man Power of Grayskull off-season workout program.
It's working.
Shout out to Josina Anderson because that is hilarious.
It's clearly working.
That suit was amazing too. Just everything about
Yeah,
it.
big Myles Garrett fan.
He's been pretty dominant. It's hard to ignore. So now we're looking at, let's see,
That's what I was about to ask. Who's on the clock now?
Buffalo's on the clock
Buffalo,
right now.
yeah, Buffalo at 93 here.
Oh, well, that's why it's taken so long. Is because
Yeah.
they're going to spend every last second trying to trade back, and then maybe draft someone.
No, they're gonna let it run out and just. Not take
Uh,
anyone.
But I can totally see them drafting, not Javonte Williams, Michael Carter. Michael Carter to the Bills.
I mean,
This is where you
the-
would get a running back. You would think, right?
Yeah.
If you were inclined to do it.
Yeah,
Get a
I was
couple
going to
decent
say,
options
this is
to
the
left.
spot for Kenny Gainwell.
Kenny Gainwell.
If
Yeah,
I
there's-
want, if
I would
Kenny
love it.
Gainwell landed
would enjoy
somewhere
that.
would give him immediate fantasy impact.
I would
this
very
is the
much
spot.
enjoy that. Tempting fate here. I'd very much
Yeah.
enjoy the Kenny Gainwell to Buffalo.
Me too. Just Michael Carter seems more like a Buffalo pick.
I know, but it's Kenny Gainwell. I think would be
Slower,
smart. You could use a
slower.
pass catcher.
Less explosive.
You could really use a
shifty.
pass catching running back because they don't really have a great one right now. So that would help. But
And no, the Buffalo Bills are going with offensive line selecting Spencer Brown.
That's
Okay.
not fun.
it's not fun, but it is a pretty smart pick.
No, and he's that offensive tackle who I was talking about earlier, had a 10.0 on the relative athletic score from Kent Lee Platt at MathBomb. Northern Iowa, 6'8", 311 pounds, runs a 4.99 and had a 9'9" broad jump. Like,
Jeez,
yeah.
it's like the Predator.
You know what, Buffalo? Good pick.
But middle part, get into the back part of the third round. That's a solid choice. Yeah, I'll take upside athleticism from there. Talk about those metrics. That's scary.
And it's a good thing for Buffalo, too, because they have two starters at offensive tackle already. You can let him develop and learn the game, be the swing tackle initially, maybe become a starter down the line.
Yeah, but you can never have too many like little tackle projects,
Exactly.
especially on cheap contracts, because those guys get
Yep.
paid so much money that if you ever need to move on from one of them because you just can't afford it, you got to have something in the background. You can't get caught with your pants down.
You look at Hal Vaitai from the Eagles, never started significantly, was never good, gets 10 million plus from the Lions.
There you go. That's all it takes. You just need to be able to be competent
Yeah.
at tackle, and so you will have a job.
If you are a big athletic person, you will get paid a lot of money by NFL teams, even if you aren't good. Love watching this Northern Iowa highlight reel.
So now we've got your guys, Baltimore, on the clock, Jack.
Ooh.
We have
That is
Baltimore and
nice.
Tampa Bay. That'll close out the traditional
Ooh.
picks of the third round.
I was going to say, yeah. And then we
Ooh,
got the
Quinn
compensatory
Miners,
picks.
please. Quinn Miners.
Quinn Miners is a guy
Ravens
who's been near
is-
the top of the board for a while, so that would be
Yeah.
a decent pickup here.
He would be. The Ravens need a center. Third round pick on a center is like the ideal spot to take, like in terms of value versus position. It's where the Cowboys got the Wisconsin center last year, Tyler Biotish, who
Yep.
might either started this year. Like this is where you draft those project centers who could end up starting day one.
Mhm.
Please, Quinn Miners, just please.
Yeah, Miners would be a fantastic pick,
Great.
especially this late in the draft.
I was going to say, we're getting to your point, the end of the normal third round here into the compensatory picks. Yeah.
Right.
This is all, we're getting into upside territory firmly. Like, we're getting almost to lottery ticket territory.
All right, fair enough. With the 94th overall pick, the the Baltimore Ravens are selecting offensive guard from Georgia, Ben Cleveland, which is
Okay.
also a
Yeah.
pretty solid pick as well. Cleveland is a pretty solid athlete too. 6'6", 343 pounds, ran a 5.15, adjusted 5.10 at his pro day, and a 9.64 relative athletic score. So elite athleticism. Was a starter at a Power 5 school in the SEC at Georgia. It's a very Ravens pick. They love drafting these interior offensive linemen. Just would have preferred Miners.
Yep.
Oh, and the pick. Sorry, I got
was
too
gonna say-
excited. The pick before that, the Bills. Oh wait, no, never mind.
We already
We
did
got
that.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
I was
good.
gonna say we're on to Tampa Bay at this
Yeah.
point now to see if they want to pick up another defensive player.
Yeah.
It's kind of.
Oh no! Don't draft Kenny Gainwell.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't even talk about that. Don't
Yeah.
do that.
Why would you put
That's
that in the universe?
Terrible. Don't talk about that.
They can draft Michael Carter. I'm okay with that.
Just don't take Kenny Gainwell. That'll be real. I'll be really disappointed. My disappointment will be immeasurable, and my day will be ruined.
Gainwell's going to go at 96 to the Patriots, isn't he?
That would also disappoint me and ruin my day to a certain extent. I'd almost prefer he just goes to the 4th round and I'm wrong, and he just that's fine. Like, get him to a team that needs that skill set. He could be the replacement to James White, I guess, at some point if he was going to go to the Patriots. I guess that could theoretically be fine. I just don't like how they play running back. No one does. No one who plays fantasy likes that. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Now I'm nervous.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like what you did, Jack. You took all
I
the
don't
sucked all the
either.
air out of the room. Okay, now I'm like paying attention to this and not.
The Kenny Gainwell worry coming in hard.
I was hoping we'd get a small window. I want Steve to take a moment and talk to us about the wide receiver board that I know he's looking at with a lot of names that are still on it, that are still sitting around. That it's pretty impressive what has left and what is still available.
Well, I mean, the guys we still have left, you've got Amon-Ra St. Brown.
That's my one. That's the one I was
Jalen Darden is, of course, my guy.
Mhm.
And then you've got Seth Williams is the other one that's of note. Demetric Felton kind of floats in between running back, wide receiver, depending on how you want to consider that. But yeah, that's kind of the end of it right there.
With the 95th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are selecting offensive tackle from Notre Dame, Robert Hainsey. So he's the right tackle. Liam Eichenberg was the left. Robert Hainsey will come in, just be instantly their swing tackle, and makes them better and doesn't hurt anyone for fantasy. That is what we needed. I am breathing much easier now. Except New England and LA. No, not LA or New Orleans or Dallas, Tennessee, Detroit. Not looking good for Mr. Gainwell.
No, I think Kenny
he's not-
Gainwell is
he's going
gonna
out of the-
slide.
he's gonna
I think
go in
he's
the
going to
fourth.
slide into tomorrow. No, we'll
Or
just have to
or
wait
if he
and
is
see.
drafted, it's not a good landing spot.
Yeah, which I would
Ooh.
prefer at this point. I'm trying to speak it into the universe, Jack. If you'd stop trying to put this gypsy curse on people. I'm trying to think positively about how Kenny Gainwell can get into tomorrow and then get on a good landing spot still, because I agree with you. There's nothing left on the board tonight that you would want for him as a fantasy prospect.
Let's see. I can tell you right now, I'm looking at Kenny Gainwell. He needed to finish inside the top 26. Even if he was in that top 96, so third round here, he would end up being about, what would that be? 9.52
Yeah,
on my scale. So 9.52, you're putting him just ahead of Javonte Williams, right behind Cam Akers.
sure.
So
Sure.
even drafted now with that third round draft capital. But again, the further we get into this, the worse it becomes for him.
Yeah, no, it's kind of a shame, but it is what it is. I mean, there's just only so many running back jobs, and there's only so many quality landing spots among them.
Right.
So
But even then, I mean, like we've talked about, a job is a job. Give him an opportunity, and I think his talent wins out over a lot of these other guys.
A
that
lot
he'd
of the
be up
guys that are
against.
just names and just
Mhm.
bodies. Yeah, I agree with that. His pass catching is superior.
All right. According to the broadcast, the pick is in at 96 for the Patriots, so we'll see.
Yeah, and Jack, of course, has to step away when the Patriots are up. I was literally about to ask him, like, all right, as our resident Patriot expert, what are you thinking at this point? Although we're into the point now where it could be literally anything. Like
Right. It's just best available. But again, if I'm them, Quinn Miners has been top of the board for a little while. It's
Yeah.
offensive line help.
It's a good
I
choice.
feel like he would make a lot of sense here for them. Of course, depth. So, they don't have anything to speak of other than Nelson Aguilar, which
Yeah.
whoop-de-doo at wide receiver. So Amon-Ra St. Brown, Seth Williams.
Jacoby Myers would like a word, but I agree with you. But I agree with you. Jacoby Myers wants the word, not me.
Sure, yeah, not me, yeah. Defense they could pick up as well. They have options. So again, there's a bunch of stuff they could.
Gunnar Harrison wants a word.
Excuse me.
Gunnar Harrison's mom wants a word.
Gunnar Orlovsky's mom
Thank you.
wants
Yeah, I
to
keep
talk
saying
to me.
Harrison.
Yeah.
Mr. Orlovsky. That's how little he matters.
I'm sorry, Miss Orlovsky.
That's how little it matters.
Yeah, see, that's looking like a genius move now, Chris.
Yep. Very smart.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, Chris, next year you might as well just join the broadcast and just get a camera. Like, if you're just gonna do that,
What? So we can
like-
lose a viewer? I don't.
I
think
know.
so.
You know what? What am I doing? I'm hustling
mind.
backwards here.
All right, 81. There we go. So as we're now into the compensatory picks. So last 10 of the
We're wrapping
third
it up
round
here.
unofficially.
And
So
with
as
the first compensatory pick,
for it.
the New England Patriots are selecting pass rusher Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma.
All right.
All
A very
right.
Patriots pick, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Very much so. Look, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Avoid the Patriots in IDP because this guy could be starting one week and then Belichick just changes his mind and then he's coming off the bench next week. You just don't know what they're going to do on defense. Belichick he schemes it week to week. He'll probably be a factor at some point next season. I couldn't tell you when.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they have so many pass rushers now on New England. They brought back Kyle Van Noy. They already had Chase Winovich. Last year, they drafted 2 last year in Josh Uche and in Anthony Jennings from Michigan and Alabama. Like, they're loading up on the edge. I don't know.
All right. So once again, let's do our round recap brought to you by Monkey Knife Fight. Picks 81 to 95. What do you guys think? Jack, what pops out to you immediately here? And by the way, that is not Aaron at 85.
Well, I was going to go with on the bad side Amari Rodgers, but I want to talk about the good side. I want to talk more about Trey Sermon going to San Francisco because he's not the kind of guy that is going to help you week to week. But when he does enter the lineup, he is a week winner. If either of the guys in front of him get injured, he could win you your season down the stretch. And he's a guy I'm really going to be paying attention to in DFS because it's just such a perfect mesh of styles between Sermon and San Francisco, especially with Raheem Mostert kind of on the back end of his career. He keeps getting hurt and kind of I think this is the last year with San Francisco. Maybe he has one more.
Let's see.
Neil, how about you? What pops out to you on that screen there?
De'Ami Brown. They needed to get a second wide receiver. They needed to get a wide receiver too. They did it. They got a solid choice. They didn't outthink themselves. They didn't Washington it all up. And I think De'Ami Brown slots in perfectly for what they actually needed. He should be a scheme fit. He actually should have some level of fantasy relevance. Not saying it's going to be like, a world beater or something, but it's a name to know. And more importantly, he can help take the pressure off of Curtis Samuel and Scary Terry and just be a weapon you have, a threat, something you have to respect, unlike Anthony, unlike Gandy Golden.
Yeah,
Take that,
Gandy
nerd.
Golden.
Yeah, take that, nerd. It's your face.
I agree with you 100%. Like I said, De'Ami Brown is not only a fantastic player that can develop into a good fantasy asset in his own right, but with Fitzpatrick chucking the ball around like crazy, you got McLaurin on one side, and they spent the money to bring in Curtis Samuel. And now, instead of forcing him to be the number 2 receiver on the outside, De'Ami Brown allows him to go inside in the slot, do what he does best, use him in different gadget formations and check downs across the middle. I think this is the perfect situation for De'Ami Brown to be in, to have immediate fantasy impact. He grades out, like I said, around KJ Hamler and Denzel Mims, even Laviska Shenault from last season. So you're looking at that type of production. I'm very much looking forward to that.
All three of the other players you named all have fantasy relevance too. So it speaks to that.
We've got 2 picks in here. We've got the first one, number 98 overall. The Denver Broncos are selecting.
Well, the first one would have been 97. Do you have 97?
Oh, sorry.
No.
He tweeted them in the wrong order. With pick 97.
Don't blame the tools, Jack.
I'm sorry that he put them in. Like, I can't. No. With 97 overall, the Chargers are selecting tight end Trey McKitty, which is a bad pick.
Which is a
terrible pick.
Which is a bad pick, and I agree.
With pick 98 overall, the Broncos are selecting center Quinn Miners.
Hey,
there he finally does. And
Elway.
it's a smart pick. How about
Way
that?
to go, Elway.
Is it Elway or is it George Payton? This draft seems
it's
too good
always
for Elway.
Elway. It's always Elway, Jack. It's until he's gone. It's Elway.
Yeah, Quinn Miners is an absolutely phenomenal pick for the Broncos. But back to the Trey McKitty pick. Yeah, no.
Just no.
Yeah.
I agree with that. That is the hard-hitting analysis that
it
we
really
need.
is.
Nee, what jumps out to you on the screen there from what we've got?
Yeah, look, thanks, Steve. I think for me, it's Rice for Tennessee at linebacker, and also the Patrick Jones, the edge at Minnesota. I feel like these are 2 guys who are going to make moves in IDP, not just for this season, but also in the future if you're playing Dynasty IDP. And even just as a 49ers fan, I like the 7 pick because Shanahanigans will be at play next season, and Sermon is well placed to be productive for the 49ers.
I like it a lot.
Yes.
I like
Who's your
a
guy,
lot.
Steve?
I already said my guy's De'Ami Brown. I'm with you on that.
Sorry.
It's all right. You were reading. You were also trying to process whatever just happened with
Trey McKitty.
Yeah, whatever just happened there with that.
He's undersized too. He's 6'4", 246, so he has the frame to put on pounds. But you already have that Donald Parham where he's a massive guy who needs to put on more weight and has been doing so.
That's total waste. Jason should be furious, and that's a total waste. That's like a waste of a pick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that pick at all, but love the Miners pick.
The Denver finally does a couple things intelligent in this draft. That's one of them.
All right, so now pick 99. The Cowboys are on the clock.
Here come the judge. Here comes some defense right here, I think.
I love the Wisconsin whitewater film. Fantastic.
It looks like it was shot on like a VHS camera.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it basically
From what-
was.
yeah.
You're not wrong.
Like,
So now we've got the Cowboys at 99, and then at 100 we have the Titans. There are still a couple of good wide receiver prospects on the board, and we've been saying they need to fill that wide receiver 2 void that was left by Corey Davis. It's definitely not Josh Reynolds. If they go into the season with Josh Reynolds as their wide receiver 2, it is going to be an issue. So they need to bring in somebody here. I feel like Amon-Ra St. Brown is the guy that they need on the outside.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
and I think you'd be getting a pretty good deal at the end of the third round as one of your comp picks on that for what the actual total package could be. It's not a guarantee, which is why we end up in this place, but there's some upside on that.
And with the 99th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys are going defense yet again, selecting cornerback Nashawn Wright from Oregon State.
Okay.
All right. Interesting. Look, there's a clear strategy here that they're trying to rebuild the defense. I get it. Yeah, they already have Trayvon Diggs. He got torched a little bit last season, I recall. DeMonte Kazee has followed Dan Quinn across from Atlanta, playing free safety by the looks of things. But the corners, they do need to bolster. So let's see what they do with the guys that they've drafted this weekend.
It's never a bad idea to draft corners.
Sure, but I had to go to page 2 of the prospects for cornerback to find them. So.
Then there's the problem. I didn't want to say it, but
Yeah.
Mm.
There are a lot of better options out there.
yeah,
So
a lot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But Jerry's gonna get his guys, I guess.
Yeah,
Always.
Jerry doesn't know how to evaluate secondary. It's been a
you
problem for
didn't have to
years,
say
so
secondary, but that's all right.
that's fair. That's
Mhm.
fair. Well, when you're drunk on Johnny Walker Blue out of a human skull all day, it makes it really hard to sit still and watch tape. You know what I mean?
And Nashawn is a fun name to say. So Jerry probably enjoys it while he's drinking his Johnny Walker Blue, just sitting back, just bring me Nashawn. That's it. I don't know.
Is he on the boat this year, or is he not on land?
They're not
this
showing
time
him.
around?
They're not
No.
really showing
No,
him.
they cut them. They're in the Star in Frisco,
Oh,
and
okay.
they just cut to the Dallas draft room, and they're super excited about it. And they're talking about, yeah, this is a guy I had slated in the 5th or 6th round.
Yeah.
And you see all the Cowboys guys high-fiving. We did it.
We did it.
3rd round pick on a 6th round grade.
We reached on a guy by 3 full rounds. We did it.
Yeah.
He won't
good.
start for 2 years.
Immediately after, a better pick at cornerback with the 100th overall pick in that 2021 NFL Draft. The Tennessee Titans are selecting cornerback Elijah Molden from Washington, who
It's
is
a fine pick, but do you hate wide receiver? Is it
Yes.
just Derrick Henry's going to do everything? Is that?
that's the other part of it.
I have a lot of Derrick Henry shares, so I'm fine with that if that's what you want to do. But what is up?
He'll probably be a safety cornerback kind of hybrid for the Titans, help fill in for what Kenny Vaccaro was last year now that he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like they're really trusting Josh Reynolds. And
Much more than I ever would.
yeah. All right, Tennessee. You I mean, like we said, or like I said yesterday, the defense getting better means less points allowed, means less pass attempts, which means more Derrick Henry carries. So that's the one silver lining. But and with the 101st pick, we get a better cornerback pick than the last two. The Detroit Lions are selecting Syracuse corner
Finally.
Okay.
That's the one I've been waiting for.
Melifawanu.
Yeah.
That is
Okay.
Detroit Detroit is very quietly having a very nice draft, and I
Yeah.
don't know what's happening because I'm not used to them being competent.
Yup.
It's really weird. And now Matt's going to be walking around in our chat talking all this nonsense.
Oh, I'm not
bad
ready
for
for it.
everybody. Bad for everybody here.
And Melifonwu
He's-
brings something that Detroit doesn't really have. Like they kind of have smaller defensive back. He is a massive man, 6'2", 205 pounds, and ran a 4.53 adjusted. So at his pro day, it's a 4.58 like that, or 4.48. That's really impressive for a man that big.
Can he catch passes though? They still haven't addressed wide receiver.
Great point.
So great.
I mean, he's got the size for it. You're right, 6'2",
You
205.
know what the best part of that comment is? It comes from our IDP team. That's the best part of that. Sure, it's a defensive player, but can he catch passes? Yes.
Yeah, because they still haven't got a wide receiver yet, so I know what they're doing.
They don't know what they're doing.
I'm out of ideas, man. This was where we got to 100, and I'm like, here we go.
They're really going all in on Brashad Perriman and Tyrell Williams, aren't they?
Yeah, clearly. It's them and the Titans are just like out here with no wide receivers, just like whatever. Quintez Cephas, go.
Right. It's just him.
The
The whole team now. Although the way this is shaping up, maybe they can get a decent enough wide receiver tomorrow. I mean,
I'm wondering who's going to get right, Steve. You named like 3 or 4 guys. Somebody's going to get some extreme bargains off the bargain bin here. There's going to be some 4th round nonsense that's going to come up here with Kenny
Tennessee doesn't
Gainwell
pick again until 126.
Okay,
So
we'll see you tomorrow.
you don't know. I've got highlighted right now, and we'll talk about it here in a minute when we finish this up. But pick 108. I believe, since we're at 102 with San Francisco on the clock, I believe we're 7 picks away from seeing Kenny Gainwell go off the board.
Mm-hmm.
I think Atlanta takes Kenny Gainwell at 108.
Ooh.
I think that ends up
It's
being
a screaming deal. Something
in the
you
fourth
really need.
round to essentially be the number 1 guy.
Yeah.
I think that's
And he would instantly become 2021's Joshua
immediately.
Kelly at that point.
Yeah.
and
I'm
he's a
all
guy
in.
that he's a guy that would, like I said, pops on the page. In being in that situation in Atlanta, not only does he have the talent to be the number 1 there,
There's
'cause
nobody.
who is
to
he
stop him.
competing with?
Yeah, they
But
didn't
he's
even
going to
cut
have all
Eagles
the
fans
opportunity to be a top 20 back as a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, me with pick 102 overall in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers are selecting cornerback Ambry Thomas from Michigan.
Corner run.
Good.
I was going to say it goes all the corners.
4 in a row.
They need a corner.
They
They-
did.
They did. Richard Sherman's not coming back, and even when he was there, they were getting torched from the opposite side because opposition would say, "Oh, who isn't marked by Sherman? Okay, we'll target that person." And hopefully, this gentleman will be competent and will stick with the wide receivers because it has been pretty. It's probably one
Yeah,
thing
but
that you
can
can
he
hold
catch
against
the
Robert
ball?
Saleh.
Can he catch the ball?
Yeah, that's
Well, yeah. I'd like to see I'd like to see some interceptions, quite frankly. 'Cause, yeah, it's been
It
ugly.
would help out.
That's one thing that Salah, as defensive coordinator, probably missed a little bit on. The secondary wasn't great, but they're addressing it now. So let's see what happens.
Who's on the clock now?
the Rams are on the clock at 103.
Oh, and their pick is in. With the
Okay.
103rd overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams are selecting linebacker Ernest Jones.
All right.
Ernest Jones,
I
right?
do not
Okay.
know who that is.
That's a new one for me too. Let's have a look.
South Carolina.
Okay, all right.
It's disturbing
Now-
to me when he is like, I don't know who that is, and he knows like he knows like all like the 5 rounds worth of defensive players.
All right, here we go. Ernest Jones, Welsh neurologist, established for 70 years. Oh, no, this is not him.
No, that can't be. Yeah, that can't be right.
I will say that the Rams, this is the second year in a row where they've drafted an inside linebacker. They picked up Michael Kaiser last year, and yeah, I can see this gentleman. What's his name? Ernest. Yeah, I can see
Ernest
him
Jones.
going in next to Kaiser in the inside. They had guys like who's the guy that went to the Rams? Corey Littleton. He was there, but he was injured a little bit. It's cheap. It's young. The Rams, as you know, they have a bit of cap issues. But yeah, when you have Aaron Donald in front of them, there'll be opportunities for them to rack up some tackles too.
So I've got him up here on Player Profiler now. 6'2", 230, runs a 4.77, which I don't love, but he also has 90th percentile burst score. Best comparable, Neville Hewitt, who you are a fan of, I believe, Nee.
I am, man. He's still a free agent, so that's interesting. So I made a gaffe to support. So Michael Kaiser wasn't drafted last year. I don't think it's someone else.
Oh, you're thinking of Troy
Kaiser.
Reader.
Thank you. Michael Kaiser
There
and
we
Kenny
go.
Young are actually free agents, so
Yeah.
this makes sense. Have Reader and Ernest come in as replacements, and the starting inside linebackers are there for this year, and then move on from them.
What are the
Baltimore's on the
Ravens?
clock at
Yeah.
1:04 here.
I was going to say, what are the Ravens going to do now? I think the solution to their center problem, though, is they're likely moving their left guard, Bradley Bozeman, who was a center for Alabama. I think he's moving to center now with the Ben Cleveland draft pick.
Mm.
I don't know if you've seen Ben Cleveland, but he looks like the mountain. Like, he looks like half Thor Bjornsson. Like, he is large.
Yeah.
Right.
So I like the pick. Well, let's see what the Ravens do. A lot of receiver value left on the board, which would make me happy personally. Would not be great for fantasy, but really hope they don't go with a running back.
Got to replace Mark Ingram.
That's
Got to get another guy in here.
Got to get competition
Yeah.
for Justice Hill. Justice Hill, someone's got to replace him on special teams. We need a running back to do that.
Yeah.
Or you could stop making your
You can stop
third
doing
running
that
back. Yeah,
at any point.
play special teams. I know you're a special teams guy, John. I understand that, but I mean, it is the only way Justice Hill sees the field, so I guess fair enough. But just a weird, it works, but it's just some weird decisions in Baltimore in that sense. They're very special teams heavy, and it works. They're always good on special teams, but at the expense of making their good players tired.
Mhm.
All right. With the 104th pick, the Ravens take James Smith, punter, Cincinnati.
Yeah.
There we go.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
End of the third round.
I was like,
End of the third round.
Oh.
Got to get a punter.
Oh,
Perfect
I thought that was serious.
with the 104th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Ravens are selecting cornerback Brandon Stevens.
The CB run
going.
continues.
Keep going. Get all the corners out of here. Just get them all out.
So, Jack, talk us through that.
I don't know a ton about that, but I know the Ravens do absolutely love to draft corners. They very much value it. They'll take one late every year, and a lot of time that will pan out. That's how
You
they
said
got
Brandon Stevens from SMU.
Yeah, from SMU. 4'4", 6'1", 213. So he's a bigger guy. Probably want to develop him behind Jimmy Smith as he gets older, and he's not the healthiest guy. 92nd percentile speed score, 71st percentile burst score. So athlete, big athlete. That corner sounds like a Ravens pick.
Mm.
What do you think, Nee? Do you know much about this young man?
I'm gonna say no.
Not keeping up on the SMU cornerback play.
No, I can't say I've been following that situation that closely. But look, Jimmy Smith, as you know, is getting on a little bit over there, and he's at the end of his contract this season. So perhaps they're bringing him in to, I guess, give him some time behind the likes of Marlon Humphrey, Marcus Peters, get him ready that way for the future.
Yeah, and like if you look at their depth chart too, they've got Anthony Averett. They drafted him in the 5th round. Hyman Marshall, he was a 3rd or 4th round pick. Just Tavon Young, he was a 3rd round pick. They're all backup players. The Ravens just love to spend 3rd and 4th, 5th round picks on corners. It's just what they do. Very Raven, solid draft by the Ravens. Like I don't have much to say about this pick, but like potential starter at left guard, developmental pass rusher, and wide receiver 1, Rashad Bateman. I do have one gripe though. So the NFL's new rules allows receivers to wear numbers 1 to 9 in terms of single digits. We need Rashad Bateman to be allowed to wear 0. Agent 0, bring that to Baltimore. Petition starts now.
Okay.
If you could make that happen, I'd be on board with Bateman in Baltimore.
Get Goodell on the phone.
That's it. I will be
Roger.
on board if he can wear 0. That's it.
Just the Agent 0 swag is just too much. You have to be a stud to wear 0 and pull it off. And Rashad Bateman is that guy. Next, Stephon Diggs for sure.
He also wore 13 though, right?
Yeah, yes, he wore 13 until his final season. Which is probably more like, or no, Devin Duvernay's 13, so he'll likely make a number switch.
So Denver is on the clock. This is part of the compensatory trade with the Saints, how they got back in.
This is the last pick of the night, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is the last one.
Make it count, Denver.
Kenny Gainwell. Shock the world.
No!
Throw gasoline on everything. Just burn it down.
Tylan Wallace, wide receiver.
I was going to go Amon
We
St.
hate
Brown.
Cortland Sutton.
We hate Cortland Sutton and we hate Melvin Gordon, and we're just starting over.
Brevin Jordan, let's go.
Yeah, Brevin Jordan. Tight end competition between
Tight
him
end.
and Noah Fant.
Noah
Who's
Fant,
going to
yeah.
win?
And Albert Akui-Bunum, don't forget about him.
Oh, Alberto? Man, if he could ever be healthy, that guy would be really talented.
Yeah, Brevin Jordan doesn't really fit that mold where they have the Noah Fant, the Albert Akui-Bunum, just athletic freaks, and then Brevin Jordan, small and slow.
Yeah.
Would just be a very Denver pick to spend another day 2 pick on a tight end.
Sure. I don't think that's going to happen here. I have a feeling they're going to be looking at that. There's still, if now that we're later in, I'm still thinking they're looking at O-line, D-line, things like that. But
Yeah, like
No.
Jalen Twyman.
They're looking at defense, anyways. Final pick of day 2 with the 105th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos are selecting linebacker Baron Browning from Ohio State.
okay.
Okay.
They loved Micah Parsons, which we talked about. He was very much a realistic possibility for them. Athletic freak, sideline to sideline speed. That is also what they're getting in Baron Browning. He's very much that level of athlete. 9.98 relative athletic score. 4.61 was his adjusted 40, so he ran a 4.56, which is phenomenal for a linebacker. And then just it keeps going. A 40-inch vertical and a 10-foot 10-inch broad jump. Like he is one of the most athletic linebackers in the NFL from day one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Denver
and
loves to load up on linebacker.
Right.
That's right. So it's very much a Denver kind of move. Fangio, I'm sure, will be very happy to get his hands on Baron Browning and make him part of the Orange Crush, if you will. They've got Alexander Johnson and Josie Jewell in the mix. Neil, what's going to happen with Von Miller in the next few months?
I'm surprised that they even picked up the option. Okay, so that's what I was confused about. when they even did it, because I thought they were going to move on from him for cap-related reasons long before there. So it feels like they picked everything up. He's still going to be on the team. They don't seem inclined to move on from him. They've already kind of made that known locally that he's going to be on the team this year and they're going to ride it out. So I don't know about long-term future per se, but I think they're lining up replacements in the background because I think that's part of what this is we're going to keep kicking tires on guys. And at some point, Von Miller probably won't be here. Although I will say this, if Von Miller has his way, he's publicly stated 1 million times that he wants to be a Bronco for his entire career. And he literally lives like down the street from my house. Like he's not going anywhere, even if he gets traded. He wants to stay in the Denver market. And I think he'll still be on the team for at least this year. I couldn't speak to beyond more than that, but what do you think, Nee? I could see him, the organization wanting to move on from him, but I think as long as Elway's still in charge, Elway wants him to keip him here, and he'll make it work financially.
It's hard to move on from a Super Bowl MVP, right? Yeah, Vaughn, Bradley Chubb via club option, AJ Johnson, and Josie Jewell. Believe it or not, they are all pending free agents when this season is over. Mm-hmm. So I guess that probably influences the pick of Browning. But in terms of the Broncos, I guess you have to trade him if you want to get something back, because you can't. If you let him walk, what was the whole point of what they just did?
And I'm thinking he's the one that they keep, and they might try, and they might be more comfortable letting. And I know it sounds crazy to say this because people love him, but it might be Jewell that they end up saying, "All right, hey, sorry, like just no more room at the inn." And they just have to make a tough choice, but that also feels like a waste, frankly, to me, because you probably could have got a draft pick for him or something.
All right, does anything jump out to you, Nee, here in this last 10, the compensatory picks? There's nothing here for us offensive people.
Nope.
Melifonwu does not catch the ball, as we talked about earlier. So that does not
I refuse to talk about McKitty.
Yeah,
I was about to say no. We're not talking about McKitty. Okay,
no,
fine.
not at all.
We already got all the vomit out from before.
Look, as we just touched on just at the back end there, I think Baron Browning is the headline here. I think looking at the free agent situation for Denver, he's going to be a factor. Maybe not this season, but most definitely next season and beyond. He's definitely someone I want to run out and get in Dynasty IDP. And I'll be putting him on my taxi squad in rookie drafts if I can get to him. Sure.
All right.
So what jumps out for me is more who's left.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's start looking at some of these guys that are still available. So first and foremost,
there we go. Our boy Kenny Gainwell.
This is a shame.
I believe he's not going to be on the board much longer. I think we're looking at Kenny Gainwell, like I said, at 108 to Atlanta. I think that's the best fit for him. It gives him the best opportunity to have an immediate impact in the NFL, and I think that he's good enough. He's my number 3 guy on the board, ahead of Javonte Williams. So I think that he has the burst, the speed, and the hands to be an all-around back in the NFL. And even if you're concerned about that, again, in a situation like Atlanta, you can spell him with Mike Davis or whatever it is you want to do there. So I feel like, and again, player comp, Ito Smith. How many times today have we seen the player comp lands where that player actually played their NFL career? So Ito Smith, I think it would make too much sense for him to go to Atlanta. Yeah,
what they wanted Ito Smith to be.
Yes,
exactly.
Because he wasn't that good. But it's also important to note, like, when you look at, he didn't play 2020, but when you look at 2019, 231 carries, 1,459 yards, 16 touchdowns. That was with Antonio Gibson on his team, and Antonio Gibson had to play slot receiver because Kenneth Gainwell is so dominant. So that is very important to remember. And so my question is, if he goes to Atlanta, if it ends up being the case, he's definitely ahead of Javonte Williams, right, Steve?
Yes, I believe he would be. I'm going to update my numbers here really quick just to be sure. So if he were to go in the 4th round to Atlanta at pick 108, with that projection, he would be at a 7.94 on my board, which would actually drop him behind Javonte Williams. And again, it's because of
Fair.
draft capital.
But I'm talking situation.
But
That's-
situation for
yeah.
sure. I would much rather have
2021?
him, this
yeah.
season for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see. So next up, we've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver from USC.
And he very much reminds me of Juju Smith-Schuster. He's not the athlete run after catch guy that Juju. Well, run after catch still works, but he's not as fast or as physical as Juju. But that slot receiver who had a very strong start to his career at USC. And again, I hate helmet scouting, but the parallels are just too many to notice. Slot receiver, strong start, and then gets moved to the outside at the end of his career, struggles a little bit, and then gets underdrafted because of it.
Right. Again, he doesn't have massive speed, which is kind of what hurts him here if you're just looking for a fast guy. But his route running ability is what makes him so strong. And I think that could make him a very good 2 or 3 in the league if given the right opportunity in the right spot.
He can be an instant starter in the slot for a number of teams.
Neil, is there a spot that you see, maybe Tennessee for Amon-Ra St. Brown, that pops off the page for you?
Tennessee would be the one from an opportunity standpoint.
From an opportunity one, we could also talk about 112 Detroit.
That was the other one that I was going to mention. So those would be the two. If he sticks around to Tennessee, he would immediately see the field because he's not going to have any problem knocking off Josh Reynolds. And same thing with Detroit. He could be their 2 or he could be their slot receiver. Just depends on what you want to do with Quintez Cephas and the ashes of the wide receiver core that are there.
Seth Williams from Auburn, he is very much a project, and I'm not surprised that he's going on day 3. He was the kind of guy, you either love him or you hate him. And one of the reasons you might hate him is because when he faced NFL competition like J.C. Horn, who is going to be an NFL starter, drafting day 1, he did nothing. He was completely locked up, looked like a child playing against a grown-up. And so that's the downside, but the upside is what we saw on those highlights. He is very much that Michael Gallup type receiver type of upside.
He's deeper down the list. I'm not overly surprised that Seth Williams didn't go. I'm just more surprised that teams moved up to grab wide receivers that were behind him on my list. So
we didn't talk about it, but Amon-Ra St. Brown I thought would be a perfect fit for the Packers.
Right.
No, apparently not.
And I get why Michael Carter's going on day 3 because he is he's more like Gio Bernard. And Gio Bernard was very much overdrafted, but he's kind of that do-it-all gadget back who's not going to be he's never going to be a 200 carry back, but he can be a 20 carry in a game back if you need him to. He can spell your starter if he's hurt, if he's out. And in the meantime, he walks in and becomes a premier third down back right away.
Right. And again, it all depends on situation for him. I think for all these guys, it's not, other than Gainwell, there's none of these guys that I think have the talent to win out in a competition. It's all about where they land. They have to land in the right spot.
Chuba Hubbard especially has to land in the right spot because Chuba Hubbard is very much like Trey Sermon, where he is stick his foot in the ground and get upfield type of running back. He is a slasher. He's like Darrell Henderson, that type of guy where if you give him a runway, he will go and he'll make a pretty big game. He'll look very good. That's why you don't rush for 2,000 yards in college football by being bad. However, you do it in a very particular way with Chuba Hubbard. That's not going to translate to every team.
Yeah, he's one of those guys where he's recognizable from the name, and you have to get him in space is the big thing. He gained a lot of yardage at college, which would mean he's got a lot of wear on the tires already.
Tevin Coleman is.
I was just going to say Tevin Coleman is the perfect comp for what Chuba Hubbard is and does.
Yeah,
right. It's the same thing. You got to get him on the outside and let him sprint.
Yeah.
Because if you try to push him up the middle, it's just not going to happen.
It's going to end badly. He's probably going to get hurt, to be honest. Even though he is 200 pounds and 6 feet tall, he's probably going to get hurt.
Yeah. Well, and Tevin Coleman, we saw when he was at his best was in Atlanta when he had those wide rushing lanes.
Here's the tight end that should have gone to LA.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Can't really argue with you about that, man.
I'm not a Brevin Jordan fan. He's small and slow, and those type of tight ends don't get me going at all. But he was an elite producer from an early age and has that age-adjusted dominance. So compared to Trey McKitty, who wasn't productive, wasn't good. Just, yeah.
What a bizarre pick.
It really was.
All right, here's one that I alluded to earlier, Demetric Felton. He was a running back at UCLA, but he's listed, at least in the prospect guide, as a wide receiver / running back, where he can kind of do both. It reminds me a lot of Antonio Gibson, where you don't know if he's going to end up being a running back or if he's going to be a slot receiver.
Yeah. Different styles and different sizes, but very much that they would both fit in the slot as a receiver instantly. Much smaller from Demetric Felton. In my eyes, he's the Tutu Atwell pick.
Yeah.
The late round Tutu Atwell pick. Why spend a second on Tutu Atwell when you can get Demetric Felton in the 5th? They do the same thing. Felton's bigger, and yes, he's slower, but he's bigger and he's better. I don't like Sean McVay.
That was a bad one.
Here we go, Steve.
That's right. So here's some highlights from 20 minutes up the road. Here you go. The biggest knock on Jalen Darden is competition, right? That he played in Conference USA. He amassed a lot of touchdowns, and a lot of his breakout player profile is because of the amount. Look at that, 19 touchdowns last season, 12 in 2019. So he put up 31 touchdowns over the last 2 years, but he's a punt returner. He's got great hands. He has great vision when given space. So I think he's someone that can certainly be a special teams contributor, if nothing else. But I think he's going to get something somewhere, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the player comp, Darnell Mooney, 5th round pick, who instantly broke out. And there's always one day 3 receiver that breaks out a year. Last year was Darnell Mooney. Why not Jalen Darden? Why can't he have?
Yeah, I'd love to see.
It's just going to come down to landing spot. If he can get into a decent situation, I could see him getting the field. And he also would be interesting in that Tennessee mix.
Yeah.
Number 2 spot, yeah.
He would be interested in that.
Poor Jarrett Patterson, the Devin Singletary special, the small school running back who dominated. He's elusive, breaks all these tackles, shifty. You can't bring him down, but he's just small and he's slow. And so that Devin Singletary doesn't get the juices flowing for me. Neither does Jarrett Patterson. And I really wanted to love him.
This was my second favorite profile picture, by the way. My alma mater showing off there, face planting right in the middle of the field. That's what we do. And let's see what else.
5'6", 195, running an adjusted 4.64.
Jack,
In
I'm
the
not
NFL
kidding.
now.
I've been concerned that Jared Patterson would end up at UDFA. Okay, just because he's 5'6", 195, and there's
slow.
Yeah, slow.
Kylan Wallace is interesting to me because he is a terrible athlete, which I did not expect. It really, really disappointed me because I was a big Kylan Wallace fan coming out. He was good after the catch. He was good on contested catches. He was good downfield. He did it all. Then comes in 194 pounds at 5'11", so he's a little bit small. Runs a 4.55 and only a 33-inch vertical. 4.72 relative athletic score. And none of that's disqualifying because of his style, because of his route running, and everything that comes with him. Mario Manningham, the player comp there, it's not disqualifying. It's just not exciting. He needs the right situation and he needs a team to trust him enough to give him an opportunity. With
Jack,
that,
nobody was ever fist pumping in their fantasy draft because they landed Mario Manningham. Okay,
exactly.
Right. All right. Any parting thoughts after 2 days of draft coverage, gentlemen? Neil, we'll start with you here.
Well, Kenny
Other than
Gainwell-
don't draft Kadarius Toney.
No, that goes without saying. I don't even feel like I need to waste our audience is too intelligent for me to have to waste their time discussing that. No, just man, Kenny Gainwell not getting drafted in the first 2 days. I think that's the most surprising thing to me. Like, okay, just everybody hates Kenny. In terms of things that actually really, Justin Fields, the Bears finally did something that's not ridiculous and terrible.
Thanks, Chris.
I
Thank
agree
you,
with
Chris.
you, Chris.
On the way out, I appreciate you, dog. That was great.
Yeah, Justin Fields, I agree. To Chicago,
Justin Fields,
definitely interesting.
Chicago. So interesting. So interesting.
Jack, how about you?
So final parting thoughts in terms of day 4. I really hope we get a good landing spot for a guy we didn't show, Elijah Mitchell, the running back out of Louisiana State.
I can
5'10".
show Elijah Mitchell if you want to see him real quick.
I want to show the people Elijah Mitchell. And so he came in smaller than expected. He was listed at 215, comes in 5'10", 201 pounds. But he ends up being probably the fastest running back in the class. He runs into a 4.39 at his pro day, better than Travis Etienne did. So he's faster than Travis Etienne, adjust to a 4.44 because of the pro day versus combine. Still phenomenal. And then a 37.5-inch vertical. So if we get the right landing spot from Elijah Mitchell, he could be on par with Kenny Gainwell just because of that pure athleticism. So fingers crossed for Elijah Mitchell.
And there's every chance too, we're talking about draft capital mattering and all that, but there's every chance that you could have another James Robinson situation.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Right, where you have an undrafted guy or a late draft pick that turns into a fantasy stud there first
Philip
year.
Lindsay from a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So-
That 1,000-yard mark, UDFA.
Obviously, Kenny Gainwell is that guy for me, but if it's not him, my next one up, Elijah Mitchell. That's the guy I'm pulling for going forward.
Nee, how about you?
Can we talk about the Cleveland defense? Because
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
they're
Can.
gonna
Yes, we can.
they're nasty. They're gonna. I know when they drafted Baker Mayfield, the fans saying, "Oh, they're gonna win the Super Bowl," but fast forward a couple of years and they could actually get to the Super Bowl now. This team is actually looking good.
I think that's a good point as well. I know, for you, we're focusing on IDP, but from like general fantasy perspective, when you're talking about total defense and special teams, they pop off the page to me as the team that could be this year's Colts. It's the sleeper pick that no one's talking about going in the 14, 15 range of ADP for DSTs that end up being top 5.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, I like that pick of Owusu-Koramoah. I thought he fell way too far, but Cleveland saw the value and they went and got him. So
I feel like I ended up spending way too much time talking about Owusu-Koramoah being over across the 2 days. I thought of all the players, never would have pegged that was the one I would be talking about the most.
This is a fantasy show. We're mostly going to stick to offensive guys. We'll mostly let me talk about the defensive guys. Flash forward to reality.
Yeah.
Where in the hell is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah?
Yeah. Pounding the table here for it. And then Nee comes in with, but can he catch passes? So total role reversal by the end of the night.
Joke of the day. That was joke of the day too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate the time, gentlemen. I appreciate everybody watching along with us for day 2. Enjoy day 3, and we will be back in a while, a month, something like that. We have processes to go through, but
Ranking Summit internal meetings. Bring it. Bring it.
all right, but until we're back again, everybody just keep up the nonsense.